Hello, we are starting off today with a surprise stream on Bestie and Slaw. We have a really cool match coming on in FURT versus Suns. This is actually going to be a playoff deciding game for FURT because if they win, they become 5-4. They have a head-to-head advantage against Dynasty Party, so they can sneak in the final spot of the playoffs. But if they lose against Pudat and Suns, they're going to be in 7th place and unable to make playoffs, and Dynasty Party gets to go instead. So I have Patat with me. Really excited to cast this Patat. How you feeling?
It's looking pretty fun here. I'm excited for this match. As you said, it is playoffs. This does have playoff stakes here, so I mean, this is the last match of the season, and it's live. Although, right after this, we will also have Heavy Metal Gundam versus Oncoming Traffic, so stay tuned for that as well. But we're getting right into it. Game 1 is going to be on Atlas's lab, and let's see what these picks are here, if I can open it up. So we got for the side of Suns, they banned out Aimee, and then they picked up Rasmus, Juno, and Dubu, as we're about to see. And then the side of FURT ended up picking up that Juliet, the Estelle, and of course Ripstick on the what feels like the only character I ever see Ripstick play, that Asher. And we're getting started right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a comfort start for it, right? I think I've seen Overgrown Lemon, known for his Julie, Angle Senpai, like really good Estelle, and Ripstick, of course, known for his Asher. So this is like for its home ground, I think, and Atlas Lab is also one of their favorite maps as well. So it seems like they're in a nice, comfy mental position to start. But maybe losing 2 barriers might make it different. But aside from comfort picks and stuff, how do you feel like the comps are looking, Potat?
I mean, honestly, it is like regular character city out here. We got Pudash usually on the Atlas, but that Dubu is going to be just as strong looking. Not quite, though. Right here is that core is going to go in the net from Overgrown Lemon, but I mean, the entire side of FURT has those picks that we see all of the time, and also the side of Suns have some very strong picks as well. So, I mean, it's really comfort versus comfort here, and it's just a matter of who can perform better between these two teams in terms of, hey, we have our characters that we love on Awakening starts that are actually pretty good, versus, so, like, we're just going to see what's going to happen with these comps, and right now Wolfang is going to be able to open up that second barrier.
Yeah, I mean, it's a side start, so that Rasmus is coming in really handy, and Angle Senpai low energy, but he can make stuff happen from the midfield as well, tag teaming it with Overgrown Lemon as they keep the core on the side, and Lemon knocks Cliff out, and now they get the second barrier in return, and Lemon with the flip uses it, but Pudash has already cleared it, but Ripstick is up there, and a great core flip to the top of the net is gonna let FURT get away with their lead a little bit more. It's a 2-0, and this is gonna be a really important first set coming up as well.
Yeah, FURT is going to be able to solidify that second point, and honestly, I think Ripstick actually saved that point right there with using that flip, because Wolfgang had that really, really good death touch to just cover the pass and get the core over onto their side, but then Ripstick just came in, used that breakthrough, and then used the flip in order to save that core and then proceed to get a goal of his own. So really good awareness there from both teams, but ultimately Ripstick ended up coming out on top. And I mean, you can just kind of see that comfort there. Knew that breakthrough would make it, and that flip would just catch it there. And now they're up. They're looking very comfortable here. They know what they want to do, and that is make it into the playoffs. And so, I mean, already though, Wolfgang did a great job. Uses that pendulum swing, opens up the barrier and Ripstick into the net as Suns isn't out of it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody can count Suns out because although they might be in 8th place right now, their 2 wins are against Dogs, who is, I believe, 4th currently, and E-Boys. So, like, they have experience winning against the higher ranking teams and the lower ranking teams. They just got to get FURT, who is somewhere in between. But yeah, Pudat and Suns have very proved themselves capable of handling the games with the best. But Overgrown Lemon here, super cool awareness, unfortunately slightly late to actually pick up the core, but they are wailing on the bottom barriers up for both teams. The pendulum swing gets the one for Pudat and Suns, and Ripstick has to burn his dash just to make sure, and the rogue Blobbo just gets it as Cliff jumps up but Ripstick, great awareness using the pass clear on Wolfmane, so he is denied first and passing it up to Angle Senpai with his primary. Wolfmane doesn't get off the field though, as Pudat and Sons have done a better job of staying alive this point than they have on any other one. Overgrown Lemon, a nasty shot, but Pudat does react to it, and Ripstick has to react with the pendulum swing with his own primary, but Angle Senpai is waiting at the top as Cliff tries to force it through, and a great redirect from Wolfmane is going to tie it up 2-2 as Pudat connects with his core flip, and the Wolfmane doesn't miss these.
Yeah, I mean, Wolfgang has shown time and time again here with this Rasmus, even just in this first set, that they know exactly what their win condition is. The Asher Ripstick is super good with that Asher. As you saw there, really good breakthrough to save that core. But, I mean, just Ripstick, it doesn't have nearly as much movement as you want on a character, so Wolfgang, knowing that if you get into those 50-50 situations, it's really hard for Asher to save that, and the pendulum swing as well, just kind of helping to force Ripstick into a bad situation. But really good try on that kill, and I mean, the combos, the plays that we've seen from both teams here, even just in this first set, are kind of crazy, and now both teams have one barrier up each, and it's a bit of a scary spot for both teams.
Yeah, both teams have stuff to prove, but that dash punch from Overgrown Lemon lets FURT know that they might be the one who is a little more desperate here, as they start off winning set 1, and we're about to see some drafts, and it's going to be very crucial on what they pick up.
Yeah, let's see here. I mean, that size on Rasmus could be pretty nice, but I mean, Ripstick, Asher goalie loves size as well, but instead is going to opt for that team player here, going to have some of those red core strikes as soon as we hop into overtime with that team player. And also we do see Wolfgang is going to pick up Built Different Rasmus. This kind of changes the matchup a little bit with that against that Asher, because now you have far more opportunities to just kind of outsize that Asher, who her entire thing is just kind of to overpower you on that defensive line. So we'll see how this ends up turning out, but also Pudash going to be able to pick up that glass cannon, I think, is going to be a big awakening as well, because you got the ice skates Dubu, you know, getting moving as well, and not quite ice skates yet, thanks to that Powerhouse Pauldron's pickup instead of momentum boots, but you get what I mean. He has more speed on top of that double size already going into this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Overgrown Lemon kind of getting bullied around every time the somersault happens, has to be cognizant of Wolfmang's Whiplash too, as he burns his evade prematurely just for safety. But angles it by keeping on top of it, and Lemon lives. He does have no energy now though, but that was a lot of energy used. Cliff though, nice jump and a redirect makes sure that the goal goes in. And yeah, this is a strong coming back from Pudat and Sons here.
Yeah, some really good plays as well. I mean, Cliff has that aerials and was just able to set himself up for a self pass, which Asher Ripstick had a bit of a premature breakthrough there, and ultimately the only break that went through was the core into the net. So we'll see what happens here in this next point. But I mean, really good play. I didn't have enough time to finish speaking. Is Overgrown Lemon going to pull up with that dash punch, and I mean, bread and butter, just going to push it straight through that Dubu. I mean, this is what you want to see. FURT is a nice 19-second goal. Just was able to really quickly push that core straight in the net. And, I mean, they already made their comeback. And after that first point, which was such a long, arduous process for the side of Suns, to see FURT just bounce right back into that point, into the set, is going to be really big for the team.
Yeah, Cliff, really good jump up, avoiding Overgrown Lemon, who has been on top with his dash punches. And especially because Overgrown Lemon has that prize fighter, it's going to be really, really scary if he gets activated right there. The punch onto Pudash as well does not get the barrier, though. And this Frostfire forward duo is really, really scary. Angles him by making sure that he can just funnel the core over to Ripstick, but Cliff, great redirect on that Blobo jump as well, and now it's double defense in the net. Angles him by Ripstick holding it, but that Tofu Fortress is going to let the core slip right on through. Great push up from Pudash, making the score 2-1 as Pudat and Sons come back on set 2.
Yeah, I mean, nobody broke that glass cannon speed off of Pudash, and you see how fast he's flying here, and was able to just kind of run straight up, get that Tofu Fortress down on the field, and get a nice little force into the net. But already we're seeing FURT come back once again, just arms blazing, just trying to get something going, as Cliff is going to be taken off the map here with that combo between that Flame Flurry and the Piercing Shot, and Overgrown Lemon going to close out that barrier, and now the dash punch just once again is going to, or not the punch even, just the dash is going to be able to close out that point, and now we're all tied up in the set.
Yeah, I mean, every point that FURT has won, they've been very quick about it. Their unrelenting offense with all their cooldowns used at a great time. The offense is just so potent, but here we see Fudat and Sun striking back with Wolfgang, a threatening whiplash, but Fudat does have to use his Tofu Fortress and Summer Assault to keep it alive, and Lemon does lose his battle against the Blobos, but a great redirect keeping it on the top of Atlas Lab, and there it goes, the second barrier does fall, and this is looking dire for Fudat and Sons, as Fudat does prematurely evade, but not enough for the Flame Flurry as well, and Overgrown Lemon just securing these points time and time again, and it's now they're at a 2-0 set lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really, really good for FURT here. Both of these sets, though, have gone to that 0.5, so, I mean, we're getting some pretty high plays either way. Although, now we're going to see what the pickups are. Juliet, Overgrown Lemon, going to lock in that bulk up. Got some extra power to assist with that prize fighter he picked up in the last set, so I mean, a lot more damage, a lot more pressure, as well as Demolitionist pickup for Ripstick. Not really going to get that cooldown reduction off of those barrier openings, but at the same time, you still get more size, and as that Asher goalie, you love to have it. Also, we're going to see Wolfgang picks up that Specialized Training. Should be pretty interesting here. It's not the best Awakening for Rasmus to get, but also you can just kind of entirely displace the other player, so we'll see how that ends up working out, but really good defense so far from Ripstick going into this point. And, I mean, we're seeing FURT is up 2-0 in set so far, so Suns has to pick up something, figure out something before the end of this match, or else it might be curtains for them here in this game one.
Yeah, the core slips past Angle Senpai's piercing shot. That would have been deadly if it hit again. And Overgrown Lemon just making sure that he can get his dash punch up and the core up at the same time, so he can just kind of strike it past Fudash here. Fudash is getting slowly faster. He's looking for an angle to come up, but right now, FURT has been doing a great job on the midfield. It's Angle Senpai, and now Cliff is looking dangerously low, and now with the Flame Flurry, that kill is confirmed, and a power play on the side of FURT as they look to get this ever important point of the first of the series. But oh my goodness, what reaction from Wolfgang. Ripstick has to use the pass splitter. Overgrown Lemon does use the core flip and layered on 2 primaries there, but Fudat and Sons hold, my goodness, and the core is going red as it is overtime finally, and Ripstick trying to get it through the top of Atlas Lab, but both teams' barriers are up on this side, so it's a really dangerous position, and FURT is the one who actually ends up losing it, and Wolfgang trying to get a good redirect, Ripstick good read, and then does use the core flip, but this does mean that Wolfgang has one now, and a Flame Flurry, a kill confirmed. Oh my goodness, I think that was a Blobo there as well, and a unfortunate point for Fudat and Sons, but great point for FURT. Amazing pressure.
Yeah, I mean, they just constantly just kept fighting for that barrier, and ultimately they took it, and Overgrown Lemon was dimed up with that Flame Flurry available. But on the other side, oh my gosh, Wolfgang had that flip available, dimed themselves up, and not quite gonna be able to get anything, but I mean, really good offensive pressure. Oh, Fudash has to use the flip there in order to keep the core away, and I mean, now it's looking really scary. Both barriers down for the side of Suns, and Overgrown Lemon has that dash punch up, or not anymore.
Yeah, a scary piercing shot from Angle Senpai threatening the goal there as well, but Fudash is able to clear it, and this is a really scary situation because if you lose this in terms of Fudash and Sons, they have to win the next 3 points consecutively, or else they're going to lose the first point of the series. Angle Senpai brought down low by Wolfgang's pendulum swing, and Wolfgang just solos the barrier of, through 2 people of FURT, but Cliff gets taken off the field. Angle Senpai looking pretty low though, but Estelle does have a lot of presence even when they're low because they can just shoot stuff from the midfield, and there's a Rose Warp, and now Angle Senpai brought back up to half health again, and Wolfgang and Fudash, but all the Crystal Thorns layered on top just added, and now that's the FURT's cherry on top. 2-0. They're at match point right now.
Yeah, I mean, this game feels both so close, and yet, I mean, so far as FURT has gone up 2-0, and I mean, they need 1 more point to close this out. I wouldn't be surprised though. Suns has shown that they have the metal, are able to maybe get something going, and really good attempt from Wolfgang there to get their first point here in this set. I'd be down to maybe see Fudat and Suns pull something out of their hat of tricks and maybe get a couple points here. I mean, this barrier for FURT is down, and Wolfgang gonna get a nice little bump off the corner in order to close that out.
Yeah, great salvage off the black hole from Angles and Pipe, but unfortunately, Wolfgang was there and does win the strike. And great placement from Fudan Suns. They really want to win this game.
Yeah, definitely. They have nothing in this except for the simply joy of taking the win, and also knocking a team out of playoffs contention. So, I mean, it's not for too much glory, but it's still for the fun of the game, and also, you know, maybe they want Dynasty to win. Maybe they're big Dynasty fans, so we'll see. But Overgrown Lemon with some really good pressure, and Pudash with some great defense.
Yeah, great Tofu Fortress to answer the Flame Flurry, and that was huge, actually. Wolfgang did lose his recovery drone there, which is kind of critical if he wants to maintain his energy meter. And oh no, taken off the field by a great dash punch from Overgrown Lemon, and Cliff has to burn his poor flip. But this does mean they bought some time. They bought like 6-7 precious seconds for Wolfgang to come back, and the Rose Warp coming up, but the Summer Assault from Pudash, he was waiting for that, just jumps on top of the Estelle, who got a little too greedy perhaps to make something happen for the duration of the power play. And Overgrown Lemon has to use the Flame Flurry, but the unfortunate escape with 4 means Wolfgang is there to answer. Bliss brought down low, and Angle Senpai answers in kind, though. And a great log from Pudash does beat the Rose Warp plus piercing shot from Angle Senpai. But Overgrown Lemon is there to answer, and this time the Tofu Fortress is a little too slow, and Pudash is trapped! Pudash is trapped! Oh. And Overgrown Lemon just core flips and scores! My lord, the Tofu Fortress!
To be the number one working character of this game. I mean, they were able to close it out, though. FURT is gonna go up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Tofu Fortress became a jail cell for the Dubu, and that was an unfortunate way to go. But oh my goodness, we've seen a really strong display from FURT, just coming out swinging with all their comfort picks, and they really showed why they're known for these characters in particular. And I think in the next set we might have to see some bands adjusted, as this is a big threat from FURT coming out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Aimi ban from Suns in that first game, and I think it was pretty well centered towards Angle Senpai. But I mean, at the same time, I think that Juliet on Overgrown Lemon and that Asher from Ripstick are just so powerful of characters that, that it is actually going to be a little rough for the side of Fuda and Sun. So I'm down for maybe seeing a bit of a shift in gears in terms of that ban, because neither team really feels like they're banning out the main picks of these teams. So we'll see what they kind of pick in the next one. But for the time being, it looks like we will need to go on a quick break here, and we will be back with you shortly. So see you soon. Welcome back, gamers. We have returned with... Oh my god, I forgot the team. With FURT versus Suns. All good. And we are here in game number 2 on this Gates of Obscura map. So we're going to have the portals, we're going to have some fun. And honestly, our comps are kind of weird, kind of interesting to say the least. We got Overgrown Lemon is going to be on Rasmus. Angle Senpai, it looks like, is on Kazan. And then Ripstick is on Dubu. So this midfield Kazan is definitely something you don't see too terribly often. And then on the side of Suns, we definitely have a bit more normal of a comp with that Pudash on that Atlas Cliff on the Drakar and a Wolfmang on that Centauro. So it kind of feels like some of that like main, some of that preferred characters have swapped over a little bit, because now it looks like the entire side of Puda and Suns is on characters that they like quite a bit more.
Yeah, I wonder if Pudat and Suns, or if Burr's gonna survive against Pudat and Suns double wand, double stinger comp. It's looking really scary, but Angle Senpai does have great Kazan, I do know, so they're trying out some stuff on Gates, and let's see if they can make it work, as Overgrown Lemon promptly, unfortunately, gets a wrong end of the whiplash there and has to forgo the offense now. Cliff waiting at the end of that and looking to get the second barrier. Ripstick, great summer assault though, but unfortunately the barrier does fall as Ripstick brought dangerously low, and Wolfmang almost close to Flip. If he can get another slice and dice into like an EI rush combo, Ripstick's going to be gone, and that's going to be first point coming out. And Wolfmang with the flip just uses it. Ripstick blasted away. Angle Senpai also dangerously low. Has to respect the shotgun of Cliff, but it looks like Fudash is coming in from the back, and Wolfmang with a double KO is looking dangerous. A flip to Wolfmang through the portal, but Angle Senpai does hold, and it's looking really, really scary, Potat.
Yeah, I mean, the brawler patch has not ended, and we're seeing it as they're just cycling the kills onto each player. But now, I mean, Wolfmang hasn't had the cooldowns to really do a whole lot, because instead we're just killing everybody as Angle Senpai got taken off the map. Overgrown Lemon also taken off the map, and now, ooh, it's a pretty scary spot here for Ripstick.
Yeah, they do say the core has to, the core just naturally falls into the goal once you get the 2-4s, but oh my goodness, Furret comes back from that, this scary, scary first point. Oh my goodness. Furret leading 1-0.
I mean, super scary spot here. That double siphoning wand stinger is doing a whole lot to help that damage output from the side of Pudad and Suns, but you know, you don't got any cooldowns or anything left, and I mean the side of Furret is just kind of able to rotate the core around you, assuming they're able to stay alive, as Ripstick is looking very low. That stinger gonna take Ripstick down to that staggered mark.
Yeah, oh, a dying log from Ripstick actually holds the goal, and you know, Furret just needs that little bit of life to buy time for just 2 more seconds until Ripstick comes back to save them, and Overgrown Lemon does hold. So now it's looking pretty good, because Gates, the team without the barriers, has to do a lot more to defend against these portals. And oh my goodness, another goal from Furret on the air from Pudat and Suns, and I don't. The games look really scary, but somehow Furret's leading. What's going on, Potat?
I mean, the side of Puda and Suns got all the kills in that first point, and then I think Furret has just kind of realized, hey, we can rotate the core around these nerds, and they haven't really died too much since. I mean, they have slicks. If they just keep the core in their hands, all of a sudden they're running all over Wolfmang and Cliff, and those two can't get a whole lot of damage onto them. Because like Angle Senpai gonna use that flip, and now the barrier's open for the side of Buddha and Suns, and Overgrown Lemon is gonna be able to close that out with that pendulum swing. I mean, it's looking like a bit of a damage match, and with that damage match, you gotta be able to get those kills, or else Furret's just gonna run all over you.
Draft time. I mean,
yeah.
What we got going on, Potat? This size, heavy impact, like.
I mean, that peak performance, yeah, you kind of want that stagger if you are that Rasmus. But on the other side, we're gonna see Wolfmang is gonna pick up that heavy impact, and then Cliff on the Drakar is gonna pick up explosive entrance. So a whole lot more damage has just been allotted to the side of Food and Sons. This is what they really want. And I think FURT has gotten, I mean, that peak performance and that fighter flight are going to be really, really useful for just staying alive, but we're gonna see here how those end up working out, because there is a lot more damage for the side of Food and Sons, and I mean, as you see there, Angle Senpai already just staggered, almost dead, basically.
Yeah, I mean, great mindfulness to use the umbrella to fly out of danger here, as the spot switching with Ripstick worked out, and FURT does equalize the barriers, but looks like Wolfmang actually brought down low, and Overgrown Lemon trying to finish him off, trying to share an orb. Unfortunately, Wolfmang takes the orb and Lemon doesn't, and oh my goodness, Lemon brought down low as well. That peak performance not doing too much more than a few skill cycles, but maybe that's all he needs, as Lemon does pull Poo Dash off, and gets shotgunned off the edge though, and Angles it by answers to Wolfmang, and this is looking like a power play denied here, but Cliff does have a nice amount of energy, and he's going to fill that right up, as Ripstick coming in, trying to hold the corner against Cliff all by his lonesome. Cliff is there though, so he can make stuff happen, except for Ripstick is going to get the road core. Cliff bring it back to the corner again, and a dash and a core flip from Ripstick to answer, and they get the second barrier as Angle Senpai falls off the field, but Overgrown Lemon trying to get through with a pendulum swing and makes it work once again. I mean, the kills are coming out for Pudat and Sons, but FURT's doing a great job of getting the points.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Cliff and Wolfmang are choosing one player to bully. In that last one, it was Angle Senpai, and they're just going with the flow and just trying to kill that one player. But then that just leaves Overgrown Lemon in a 1v1 against the character of Atlas, who doesn't have too terribly much movement. And I mean, especially with that strike shot, you're gonna have your one little strike shot that you can throw out. Maybe that primary if you get a good prediction or reaction, but ultimately Overgrown Lemon is having a field day against this other team. But oh my god, Overgrown Lemon is going to get taken off the map. I think thanks to the assistance from Ripstick's Tofu Fortress, but oh my god, kills are flying left and right. Ripstick getting a lot of really good just random kills out here as well.
A huge play from Ripstick, but Cliff does answer back with a core flip and takes two barriers out. Now it's Pudat and Sons who have the power play, who have their barrier, and Overgrown Lemon just skirts it around Poo Dash, but it's okay. Ripstick doing good clears. There's still a power play on the side of Pudat and Sons. The Tofu Fortress, though, that's going to put a halt to it, and a goal on the name of FURT. Once again, FURT has such momentum, despite Cliff and Wolfmang doing their best to contain it.
Yeah, I mean, that triple hotshot for the side of FURT is working out so well for them. Because, I mean, the core just goes flying all over the map, and the side of FURT is able to catch up with it and able to, like, just hit that core round as to their liking. But, I mean, Suns just haven't had the cooldowns, haven't had the speed or any of the scaling necessary in order to actually, like, do anything with the core. And, I mean, when the other team is off the map, yeah, it's nice, but also you don't have any cooldowns or anything, and we're seeing it so much here is already both barriers are down for the side of Pudat and Sons, and a bit of a missed Tofu Fortress is going to dug out as usual and ultimately lead to the first barrier going out, but we're going to see what's going to happen here.
Great open form primary from Angle Senpai, and a nice death touch into a pendulum swing, and Angle Senpai just layering on a strike there. That was such a hard point to hold for Pudat and Sons, and they can't, and now it's a 2-0 set lead for FURT as they look to make it the last team to get into playoffs and here in draft.
Yeah, I mean, if you're FURT, you really just want to close this out right now and get something going, as missile propulsion is going to be picked up by Ripstick here. That'll be really nice because it's kind of a get off me tool for Ripstick now, because if Wolfmang or Cliff are kind of bullying him or his teammates, you can just throw that Tofu Fortress, say, hi, now you have to go all the way around this. However, we're going to see Primetime picked up for Cliff. That's the 3 primaries now, and I think that'll be pretty big. Wolfmang, too, is going to pick up that specialized training. I mean, basically every Awakening here, it feels like, has some sort of value for one of the players, so it's kind of hard not to talk about all of these. I mean, specialized training, really nice to have. Primetime, really nice to have. Poo Dash has Monumentalist, has a whole bunch more of those massive twin drive secondaries, so we'll see how this all works out, but for the time being, already, Angle Senpai got taken off the map, and I mean, if the side of... It feels like it's a perpetual power play for the side of Pudat and Sons, but we're going to see how well it ends up working out here in this offensive situation.
Yeah, unfortunate whiplash from Overgrown Lemon does mean that Ripstick loses his barrier, and Lemon, even despite having 500 speed, he's brought down low. But this is a nice clear... Oh, unfortunate redirection from Wolfman. Actually, Ripstick was reacting to that, and Lemon brought off the field. Finally, the kill is confirmed. Wolfman with the flip, though, but Angle Senpai doing such a great job of keeping it in the corner. This is Kazan with one side, but oh my goodness, that monumentalist expanse from Fudash going to shut down that offense. But Lemon is going to be back. We're trying to make sure that Wolfman doesn't get his flip here. Angle Senpai protecting that portal and does hold, and Wolfman has to go the long way around. And it's Overgrown Lemon here with the Death Touch trying to get through Pudash, and the Pendulum Swing will make sure it happens. But once again, Angle Senpai taken off, and Ripstick not there in time. Wolfman sitting on top of him. And there we go, a comeback from Pudat and Sons as they take a 1-0 lead this time.
Yeah, I mean, they did a really good job just cycling those kills out, and it felt like there was always someone off the map, and they actually like kept some cooldown stuff as well. I think Cliff having that prime time is a really nice little tool, as well as that specialized training as well from Wolfgang. I mean, they're just able to close out those kills a lot more easily now, and Pudash is able to just kind of keep it closed on the back defensive line. But I mean, both their barriers are down now, so this is a bit of a scary spot for them.
Yeah, Ripstick just making sure he's always cognizant of the portals. That Atlas Astral Projection. Oh, but the Ripstick flip as well, and Cliff has to burn his flip. But this is a fast core. Pudash is able to get there in time. Overgrown Lemon walking in there with the Whiplash, and Pudash has to hold with his expanse for the 1-2 pass in the power play. Wolfman is finally back, and Angle Senpai kind of getting bullied off of here. With an orb coming out, though, he might be able to survive, as Ripstick is the one walking up this time, and that hotshot core speed on the Toku Fortress is absolutely scary as we get closer to overtime, closer to fast core speed. And Potat, this is scary, and Overgrown Lemon, nice redirect, but the action's getting back up to Pudat and Sons. That's just as fast as they can clear it to Ripstick here.
Yeah, super scary spot for the side of Pudat and Sons, and it's going to be proven here is Overgrown Lemon, bread and butter, going to use that Pendulum Swing to just close out that point. Sun, I think both Cliff and Pudash there on the defensive line. I would like to note, though, Pudash played that incredibly. There were a lot of saves that I did not think that Atlas would get, but ultimately it ended up making that point go so much longer. Unfortunately, though, for the side of Pudat and Sons, it didn't equate to anything, though, but Wolfman going to already show a bit of a change here in this next point is... that's going to be Angle Senpai off the map for another 3 seconds here, and the pressure is going to prove not powerful enough, though, as the Kazan is back online, and the power play has kind of been snuffed out by Ripstick and that momentum boots defense.
Both teams have been absolutely huge on the defense as Pudash tries to hold, but Astral Projection gone and Expanse gone. They lose the barrier, and Pudat and Sons once again on the back foot as Overgrown Lemon and Angle Senpai both brought down low, and this could be it. They could lose both forwards here, but as Cliff holds it for Wolfman, unfortunately was not able to get the kill secured, and that lock, oh, if that Death Touch hit, that was a really scary moment for Pudat and Sons there, but Cliff has full energy here, and he can make another power play happen. Overgrown Lemon is looking dangerously low, waits out the somersault, but Ripstick also flips, just making sure, and Overgrown Lemon tries to get it around the Expanse, but Pudash is too quick with it and has to use the flip, but Overgrown Lemon just wins it! And 2-0, this is match point, this is series point for FURT. They are 1 point away from making it to playoffs.
Overgrown Lemon on the final strings of life, just holding on for dear life. Ended up taking that point, winning the strike war against that flip from Pudash. And I mean, they're going to be in a very comfortable spot here thanks to it. I mean, Ripstick going to take Wolfman down to staggered. And now the damage kind of feels like the entire game is on the side of FURT more than ever, as we're going to see Wolfman get taken off the field. It's just Cliff and Pudash left. Almost no energy to their names, too, as the first barrier goes down, and it's all that the side of Pudat and Sons can do to just keep this core out of the net until Wolfman's back up. But we'll see if that provides to be any help.
Yeah, the barrier count is equalized. Tofu Fortress comes down. A great hold on the side of Fuda and Sons. Both teams have been masterful on the defensive sequence, and Angle Senpai just layering on his ever scary open form primary, just managing to get kills, even though they are the ones technically that are supposed to be getting pummeled. And Cliff and Pudash make a great hold again as Overgrown Lemon is brought low and has to kind of skirt around in the offensive position. And an unfortunate angle off, but Ripstick does hold with the somersault, but that's gonna the missed corner. The Wolfmane's gonna secure that one, and it's a 2-2. It's a competitive set. And Fuda and Sons are threatening to come back here.
Yeah, quite a scary little bit of bout of shenanigans coming out for Ripstick there. It goes a bit too far up, and Wolfang just wins a nice and easy pass just right around that Dubu, just straight to himself. So caught Ripstick having a little bit of fun, a bit too comfortable sitting on that 1 point away from the win. But, I mean, now the flip is gone from Pudash, and this is a really scary spot here if you are Puda and Sons.
Yeah, I mean, crap plays coming out from Overgrown Lemon. They're making sure that he can get around Atlas Expanse, and Puda and Sons do hold somehow, but now Death Touch is set up. Oh, just goes away at the nick of time. Puda and Sons extend their lives for another second, but the flip comes out from Wolfgang. A pendulum swing, but Pudash is cognizant of that and uses Expanse to clear instead of just walking up and striking. And Angle Senpai dies, trapped between the Tofu Fortress, a rock and a hard place. And now a power play from Puda and Sons. They've had many of these, but Overgrown Lemon and Ripstick were able to hold this. But this is how they can win. This is how Puda and Sons have to win the points. Log goes away, Cliff is coming in, Oni's blade comes out, but Angle Senpai arrives, the cavalry is back, and now Cliff trying to get it around, but Angle Senpai and Ripstick are the ones holding, and a dangerous Death Touch, but Pudash saves it with an Astral Possession and an Expanse, just covering the entire section of the bottom net, and Angle Senpai just rotating around the corners with Wolfmang there, ready at the portals, and the Tofu Fortress comes down. Overgrown Lemon is there with the pendulum swing and misses, just as the strike shot misses as well from Ripstick. Overgrown Lemon with the, and like Cliff comes out with the core flip as well, waits out the whiplash, but now with the Death Touch, Cliff is there. He saves it, the Xeno Cloak. They did not see it coming, and Lemon might get taken off the field. Lemon evades, but that barrier is going to go down for Ripstick, and now it's Puda and Sons' turn to pile on the heat as both teams' barriers are open. Angle Senpai coming out. Wolfman, great redirect, and Puda and Sons put their name on the board. They have the potential. They can make the comeback.
They've managed to close out this point, and now Puda and Sons are finally back in this series. They lost that first game 0-3, and now on the brink of destruction, they've managed to bring themselves back, claw their way back into the game here. Recovery drum pickup for Pudash. Not anything crazy, but you're going to see a bit more size. That's going to be coming in handy. Interesting awakenings here. Not a great draft for either teams, just in terms of awakenings. We are going to see Wolfang is going to pick up that stacks on stacks. Going to have a bit more speed to contest that of Overgrown Lemons, Rasmus, and Angle's Kazan. So we'll see how that comes into play. Angle Senpai, though, forced to take that Deadeye. The number 1 awakening, and Overgrown Lemon, final real big awakenings here of this draft, is going to be able to pick up that second spark. Spark of speed and strength here coming out for that Rasmus. So should be a bit interesting, but I mean, you can have all the speed and all of that power in the world, but if you don't have any life, it's going to be a bit scary for you.
Yeah, Overgrown Lemon looks really good on that piloting, just weaving between Cliff and Wolfmang, and even getting an orb as his health comes back, and Angle Senpai able to sneak in the second barrier takedown for FURT, and now Pudash using the Celestial Intervention just to kind of like make sure his team can stay alive here, as Overgrown Lemon with the pendulum swing. Pudash has to use his core flip. Ripstick unfortunately too late for the clear. The barrier goes down, but they still have one barrier now, as Angle Senpai looking dangerously low. He's the one getting bullied this point, and nice play on the midfield, but Pudash is so good at clearing Pokat.
Yeah, I mean, Pudash has had some really good clears, really good awareness, but not quite yet, as that Tofu Fortress is going to send that core going flying into the net of Puda and Sons, catching, I believe, Cliff with no strike available, and now, I mean, that hot shot proving to be worth its time, as, I mean, Ripstick is just pushing up, has that extra special, has the Tofu Fortress up once again to start off the point, and only one barrier goes down for the time being for Puda and Sons, but I mean, Ripstick with that flip is very comfortable just running up, leaves the defense to Angle Senpai, and I mean, both barriers are down for Puda and Sons. This is a really, really bad spot to be in. as Cliff with that flip is going to be able to open up, and now it's anybody's game here.
Yeah, super dangerous core flip from Wolfgang securing the barrier, and Cliff now coming in with the core flip as well, but they do hold. Both teams' barriers are open, and Angle Senpai pushing in. Pendulum swing not quite enough, and the astral projection does kill Angle Senpai off. And another power play on the side of Fudan Suns and gets it through. Wolfgang, he nails it this time, and Ripstick not there in time as Fudan Suns equalize the score 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, Fudan Sun's incredible defense, as always, from Fudash, coming out in that point, and it's a very scary spot for both these teams to be in, but ultimately, Fudash has that flip up, might be able to make a few saves here. Overgrown Lemon, though, winning every strike war, and is going to open up both barriers for the side of Fudan Suns, and now, I mean, they're looking so strong, they lose their barrier, and it's all that they can do. We'll see if Fudan Suns can keep this alive for themselves in this point.
A great evade from Ripstick gets out one sequence, but he's not going to win this one. EI Rush taking him off the field, and now it's Cliff Wolfman just getting the core through, putting the fries in the bag. 2-1 lead. Really good plays coming out from Fudan Suns. They're looking to make Gates competitive.
Yeah, really good kill onto Ripstick. Saw that Dubu was low and decided to use that pressure to just get a nice easy kill, nice easy goal. And oh my god, Dubu Tofu Fortress is terrible. It does not work. But for the time being, it's anybody's game here. Is Fudan Suns currently up in this set, and if they just get one more, they're going to be looking at a very good, very close looking set 5 here in this second game. They really need this to happen now, but Overgrown Lemon, great death touch, is going to be able to pull Fudash back in, and really good save from Fudash, but it's a very scary spot.
Overgrown Lemon after the break has been playing with his mind like just crazy. Fudash has to use his flip in the presence of such aura here, and now Angle Senpai just waiting out, trying to make sure he can get his heals up, but he might die now. Ripstick is there to back him up. Oh, making sure Wolfman can't get to him. It might be from not. Oh, the Tofu Fortress giveth. Angle Senpai lives. Wolfman now brought down low, but Angle Senpai. Oh, there we go. The Celestial Depression, but it doesn't matter. Overgrown Lemon tying up the score 2-2 at the other side of the field.
Lemon caught Fudash without that strike shot, without that strike up, and without having, I don't think, enough energy to make that evade there. So nice quick pendulum swing, that bread and butter as usual. Going to be able to close it out now, but FURT is 1 point away from making it to playoffs here. This is where it really matters. They want to close it out now. Overgrown Lemon almost has that flip up. Cliff uses it as well to try and get something going. It is all I can do. Angle Senpai has opened the barrier.
Both fours of FURT are looking dangerously low, though. They kind of have to play off the back foot as Ripstick is the one spearheading the offense now. Somehow, some way, the core gets past Angle Senpai, who gets taken off the field. The stagger wasn't enough to keep him there. And now Overgrown Lemon, he has flip, but he wants to save it for the goal. Ripstick here just doing a 2v1 in the log holds, the Tofu Fortress holds, and now it's Overgrown Lemon there. Death touch, flip comes out, not enough for the expanse though, but the stun from the pendulum swing also not enough. Double expanse coming out. There's a twin drive monumentalist Atlas. There's a huge Atlas as we come up, and Ripstick just going in, and now this is a side of power play on the side of FURT this time, a rare power play, and they can make it count. Can they make it count? And it's a strike 4 win from Angle Senpai. FURT makes it to the playoffs. They're 6th place in NAST. Oh my goodness, Potat. This is crazy. FURT makes it.
Oh my gosh, that was such a crazy series, crazy final to end that out. It looked like Fudan Suns were almost able to close everything out, and they all of a sudden just realized their win condition and were able to just close out the series, just got that final point they needed, and now, I mean, that was a really good game, and FURT's gonna take it 2-0 though. We saw only 5 goals surprisingly coming out from the side of Fudan Suns. It was looking to be a 9-0 until that until that 4th set, when on tournament or on playoffs point, series point, the side of Fudan Suns were able to, I'm pretty sure, make that reverse 3-0, get themselves back in the game and take it so far, and actually give FURT a run for their money here in this final game of the nasty regular season.
I mean, how many people would think that FURT would, even get through Launchpad? But FURT pulled upsets getting up to Launchpad. They pulled quite a few upsets in the regular season of NAST, and they prove it once again just securing their spot in playoffs, knocking Dynasty Party of all teams, who was the winner of last season's Nasty, I believe. So Dynasty Party not making it because of the head-to-head with FURT. It's absolutely crazy. Well-deserved for FURT. Congratulations, and great plays from Pudad and Sons, but this time FURT is the clear winner.
Yeah, I mean, Dynasty Party lost their final game against ECL just earlier this week, and that puts them on their playoffs life, and ultimately this match here is what decided it. And now let's look at our playoffs here. I believe it's going to be Koyo ECL both at 7-2 to close out the regular season. And then freaking esports and handless dogs are 6-3, closing out this season. And then we will see Groundhog Day is 5-4. I believe they also qualified, and then it was up to Dynasty Party versus FURT, and FURT was able to close it out. So your playoffs teams, I believe, are going to be Koyo, ECL, freaking esports, handless dogs, Groundhog Day, and FURT. And unfortunately, it's going to be end of the game here, end of the road here for Dynasty Party, Pudad and Sons, Woe Chills, and A-Boy Entourage. So, thank you for watching this final match at Nasty. Stay tuned though here. We got our final match going. We got, let's see, Heavy Metal Gundam versus Oncoming Traffic in just a moment here. So make sure you stay tuned.
We'll be right back. All right, we're back. This time we're with a NAST game. We have Heavy Metal Gundam versus Oncoming Traffic. And these are two teams who have confirmed their spots in playoff. But if Oncoming Traffic win, they restore order and balance within the standings. If Heavy Metal Gundam win, they throw chaos into the standings as we have a three-way tie for third, as Polar, Cyber, HMG are going to have to play some tiebreakers to confirm where in the playoff brackets they're going to end up. And that's a pretty big deal, especially in a double elimination bracket like these ones. So we're going to see two really strong teams duke it out. I'm excited to have Potat with me again. How are you doing, Potat? How do you feel about these comps?
I'm not too bad. We got some interesting comps here. I always love seeing Fresh on that Rasmus, especially because Rasmus, my favorite goalie character, because I play him. So Fresh on that Rasmus, especially with the double size, thanks to that recovery drone, is going to be super nice to see here. But also we got, Oncoming Traffic has those incredible characters that they love to play, but quick first goal here. As Fresh is going to get a nice little portal. Catching Mangoes on that now, a bit off guard, and Tempo Melon on that Luna. Always love to see it, especially just in recent times. Coin on the Juliet. We saw how powerful of a character, how threatening that character was in that game 1 between FURT and Sun. So we'll see how it plays out here. And then, I mean, as I already said, Mangoes on that now is a really fun pick to see. Not too common here, but we'll see how it all turns out.
Yeah, Tempo Melon showing herself to be a very adept person at killing already. This Luna just kind of walking around, doing dashes, putting damage on, but this actually Zay Forever putting a lot of damage on Coin, who is forced to use his flip, use his evade, and nice angle off of Gates as Mangoes Are Yummy saves that nasty core flip. I believe came out from Zay Forever, and now Zay is looking low, just getting shot by now Doritos everywhere as Tempo Melon dives in and gets the barrier. No, doesn't get the barrier, holds, and Luna Nuke actually grieves it, but Coin, nice punch coming in. Light Ray Flesh has to save it, and this is a really scary play coming out from Oncoming Traffic as Mangoes Are Yummy has to use their core flip as well. And great primary from Vice, doesn't secure the goal, and rightfully Fresh is on there. He's ready to pass through the portal to Zay Forever. Can he secure it with the slice and dice? Comes out, Mangoes dies, and the supernova coming out from Tragic unfortunately does not secure the goal, but this is a power play on the side of Oncoming Traffic. Heavy Metal Gundam, sorry.
Yeah, they're going to be able to close it out here in the second point, and now they're up 2-0 going into the potential final point of this set. Fresh and Tragic and Zaya, have been doing a really good job of just cycling these kills, dealing a whole lot of damage, and I mean, Mangoes Are Yummy, it feels like he's been off the field more often than he's been on. However, though, that Luna is a super powerful character, and Tragic, with that flip, doesn't really have too many opportunities for an evade. So we're going to see if Tragic might get focused here. Has to burn that flip in order to stay alive. Bit of a scary spot here for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. They just want to be able to close out this set here, though. Maybe get some extra damage. Because if they're able to maybe burn this recovery drone off a Coin, it could be pretty big. They really just want to close out this point. Close out this set.
Tragic brought down low, a nice death touch, saves Tragic once again, as well as a evade now, and Tragic waits out all those skill dumps from Tempo Melon from Coin. Does get punched, but this isn't enough to kill him, and we see Frightfully Fresh lose the barrier to Tempo Melon's dash actually, and the core goes around the portal, and Mangoes Are Yummy has to hold. Coin clearing the way for Mangoes Are Yummy as these teams are playing great defensive plays, and Tempo Melon even on a hurt just weaves past the EI rush. Zay Forever uses the flip. Mangoes Are Yummy answers in kind as Coin gets it around, sets it up for Tempo Melon, who just knocks it in, and it's 2-1. Oncoming Traffic coming in, catching up to Heavy Metal Gundam just a little bit.
Yeah, that was a really good awareness. Great pass there from Coin down to Tempo Melon, who just had that boost, was able to come flying on in, and Whiplash has a couple extra starting frames there, so you're not going to be able to see that Rasmus secondary get the save too terribly fast. You gotta kind of do it in advance, and ultimately that core was just going way too fast for that Whiplash to be able to catch it. So Really good awareness. Tempo Melon was able to close that one out, but I mean, the pressure is on from Heavy Metal Gundam. They got the first barrier down, and I mean, we got a flip up for Frightfully Fresh. Tragic and Zay both really high on that energy, so we'll see where this goes from here. Coin also super low on the health.
Yeah, they're trying to get the recovery drone out from Coin, who's retreating all the way back to safety, but this means that Tempo Melon is exposed as a nice dive from Luna gets her out of there. Great boost. And Zay Forever with the flip, trying to contest the barrier. Unfortunately, Mango's smooth clear out, but Dorito is gone. Tempo is low again. Coin bringing back, but he has no evade, so Zay Forever can continue to pile on this damage in this corner offense, and Mango's clears, but the Supernova is there. Finally, Coin's recovery drone goes away. Tempo, Coin both low. Mango's also low. Just they have to decide someone to defend, but this pressure, this damage is absolutely crazy for Heavy Metal Gundam. Zay Forever, can he connect? He cannot, and Tragic goes in. Unfortunately, the primary misses as well. So here we go, back again, rolling out, and Mangoes Are Yummy clears once again with the Oni's blade. This time Tragic's turn and gets Mangoes Are Yummy, and Zay Forever trying to get it past Tempo Melon, who holds, and now Frightfully Fresh is the one who has to deal with the barrier, and Tragic with the core flip, he can come in, and Death Touch coming in, just setting it up for Tragic. Coin dash punches it through, and the Flame Flurry comes out. Everyone comes in, and Zay Forever finally securing the set for Heavy Metal Gundam. A hard-fought defense, but Heavy Metal Gundam gets through oncoming traffic.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible line of two deep defense coming out from the side of oncoming traffic. I mean, we saw just they were able to cycle that core around, keep those clears a coming, but ultimately Mangoes Are Yummy getting taken off the map kind of spelled their doom there. Is now we're going to see Tragic pick up that explosive entrance off of that set MVP. Looks like we're going to get a Timeless Creator, though, for Mangoes Are Yummy. Going to be really useful on that now, going to have those bigger minds. A bit more healing as well. No, not yet. But for that now. So we'll see how that all turns out. Looks like stacks on stacks as well coming out for Zay Forever. Bit more speed. Gonna be able to see how that's going. And finally, I think Coin as well. Getting that glass cannon is gonna be pretty big. That puts a big target on Coin's back, but with that recovery drone, it could be a very useful awakening, because all of a sudden Coin is the person taking all the damage, and Tempo Melon has free reign over all of these kills that might be coming out here in this set.
Absolutely, Tempo Melon diving in, trying to get the lower barrier. Coin just chunked down from full health, has the dash punch out of there. Tempo Melon trying to get some core control with the missile, but unfortunately the offense is going to be halted just like that as Heavy Metal Gundam here. Very cognizant was Zay Forever, but he can dodge the nuke and the punch, but he can't dodge all of these, and the Flame Flurry fails to confirm the kill. Still gets an evade out of Zay Forever. He's dashing out of harm's way. Tempo Melon brought dangerously low. This Supernova could be it, but just knocked back to the orb. Was Tempo Melon Frightfully Fresh, unable to confirm the kill here, as both teams forwards are just getting bounced around like it's some kind of amusement park ride. And we're seeing Mangoes Are Yummy trying to do their best to clear as Tempo Melon gets hit, trying to survive and not get knocked out of the side of the map. And we're seeing Frightfully Fresh, great Death Touch coming in, holding the barrier. Once again, the now Dorito is there, just sends it right back to Fresh, and Tempo Melon and Mangoes are able to hold, but Zay Forever finally with the Slice and Dice. No, not even Mangoes clears, but there we go. Now we see the first barrier down. Absolutely crazy first point as the overtime comes to fruition.
Yeah, overtime has now been set up, and Mangoes does have that flip up. Nope, no longer. Tempo Melon, though, super low, gets staggered. Frightfully Fresh on that Rasmus has a whole lot of potential opportunities in order to just kind of get these, get some of these kills, get some of this damage going, and it's going to be useful, though, as Coin, really great save with that punch, is going to be able to keep it up for the time being, but Tragic is going to catch a missed rebound from the side of oncoming traffic, and Tragic, Heavy Metal Gundam, now 1-0-1-0 in terms of point and set, so we're going to see what's going to happen here coming into this next point as Tragic and Zay Forever looking very strong. Zay, of course, having that full stacks on stacks, has a lot more speed, a lot more potential for some of those plays, and so we're gonna see what happens here. Fresh, though, taking Tempo Melon super low. Coin as well, staggered.
The Supernova just creating so much value on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam as they use that raw force to push through Mangoes and Tempo, as Coin just has to fight for survival. He doesn't want the recovery drone gone just yet. He has to use his dash for to run away, actually, and that Thunderstruck as well, just coming in from downtown, has to watch out for everything is dangerous. Mangoes loses the strike, or Zay Forever connects with it, and a 2-0 lead on this second set. They can really snowball out of control. Heavy Metal Gundam can if they win this next point.
Yeah, just a nice quick slap to the core from Zay Forever is going to be able to close out that second point. And I mean, as you said, Heavy Metal Gunham looking very, very confident right here. Zay Forever with that flip is going to open up the second barrier. And now it is all oncoming traffic can do to keep this core away. Tempo Melon is going to be able to get the kill with the flip, though, and open up both of Fresh's barriers. So we're going to see what happens here. Tempo, no energy, coin staggered. Very scary spot for both players on oncoming traffic from the forward side.
Yeah, dashing in, but Coin finally the recovery drone has popped. Zay Forever using the Oni's blade gets the core through the portal, and Frightfully Fresh is there with the pendulum swing, pulls Tempo Melon away, but the core slips through, and that's what matters. Oncoming traffic getting back again. Signs of life once again on this set as well.
Yeah, I mean, Tempo Melon, that tiny little Luna, does have that fighter plate, though, so you're gonna see just these tiny little pokes here from the strike, which is always something amusing to me, at least from Luna's little movements, little animation. So Tempo Melon, nice little poke there, is able to get that save. Ooh, really good save though from Mangoes. Uses the flip in order to get out of that ultimate. That is Supernova. But not gonna work out quite yet though. Is not a power play, and Tragic is gonna be able to win that strike war, close it out. Now we're going to the draft.
Yeah, I mean, super cool awareness from Mangoes or Yummy. Unfortunately, the pressure is so strong, and Zay Forever is going to be MVP here.
Yeah, let's see. So for the Awakenings, we're gonna see 3 sparks in the draft to start it out. This is a pretty scary spot, and then you got that Zentaro. Maybe, yeah, you can deny that Deadeye, but also Tempo Melon is going to be able to pick up that missile propulsion, so you're going to get those big Luna rockets. They're going to go super far. Monumental is blocked away from Mangoes or Yummy. I'd say pretty good awareness there onto that Rasmus, just figuring out what you need to prevent them from getting. Tragic also picking up that prize fighter, so gonna be pretty nice. They're gonna have to keep locking in some of these kills, and already they're getting started. This Coin, no energy to his name, and health went down to basically nothing. Mangoes, though, that now gonna be able to do a great job of just keeping his teammates alive.
Yeah, a little bit of unfortunate draft on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, just forced to deny oncoming traffic there. It's just off their bis just everywhere. But Coin still being brought down dutifully low. He has to really work to not get his recovery drone just popped right off the bat. He's racing for the orb. Zay Forever wants to stop him. The death touch a little too late. But, Coin still stagger kept low, and Tempo Melon just catches Zay Forever off of the side now. A great boost from downtown as Mangoes are Yummy holding strong even with both barriers low. The forwards of oncoming traffic just have such admirable pressure even as they're getting battered and bruised, and Coin is brought down low once again, has to trade places with Mangoes or Yummy, who is full energy, but Tragic is brought down low now, and Tempo Melon trades once again. A nice missile getting Vice off the field, who is such a huge threat to oncoming traffic, as we see Frightfully Fresh rotate the core around. Unfortunately loses the barrier, and now Frightfully Fresh on the net by alone, and Coin's not going to miss that.
Yeah, I mean, Coin with that build different from the draft is going to be super strong, because now, I mean, that Juliet is going to be able to secure so many more kills. Tempo Melon as well has that missile propulsion. It feels like just is ripping apart these health bars coming out from Heavy Metal Gundam, as we see there. That Creator is going to be able to get the kill onto Zay Forever. And, I mean, all the pressure is on the side of oncoming traffic, though. Is great saves coming out from Heavy Metal Gundam is going to keep the core out for now, but they have such a mountain to climb if they want to win this point.
Absolutely, and Frightfully Fresh do hold. He's been making absolutely heroic plays for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, but 1v1 against Coin. Coin does win the strike or down to the bottom corner, using the flip even, but it's a weird angle here. Tempo Melon zooming in, unfortunately does not get the core in, but has a flip, and Coin dash punches it through. And oncoming traffic, suddenly they have huge momentum on this third set. They are online.
Yeah, I mean, that entire draft might have just completely polarized this game here. Is no energy for the side of oncoming traffic, but they've looked so confident here in this point and said, hey, we're down 2-0, but that doesn't mean we're out, and game's not over until we see that game over screen. So, I mean, now it's all up to the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. They are on their set point. They can close it out here. We'll see what happens. Is Tempo Melon, though, taking low. Zay Forever also on death's door. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, Tempo Melon wisely just backing out instead of trying to contest the Rasmus with the Whiplash. Fresh just threatening to take off Tempo Melon at every turn. But even so, this Luna, like a pesky mosquito, just making things happen as they get a barrier for all their troubles. And now Coin sharking down. Tragic using their Supernova to pressure once again. Mangoes is there, though, always in position. Tempo Melon just getting knocked around, but it still wins the strike order. There we go, finally dies, but the nice 2 barriers for all their troubles. And now Tragic is the one moving out with Zay Forever, does win a strike war against Mangoes Are Yummy, and now it's an open net, it's a power play, and Tragic gets the court in, and Heavy Metal Gundam do want to close it out this set.
Yeah, some great kills, some great plays. I mean, Tempo Melon and Zay both kind of went flying around the entire map throughout that point, and now, I mean, Heavy Metal Gundam still in this set, still in it to win it, but I mean, they still have a bit of mountain to climb. There's a whole lot more energy on the side of Mangoes Are Yummy as that flip is going to be burned. Now the energy is kind of towards the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Coin is super low as well. Might have to burn that recovery drone, but no! Instead it's going to be able to take that kill on Tragic, burn some of that prize fighter stack, and now it looks like oncoming traffic is at full steam ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Julie's not truly dead until she's actually off the field with a 13-second timer, and it's been proved by Coin as he stays relevant, just knocking off Tragic even in the lower state, and Tempo Melon boosting in, getting the goal, and oncoming traffic is back in the game. They're in it.
Yeah, they're gonna take that set for themselves. They aren't 7-1 for nothing, so we'll see what they kind of pick up here in this draft. Looks like Coin is gonna pick up that heavy impact, gonna be that set MVP. Gonna block away the Vice. I think that 1-2 punch was definitely kind of whispering in Coin's ear, pick me. But that heavy impact, unfortunately, is what is a necessary evil to take. I mean, it's still really good on Juliet. Don't get me wrong here. We're also gonna see Vice Tragic gonna pick up that bulk up as well. Frightfully Fresh picking up that team player is gonna have some of those crazy passes over to his teammates, and then Mangoes Are Yummy as well. I think that Aerial's pickup is gonna be pretty nice. Gonna have those get a lot more speed from those secondaries. Gonna have the Doritos. They can go all the way across the map as we see right there. But Tragic getting taken off the map, and now oncoming traffic. Pedal to the metal is. I mean, they're looking just as strong as they were in that previous set, and I mean, they got that first set. They're looking like they're not stopping as both players go down for Heavy Metal Gundam.
Unfortunate angle, and Tempo Melon just boosting in again, getting the score, and this is really scary. Both forwards just dash punching the core, the people, just everything as oncoming traffic take the lead in the 4th set here. They could equalize this.
Yeah, I mean, they only need 2 points, and all of a sudden, the game that looked so bad for them to begin in the first 2 sets is all of a sudden might be evened up, though. Tragic, great Supernova is going to open up both barriers for the side of oncoming traffic, and Frightfully Fresh with that primary gives a nice little slap to Coin, pops that recovery drone. Both barriers are open for both sides. Tragic is off the map. Oncoming traffic turned what looks like an impossible point into something, a little playground for themselves. Frightfully Fresh, they're going to keep it up for now.
Frightfully Fresh, unfortunately, they're losing the strike war to Coin. He couldn't reach it in time, and great lead now for oncoming traffic. And yeah, if they take it to set 5, this is genuinely anyone's game now.
Yeah, oncoming traffic. Mangoes has that flip available, and Coin has that up pretty soon. Tempo with a great boost, gonna be able to give a nice little push to the core. Just push it right in. Coin using that flame flare to open up the barrier, and now Frightfully Fresh, no barriers to his name. We're gonna see open goal for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. We're gonna see what happens here.
Yeah, great flip from Frightfully Fresh. Zay Forever trying to equalize the barrier count. Oni's blade used, but Coin gets it out of danger zone with the flip, and now getting around Tragic. Frightfully Fresh, great size on the Rasmus. Pendulum swings it away. Now it's up to Mangoes Are Yummy to hold this offense from Heavy Metal Gundam. Zay Forever, nice angle with the flip. Unfortunately, their oncoming traffic is there for the rebound. Frightfully Fresh corner clearing it to Tragic as they kind of getting beaten around. But this Supernova has generated so much value before. This time it's not going to generate any, as Tempo Melon, great boost, but pulled back by the Death Touch. Frightfully Fresh misses the corner, but now he hits it. And now Tempo Melon, great awareness, but Frightfully Fresh just has size, but not big enough. As Tempo Melon gets it around Frightfully Fresh finally. And we go to a point, set 5.
Set 5 now is what looked like an impossible game for oncoming traffic is all of a sudden going to be in their hands, and I mean that truck just ain't stopping yet. So it's a pretty scary spot for Heavy Metal Gundam here. We're gonna see extra special picked up for Tempo Melon on the Luna. Going to have so many more of those craters. Going to have a lot more opportunities to just say, hey, no, your health bar is going bye-bye. We are going to see Supernova, though, Tragic, going to pick up that specialized training, have so much more damage on that special, and might be a bit scary here for the side of oncoming traffic as well. Fresh is going to pick up that Might of the Colossus. Going to be a nice little awakening. Rasmus Fresh loves the size. Really nice awakening to have if you are that Rasmus. And so now it is this final set in the first game. We're gonna see what happens here. Getting into it, no barriers down for either side. Mangoes are yummy. Nice little defense. Gonna keep it out for now.
Yeah, energy looking a little dangerously low for Tragic as Tempo Melon boosts in. Rightfully Fresh fighting for the barrier life here in Gates of Obscura as Tragic sets up the Thunderstruck, but has to use it. Can't use it for now as Mango and Tempo clear it around, and the nice, there we go, the primary and getting the second barrier as well. This is huge for oncoming traffic. Fresh, great pendulum swing. Finally, a power play starting up for Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, the power play is now live. Tempo Melon taken off the field. Oh no, Coin gets the kill on Tragic though, and Save Forever doesn't care. Going to be able to use that EI Rush in order to just lock down that point. Go up nice 1-0 in this set 5. I mean, this is what Heavy Metal Gundam needs. It looked like their game in the beginning, and now it looks like maybe their game in the end here. Zay has that flip available, but is super low. Gonna get kind of targeted here by the side of oncoming traffic. Has to burn that flip in order to stay alive. Tempo Melon, nice little boost, is going to be able to get something going, and Fresh, misplay there, has to use the flip in order to keep it away.
Yeah, scary moment now from Rightfully Fresh. These are the moments that you think about at night when you're sleeping, if you lose the game. So Heavy Metal Gundam has a lot to do. Tempo Melon, really good find on the missile all the way from downtown. Coin brought dangerously low though, and Fresh can confirm this if he has to hook up soon. But Coin, no, he's gonna live. And now we see the Thunderstruck secondary coming up, and Tragic holds the core, buys time for Zay to come out. But this is a power play. This is a core flip play coming out, and wins does Heavy Metal Gundam. They come out of this alive, and now Thunderstruck coming out, and they're gonna kill Mangoes and strike the core in, and a 2-0 lead. Heavy Metal Gundam look to close this out.
Mangoes maybe went a bit too far away, as couldn't get back in time, and that core just went kind of floating into their own goal. Zay Forever Tragic capitalizing as they do best, and were able to close out that point. Now they're up 2-0 set or game point. And Tempo Melon, though, is going to be able to open up both barriers for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. It's pretty scary here. Oncoming traffic has their opportunity to make a play. Tempo Melon and Coin, though, super low. Tempo Melon staggered. Coin loses that recovery drone, and now it's scary for both teams here. Oncoming traffic really wants to get something, get their stake back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was huge value for extra special, or from specialist training on Tragic. He gets both players loaded, but it's power play time for oncoming traffic as the secondary unable to get there in time. The core isn't slowed, and now a dash punch into Tempo Melon just covering the out clear. Frankly Fresh put in a really scary spot, and oncoming traffic looking to come back.
Yeah, Tempo Melon able to close that point out, and now oncoming traffic, it looks so scary for them. They've gone up, they were down 2 sets, and then they're up, back, tying it up, but now Coin getting taken off the map, doesn't have the recovery drone to save him now. Had that flip up no longer. Tragic, though, also pretty low here. Mango's really good awareness, gonna use that secondary in a primary combo. Get a nice little kill onto that Vice here, and now Coin is back up. It's a power play shifted for the side of oncoming traffic. And now all the pressure is on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. They have nothing they can do as that core is going to go floating into the bottom side of the net. All tied up. Set 5.5. Oncoming traffic has managed to tie things up.
Again, these teams both have playoffs confirmed. They're jockeying for position and where in the bracket they would be, and this is going to be really, really important, especially for the other two teams who might potentially be in third place if Heavy Metal Gundam win this. But Frightfully Fresh looking to losing the two barriers in Gates of Obscura in this ever important point. But Tempo Melon brought low, who has no energy, and Zay isn't going to miss that chance. And an insta flip from Tempo Melon. Unfortunately, Frightfully Fresh is there, but Zay is the one who actually goes down. Tempo Melon still alive, still nuking. And Mango's Ryumi slightly caught up a position, does drop the one barrier here for oncoming traffic, and Frightfully Fresh pulling Tempo Melon away in a portal play coming out from Mango's Ryumi. Unfortunately, Tragic is there, but Coin, but Frightfully Fresh catches it, and Tempo Melon's boost is also caught by, as well. Wonderful defense from Frightfully Fresh, and now we're seeing Coin rotating the core through the portals, trying to make sure that Tempo can heal up at least, but the Supernova Prey held the Oni's blade, and Frightfully Fresh slightly off angle, and Coin gets the goal, and oncoming traffic. They win set one. Or series, first game of the series. There we go.
Game one going to be solidified here for the side of oncoming traffic. I mean, that was just a crazy first game. Heavy Metal Gundam, it looked like they had that in the bag. They went up 2-0 in those sets and then proceeded to, in that set 5, go up 2-0 again. And then oncoming traffic, I mean, they just figured out what they needed to do. They got that reverse 3-0 sweep when, I mean, just crazy first game. As oncoming traffic, it looked gone, and then they proceeded to, I guess, I mean, you know, the oncoming traffic lore, you know, just they ran right over that Gundam. So, you know, it's got to happen. Oncoming traffic, though, now up 1-0 in this series, and I mean, really good. I don't know what to say.
I mean, it's just, it felt like a natural disaster with that third set draft. Like, what do? You know, you can't really deny, even if you do, oncoming traffic just scaled. And yeah, that last set though, it looked like Heavy Metal Gundam really had their T's crossed and I's dotted until oncoming traffic really figured out what to do as well. And great plays from oncoming traffic, well deserved, but Heavy Metal Gundam have to shake this off and get back so that they have a chance to secure third place in the brackets.
Yeah, and now we're gonna hop right into game number 2. Let's see, it was 14 kills in game 1 from the side of oncoming traffic, and now we're gonna see what happens. Instead, Tragic has that Luna now, though. Tempo Melon on the Aimi. Aimi is definitely really good at putting out that damage, though. Same with Drakkar, so we'll see kind of a lot of damage from both sides, as usual, here in this patch, but Zay Forever gonna be taken super low already.
Yeah, absolutely. Frightfully Fresh. I mean, HMG just on paper is going to output so much damage, especially with that Vice Luna, but oncoming traffic did win the first game, and Frightfully Fresh does lose the second barrier here, so the barrier count is equalized. A great dive in from Tragic. Mango's just playing on the edge to survive that, and now Zay Forever kind of pushed into a corner, and this is Taiko Tempo. Even the corners aren't safe, and Tempo Melon, great cyber swipe, gets past Tragic into the goal. Oncoming traffic leading off the second game in the series with a 1-0.
Yeah, nice little cyber swipe, as you said, coming out from Tempo Melon. Going to be able to close out that first point. Not a whole lot of energy on Coin or Zay, though. Both the brawlers are prone to getting just absolutely taken off the field. But for the time being, Zay Forever going to be able to pick up that orb and stay alive. Mango's Ryumi, though, showing why the Now is such a useful character, is able to provide so much healing and health. And also just gonna play up in this map, send out those Doritos, having kind of a field day out here. And Zay Forever going to be able to come back up on that power play. Now Coin is going to try and push the core in.
A huge defense with Frightfully Fresh and Zay Forever, as Coin's shotgun is lost, but a great find just gets it to Tempo Melon, who has all the space in the world to secure that goal.
Yeah, just a nice quick little pass down to Tempo. All of the time in the world after that one. Great awareness from Coin, just that passing lane was open. And now we're gonna see the core go kind of, I think that, the Vice Chain Lightning kind of pushed it into the Dorito from Mango's, and now Mango's just keeping alive, keeping the core going. Uses that flip, is rendered pretty low here with that Supernova, though, from Fresh. And taken out, but no! The corner angle is going to make it so that Fresh own goals. I mean, that's such a sad, sad way to lose that first set. And now oncoming traffic, nice quick 3-0 in that first set. Looking at the awakenings here, we got Spark of Agility, triple Spark here as well. Looks like we're gonna see missile propulsion picked up for Coin on that Jakar. Gonna love to see a bit more damage onto those shotgun shells. Also, we're gonna see Zay Forever picking up that primetime extra Kazan primaries, so now you got 2 more instead of just the original 2. Also, we're gonna Tempo Melon. I mean, got a lot of kills in that first set. Now with that prize fighter, gonna be a little scarier, or I guess a lot scarier if Tempo is able to get that first kill. All of a sudden, it might just be game over here for the side of Heavy Metal Gunham. For the time being, though, Coin taken very, very low to start off this set, and both players are down for the side of oncoming traffic.
Yeah, slight off angle from Frightfully Fresh. A great Taiko bounce from Tragic, though, even as we see the Kazan go off the death. But Tragic also goes off, but Frightfully Fresh does it himself. Vice Primary won't miss twice, and go a great comeback from Heavy Metal Gundam as they lead set 2.
I mean, crazy play. Tempo Melon saw that Cyber Swipe kill onto Tragic and decided to take it, but that left Frightfully Fresh a nice clear angle to send out that power cord and get that goal going. Tempo Melon, though, has to burn the flip. There's a lot of damage going out from both sides. Coin going to be able to get that kill thanks to that missile propulsion onto the shotgun. And, I mean, Mango Surigami, Tempo Melon, and Coin are all playing pretty midfield-oriented characters. And so, I mean, they're feeling super comfortable. Just Mango's has been playing offense quite a bit in this point. As you see, they're just going up, using that ultimate in order to get a lot of pressure going onto that defensive side. I mean, Frightfully Fresh with that Vice doesn't have as many defensive opportunities as maybe that Rasmus would in the last game. So we're going to see how this all turns out. Tempo Melon, though, super concerning situation. Almost gets taken out, but is able to take someone out themselves as Stay Forever is now off the map. It's a power play for oncoming traffic.
Yeah, oncoming traffic actually out brawling HMG right now, and the boost misses from Tragic as Mangoes are yummy. Getting the core around and Frightfully Fresh, unfortunately not there in time. Stop the oncoming Tempo Melon.
Yeah, Tempo Melon definitely knows how to, you know, run you over, especially with that Fireball Sentry and that Cyber Swipe. Really good awareness there. I mean, the kills are just flying, and Tempo Melon takes another, and Coin looking low, but almost takes out Tragic. Tragic now almost staggered from that stinger, and now it's all that Heavy Metal Gundam can do. Zay Forever only Coin pretty low, but Frightfully Fresh gonna come back alive, come back online, and this is a super scary spot. Tempo Melon takes another.
Never-ending kills from Tempo Melon and Coin, and when Coin looks low, Mangoes are yummy is gonna be there and heal him back up. This is a really scary comp coming out from oncoming traffic, and Tempo Melon does miss that core flip, and Frightfully Fresh looking frightfully low, and Tempo Melon cyber swipes him off the field. Coin is looking low now though, but he's gonna be healed up as he walks up to the midfield and uses the direct shotgun. Tempo Melon just striking around until her cooldowns are back up. Tragic wins the strike or finally with the boost, but Mangoes Yummy just gets straight out there again, and a great cyber swap and a glitch pop taking once again a power play for oncoming traffic, with Tempo Melon just continuing to feed Coin to core until he scores. The beatings will never stop, and the Dorito will finally end it all. And 2-1 lead on oncoming traffic.
I don't know how many kills there were in that point, but it feels like the entire side of Heavy Metal Gun was off the field for the majority of that point. So, I mean, oncoming traffic, incredible plays here. They're just constantly getting these kills. Tempo Melon rendered low, but isn't taken off the field yet, as, I mean, both areas are down now for Heavy Metal Gundam. They just have to stay alive here in this point, but Tempo Melon, really good,
For win.
oh my gosh, really good glitch pop is going to be able to close that out.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, oncoming traffic taking a 2-0 set lead here, as Heavy Metal Gundam has to do a lot of work to come back, and we're entering draft here. Aimi at the helm.
Yeah, let's see here what the awakenings are. I mean, I think it's just a, Deadeye right for the taking here for Tempo Melon. If you thought you got enough kills with that Cyber Swipe glitch pop in that first set, second set, we're gonna, I think, see it all the more in this third set, as we're gonna see Tragic take that bulk up. Has a bit more stagger, a bit more power too. But I mean, honestly, I think it might just be lights out with that Deadeye from Tempo Melon. The side of oncoming traffic has gotten so many kills, run the entire side of Heavy Metal Gundam over, it feels, in just these quick first few sets. And I mean, it looks like it might not stop. Tempo Melon, though, rendered low thanks to the Tragic, using the primary and secondary, getting a bit of a combo, but I mean, Mangoes Are Yummy has that ultimate, has that secondary up, and Tempo Melon can get low, but just sit out from the play a couple seconds, and all of a sudden you're back online, and Coin is instead going to be the one to try and fight Tragic, and instead it's Zay Forever getting taken off the map, and now power play for oncoming traffic. Tragic looking super low too. It is all that they can do to stay alive here.
Yeah, they bleed a barrier, and now they bleed a goal as Coin. Wonderful execution, just getting it right as the gates open. Oncoming traffic, they need some kind of respite, this Heavy Metal Gundam, but can they find it?
Yeah, we'll see here in this point. Is Tempo Melon super low, taken off the map in what felt like, what, 2-3 seconds after the point started. Now, though, power play, very few cooldowns to the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Frightfully Fresh going to use that secondary, move forward a little bit, get a bit of pressure going. Zay Forever, though, super low already. Tempo Melon back up means that you don't have a whole lot of cooldowns, and Tempo Melon decides that the barrier's not enough, as Zay is going to be taken super low still, and both barriers, though, open now for oncoming traffic.
Yeah, Tragic zooms in to save the day. Unfortunately, the turret a little too strong. They were getting it around. Mangoes Are Yummy, though, so great plays from Heavy Metal Gundam. I mean, oncoming traffic did it on game 1. Maybe Heavy Metal Gundam can do it game 2.
Yeah, it's not over until the game is finished, so Heavy Metal Gundam definitely have the opportunity. Might be able to get the game back into their hands here, but we shall see. Tragic, though, getting taken to super low might make this super difficult for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, because that's their midfielder off the map. Pretty... Ooh, looks like Tragic is staggered, yeah. I mean, just getting bullied by this offensive duo from the side of oncoming traffic, and now barrier down for Frightfully Fresh. One still alive. Tragic, though, gonna go flying across the map. Might be able to get that orb, is gonna heal up a little bit, but I mean, it's looking pretty scary. Mangoes Are Yummy is gonna be able to keep this defense flowing with Tempo Melon for the time being.
Yeah, the Luna nuke, unfortunately, doesn't land properly, and now it's Tragic that's taken off the field. As we see the Thunderstruck coming out, Zay Forever trying to do defense, and Frightfully Fresh does clear, and the Taiko bounce nails the second barrier, but it's Coin here now with the offense, and Tempo Melon's Glitch Pop will secure the second barrier in kind, and oncoming traffic just looking unstoppable, especially with that turret. Tragic dashing in, Mangoes answers with a Dorito, and there we go, pressure's gone just like that, and we see a nice dash pop onto Tragic again, and the core just sailing on past as a 2-1 lead from oncoming traffic as they look to restore law and order in NASA land and make sure that the ranks stay the way they are.
Oncoming traffic on series point here have just one more in order to take this, and they're looking very comfortable while doing it. Zay Forever, though, does have that flip available. Might be able to use it. Oh, is able to take Mangoes Are Yummy out, and now it's a power play for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Both barriers down. Coin and Tempo Melon have nothing they can do, as Zay Forever going to send a nice little poke through, and now it is all tied up.
Yeah, I mean, Mangoes Are Yummy has been doing a lot of work in keeping the pressure off of the backs of oncoming traffics forward, and when now gets targeted like that, it is the lowest stagger character in the game, and we're going to see the Luna nuke come down. Frightfully Fresh trying to rotate it through, give the side of Heavy Metal Gundam some chances to get some power plays in, and we're going to see Zay Forever bring Mangoes Are Yummy low, but he is low stagger himself as that Supernova comes in as well.
Yeah, the Supernova not quite able to get anything done quite yet. Tragic, though, is going to be able to open up that barrier with Zay Forever. And now Zay Forever, with the pressure play, is going to be able to open up the barrier. And Heavy Metal Gundam winning this set. I mean, it looked like lights out there, but now all of a sudden, it might be a bit of a reverse sweep here. Heavy Metal Gundam has the opportunity here. They've won the set. Now they have priority going into this draft. And I'm looking at a really good draft. That's a 1-2 punch being able to be picked up for Zay Forever. And on top of that, Mangoes Are Yummy has no choice but to pick that Monumentalist, isn't able to deny Tragic Spice out, is going to be able to pick up, hopefully, that specialized training here soon, I think. Yeah, Tragic instead is going to be able to pick up that specialized training. Frightfully Fresh going to be able to pick up that explosive entrance, has a lot more opportunities to just run around the field now using that secondary. Also, that Tempa Melon, you know, picks up that Super Surge. Not much you can do there. I mean, that Aimi is going to be such a dangerous character to fight against as well. Mangoes Are Yummy has that Monumentalist, is going to have a lot more healing and a lot more damage for his teammates as well. So a bit of a scary situation for both teams here. I think now it's really just a bit of a game of who can play to their win condition better. And now Tragic taking Tempo Melon off the field is going to provide a power play for Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, so they forever has to retreat back and take the orbs. And this power play is looking really, really scary for oncoming traffic as they forever reducing Coin down as well, but this time it's Tragic getting chunked down. He has to boost out of there and rendezvous on the other side of the field, but Coin walks up and just shotguns it through, and Frightfully Fresh, nice supernova, but he has to use his flip to get past, and Tempo Melon just takes the strike core and wins it. And oh my goodness, the Aimi turret pressure can be absolutely scary.
Yeah, actually, something that I've talked to Fresh about in the past, just during series and stuff, while I was talking to him, Fresh actually doesn't like when he has Flip as goalie, and I mean, you can see it right there in that previous point. He kind of lost that point because he had to use that Flip in order to get through that Aimi turret, but in order to get through that Aimi turret, he didn't have anything that he could do after, because, I mean, Tempa Melon had a nice, quick, easy fight on the other side, but now, I mean, I'm yapping too hard. This Heavy Metal Gundam has taken the Sun Point into their hands. Power play for both sides. Tempa Melon back up, though, now, and both barriers down for oncoming traffic, but they have a player advantage for the next second. And so it's a pretty scary opportunity here. Fresh, though, gets taken out, and now power play once again for the side of oncoming traffic.
This time it's looking a little bit scary. Zay Forever, the lone brawler left, doing a 3v1, and Coin and Tempo Melon just making sure that they can chunk him down, but maybe a little too greedy, but now Dorito stays. It's going to be a really, really dangerous position for Zay Forever. Does dodge that Cyber Swipe, though, and trying to chunk down Tempo Melon instead. Takes the orb with a nice heal coming out from Mangoes Are Yummy. Not enough to save Tempo Melon this time, though. Zay Forever coming in with the open 4 primary. Has to be aware of Coin, though, and that Luna nuke, unfortunately, working against him this time, and Frightfully Fresh. Nice defense, but that corner pressure, there we go, Zay Forever, close form strike into 1-1, tying it up. This Heavy Metal Gundam, they want to come back. They want to go to third game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they saw it happen in that previous set. They know they can take a whole bunch of sets in turn, but they just want to see it happen. So, I mean, Zay Forever, really good awareness, got Mangoes Are Yummy down to staggered health bar, and had a nice quick confirm into that goal, but now, I mean, all the pressure is on oncoming traffic side once again. All but stopped, though, is Zay Forever taken low, has the flip, but no real evading opportunities, and barriers both open for both teams. Tempa Melon, though, it has the power play. Tragic!
Wow, Tragic!
Incredible play!
Huge play from Tragic. I mean, wonderful. The double barrier coming out on the side of oncoming traffic, but Heavy Metal Gundam answering kind, and Tragic just securing, just clearing out that now Dorito, and returning back in time to get that flip speed on the core is huge plays, but this is still a dangerous moment for Heavy Metal Gundam as oncoming traffic look to make the score 2-2 as they have 2 barriers to none. And Frightfully Fresh looking low, and he's taken off the field. He has to use a supernova to survive, to use the flip, gets it out of there, returns back with the eject, but Coin shotguns him off the field, and now Zay Forever and Tragic trying to survive and gets the kill onto Coin. This might be a game-defying moment. Unfortunately, Zay Forever unable to maddening descent over the taiko drums. A little too fat for that, unfortunately, the drums were. And Frightfully Fresh coming out, using the eject button to advantage, to layer the pressure onto this corner, trying to take the second barrier of oncoming traffic, but they're going to hold. And this glitch pop, as well as the sentry turret from Aimi, making sure that oncoming traffic stays alive and layers on the pressure. Zay Forever has flipped, though. He can get it. Oh, okay, there we go. The gate's open, but Mangoes Are Yummy has flipped, and Tempo Melon finding the open net on the other side. 2-2 now for oncoming traffic. They're at match point.
That core going right by the power core there, and ultimately it's now or never for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. If they can't close this out, that ends this series. Right here and now, Coin, Tempo Melon moving forward, Tragic looking super low, has to pick up the orb, but doesn't have any stagger to go. Tempo Melon and Coin not quite able to get the last barrier just yet. Rightfully Fresh going to be able to keep it out for now, and Coin a bit scared, doesn't have the cooldowns to come back. It has to go back and grab the orb. Tragic, though, is off the map. 2 flips for the side of oncoming traffic. This is a really scary spot if you are Heavy Metal Gundam, as Frightfully Fresh gets taken out from that flip from Tempo.
A great flip and a glitch pop coming in. That might have been the glitch pop to secure it all, but Heavy Metal Gundam does survive. Coin linking it through, but Zay Forever on top of it. And now Fresh is back. The core is fast though, and the glitch pop saved by Fresh once again. And Drakar's ult just slowing down everybody on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Tragic brought low as Coin looks to snipe him off, but Fresh is there to hold the top side of the barrier. Zay rotating down, and Coin hunts on the hunt for Tragic, as Zay also brought low this time, and that space is just what he needed. Coin seals the deal. Oncoming traffic will be 8-1, second in bracket, and now Heavy Metal Gundam make playoffs, but in a little bit more bruised state. And there will be no third place tiebreaker, unfortunately.
Yeah, no third place tiebreaker here. Let's pull up those results here real quick. As we see so many kills, Tempo Melon with that 12 kills on the IME. Coin with another 6 to complement that, and Mango's, you know, gotta get that little 2 sneaky in there. So that's a nice quick 20 kills from the side of oncoming traffic. And I mean, the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, it felt like they were playing a lot of damage, but couldn't quite replicate that pressure that we saw from the side of oncoming traffic. I mean, oncoming traffic, it was a super close series. I mean, set 5.5 for oncoming traffic to win in that first game, super close, and then all of a sudden in that second game, you know, it was set 4.5, not quite the same, but it was still such a great series to see.
Yeah, I mean, both teams putting up great fights, really showing why the results in NAST close as they are. And Heavy Metal Gundam actually won in terms of raw damage numbers, but they had half the kills, so oncoming traffic really making the kills stick where they count. And yeah, they look really strong, unstoppable, as they march on to playoffs second, I believe, in the standings. So congratulations to oncoming traffic.
Yeah, let's see. It looks like our playoffs teams are going to be Dragon Slayers 2 sitting at a nice 8-1, only losing to the team of Flying Blobos. Oncoming Traffic also sitting at 8-1 here, only losing to, I believe, that Dragon Slayers 2. And then the next best teams are going to be Polar and Polar Cortex and Cyber Swipe, both at 6-3. Polar Cortex, though, going to sneak out a third seed going to playoffs thanks to their head-to-head against Cyber Swipe. Heavy Metal Gundam as well, going to be 5-4, ranking, I think, probably number 6 here in playoffs. And then Flying Blobos, of course, going to be 5-4 as well, beating Jackpot here in their final game of the week. And yeah, I think those are our playoff teams. I'm interested in seeing how these playoffs are going to turn out. We saw just earlier the FURT were able to take it 2 over Sun, solidifying themselves in bracket in the playoffs, and now Dragon Slayers 2 and Oncoming Traffic are going to be kind of fighting it out here, both in those top 2 seeds where you really want to be if you are in playoffs. Top 4 especially, just get that priority as well. So I'm interested in seeing how this is all going to turn out here, but it looks like we got our playoffs solidified for both of the both NASA and NAST, so very interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to come back in a few, but not with Omega Strikers games. We're going to come back with a Town Hall, I believe. So I don't think it will be we, but people will be right back.
Yeah, that's all for us today, so we'll see you soon with the Town Hall. Make sure you stay tuned.
Hello, guys. Hi. We're here. Twitch chat town hall. I'm gonna turn off the stream volume before I hear myself and lose my train of thought. But we're here on another town hall. We're here after another NAS regular season. I think there's a few things to talk about. I have kind of this docket up here from our last town halls as well. I'll be reading Twitch chat too as well, so that we can respond to that. So that'll be the main way you communicate with us. For those who have not attended town hall before, this is something that used to be NAS-wide. This is now generally organization-wide. So this is basically everything related to OS or anything really relevant to us three here for how we run the scene. So we mainly focus on OS stuff. We'll talk about all the different things that we think are happening in the community. We have an admin topic list, which is stuff that we wanted to talk about specifically. We want to talk about specifically, get kind of through that stuff, get our kind of feelers into the community, how people are thinking about certain propositions before we fully enact them. After that, we had a topic submission form that you could submit things that you'd like for us to go over and answer any questions that you have and stuff like that. And then finally, from there, it'll be kind of an open mic wind down and open chat wind down where you could submit things for us to talk about in Twitch chat, and we could talk about stuff and follow up on other things. So I'm going to start it right off. The first three things are sort of are sort of wrapped together. So the Friday schedule squish is kind of what I've called it. This ties in with NAST and NAST and OSAS ISS as well. So I wanted to briefly go over it, but we're thinking that since OSAS, ISS, NASA, and NAST, we're going to not be as ambitious with our stream coverage on all of those. We are thinking that we could squish them down into times that are just generally more convenient for people, a la Friday night, Sunday afternoon, things like that, right? So we were thinking of NASA, NAST, of shifting that from being a fully scheduled, freeform schedule. You could go from anywhere from essentially Monday to Friday. You can schedule any of those times as long as you have refs available. We were thinking of squishing that back into mandatory, or not mandatory, but fixed days like we had in previous seasons. We're thinking for the fixed day to either be Friday or Sunday, with optional flexibilities to reschedule onto any of the days. So, for example, if you get assigned a Sunday game, you could swap. As long as teams agree, you could swap over to a Friday game. So we have a lot of refs who have availabilities on weekends and a lot of stuff that they're pretty flexible. They're pretty awesome. One of the things that I didn't like that we had to put them through was the fact that they didn't know that games were going to happen, like what times they were going to happen, until like a day before or 2 days before. I think that threw a lot of chaos into their own personal schedules and contributed to some of the kind of the burnout that we saw around the end of the season. So I want to have it so that they're on something much more consistent. And so because of that, basically what you're going to be doing is if you're a NASA T player, you're going to be saying, hey, I prefer Fridays, hey, I prefer Saturdays, or whatever, and then you'll be paired with a ref who has a fixed time every single week. So ideally, you'd be getting, if you have the same time slot every week, you'd be getting into the same refs every week too. So that's that. On the same topic, OSAS, ISS, and weeklies. So weeklies, talked with the TOs, Mersa and Ziyoshi. Both are pretty decently in favor of keeping it on Fridays. There was a talk about moving it to Sunday, but I think that just from hearing their thoughts on it, we'd rather just keep it on the Friday. And on top of that, we noticed that the overlap in entries between OSAS and ISS teams and weekly teams are essentially just non-existent. OSAS and ISS teams, they organize scrims amongst themselves. Their weeklies are, ISS and OSAS act as their weeklies for them, and they typically have much better time with that than in our open water competitions. So we figured that there really isn't that much to be lost by making these competitions overlap. So it's likely just going to be a better time for everyone to run it on Friday night, because again, most people will have work the next day. It's kind of just Friday vibes, chill out with your friends, stuff like that. So overall, we think that's going to be a positive change that'll make OSAS and ISS a lot more accessible to people. So, in summary, NASA and NAST, we're going back. We're going from a fully scheduled option to a semi-fixed option where you could pick a time slot between Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We are going to move the weekly and ISS to overlap each other on Friday evenings, where just the weekly was before. And because of that, we think that we're generally trying to squish OS into the weekend to make it more accessible and a little bit easier on our end to run, because we'll just have bigger spikes of activities more than instead of 5 things running at different times. So that's our proposition. We've run this through with TOs, all the TOs for OSS, ISS, and the weeklies. They seem to be generally approving of it, and I wanted to hear what you guys had thoughts about as well. So what will happen to the weeklies? The weeklies are not really changing. They're just going to be overlapping with OSAS and ISS. So they're going to be staying on Friday.
The issue here is that, yes, there are a few OSAS and ISS entrants in weeklies, but weeklies as a whole are kind of dying on their own. It is the main issue here.
Yeah. Yeah, we were worried about weeklies. Or yeah, Achi, you go.
It also lets us, like change the format of the weeklies and make the matches longer so that the teams that are playing in them can play more.
Yeah, so that was our current thoughts on weeklies. That being said, like if we think that Nasty and NASA is gonna kill the weeklies by scheduling on Fridays, I'm open to hear your thoughts on it. I know I was reading Twitch chat and stuff like that. Generally speaking, even when availability was open on like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I think most people scheduled on Thursday, Friday anyways. And that's just how it was. I think most people preferred to play on Thursday, Fridays. Maybe it was because of the scheduling pressures, like, to give that 24-hour notice, you just wanted to figure something out. But even the teams that did end up preferring Monday, Tuesday, kind of teams like Koyo, I think, Koyo and Oncoming Traffic, they preferred Fridays, but they reached out really early in the week. But teams that really did want Monday, Tuesday games would just reach out early. And yeah, like A says, right? Like it's a lot of teams just don't want Monday, Tuesday games, and because of that, we just stocked up on Thursday, Fridays, anyways. So odds are, if we had any sort of open scheduling system, it's just going to affect the weeklies, because people are just going to prioritize playing their weekly games, or sorry, their round robin NAS games on Friday rather than the weekly. That's just what they're gonna do. So the only way that we could have NASA Nasty not kill weeklies is to put it explicitly on Sundays again, which we feel like is just a subpar league experience compared to what we actually could provide.
Yeah, and the one thing that we could consider is moving weeklies to a different weekday. The issue with moving it to Sunday is then they would overlap with our plans to change up NASA and Nasty. And then we would see the same overlap currently. It's rough because, again, I think weeklies just inherently have the problem where, was mentioned earlier, OSAS and ISS teams don't really want to play in weeklies because they would rather play in OSAS ISS or Scrim OSAS ISS. And so the OS as a game ends up being better practice in scrims than in weeklies. And it's hard to change that.
Yeah. So that's our thoughts on it. It feels like the current state of weeklies just can't improve with the framework that we provide with the NAS and with what we just generally want to do with the game. So it's rough. It's tough.
I prefer Soren's idea a lot. I would like to explore potentially a monthly that's not as big of a prize pool, but maybe has a tiny bit of something, and it is monthly instead of weekly. Yeah, I think that sounds a lot better, because I think weeklies, no matter what we do, will just continue to dwindle in players, and I don't think we have any easy answers for that.
Yep.
I don't have an easy answer to players.
Okay, well,
I
I know you're going to change the format, but here we're talking about the issue that weeklies have no players, okay? So Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So the
I think
generally
it-
so oh, you go.
I think it addresses the issue of teams not playing in them and taking them seriously. Because if you change the format off of best of one double elimination, then there will be more practice for the teams who get
Oh,
to
but the
play.
issue is that then it doesn't scale.
You can have a scaling format.
Then why? Again, Achi, like, I don't want to have this discussion right now. Then people would just rather scrim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. So yeah, moving on. Yeah. So okay. Generally speaking, I'm hearing that the sentiment after this discussion is that people would just generally want us to try some radical stuff, whether that be format changes, date changes, or like a mix of basically everything. So, okay. Yeah, monthly it seems to be something that's fairly popular from what I'm seeing. So, if that's something that we'll pursue in the future, that's something we'll pursue in the future. Something's very really low down. It doesn't seem very intriguing. In fact, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jackie, you mentioned it. Like OSAS and ISS teams just aren't motivated to play in the weekly. There's just no reason to. You get better practice probably playing against teams of equal or slightly better skill level, and you're not getting that in weeklies. You're getting an OSAS team into a NASA team into a NASA team, right? That's how weeklies typically have. People still like draft diff and stuff like alpha besties. We could do more crazy wild stuff. We have been trying to do that with the Starcade. It's been hard because just to be blunt, weekly TOs are really busy. They've been dealing with IRL stuff or stuff that they want to do, other passion projects and stuff like that. So unless we get more people to be TOs, and honestly at this point, I'm not like even going to actively really pursue that. We are limited with what we want to do. So
However, if you are interested in doing something, definitely reach out to us, whether it be casting, whether it be TOing, whatever. We'll definitely be able to discuss that at least a little bit. So if you've ever felt like, oh, I could do this better, then reach out, and I'll tell you that maybe you could, or maybe you couldn't. Anyway, more related to our first topic, though, moving the future of OSAS ISS to Friday. Any OSAS ISS players in chat, any thoughts about that? Maybe I should ping OSAS ISS right now. OSAS
maybe
competitor, ISS competitor. First topic is about you guys. Go, get in here ASAP. There we go. Yeah, what will we watch on Thursday nights? Yeah, that's a good question. Me, on the other hand, I'll be very happy having my Thursdays open.
I thought we were not doing Fridays because you were.
Oh, wait, right. OSAS
on
ISIS
Fridays.
Future. That links to the next one.
yeah.
That does link to the next topic. But I'll wait for some more OSAS ISS players to get in here because this is a pretty important topic for OSAS ISS. It's linked. The OSAS ISS stream future and also the Friday schedule change. So if you weren't here like 3 seconds ago, we're exploring moving OSAS ISS to Friday, and we are also considering dropping stream support for the normal weeklies of OSAS and ISS, only streaming the finale. And other than that, we are also planning to squish OSAS and ISS together schedule-wise. Right now they're staggered 2 weeks, but we are also planning to make them simultaneous instead of staggered.
Yeah. It makes a lot of things easier for us with the push to Friday. It'll make probably things easier for players as well to just remember. So yeah. I think overall this is a pretty good change. I think, like I said, I think Friday nights are far more schedule-wise accessible to people than Thursday nights. So we'll see. And yeah, I think we're probably like Simon mentioned, we're probably just going to be looking to stream the finales. If someone wants to go in and stream and like stream weekly stuff for the qualifiers, you're absolutely more than welcome to. We are more than willing to...
Actually, I had a discussion about that with some people.
Oh, yeah.
And the main thing with us supporting someone streaming OSAS weeklies is that they'll run into the exact same problems as us. That number one, and very few people are willing. Number two, even less people are willing to watch.
Yeah,
I think it's better to encourage OSAS and ISS players to stream their POVs, because I know people are curious about
No,
watching
that was literally what I was gonna say. I was literally saying what I was trying to get to was that if we don't have any plans to stream your game, we consider your games to be your content. You could do whatever with it if you want to stream it.
Well,
And promote that to the scene, you're more than happy.
That's already the truth for OSAS ISS. That was already true.
It is, but I have so many people who have individually asked me, "Hey, you guys aren't streaming this game. Can I stream it?" And the answer is always yes. I just want to say it. I want to say it explicitly because I get asked it a lot. That's why I'm saying it. Okay.
I think we move it up the FAQ.
You could do it. That's fine. You can. I just want to say it here because people are listening and people don't read, but they hear. You know.
Yeah.
They hear.
So stream your POVs. People will watch.
People will. Okay. Cool.
Moving future OSAS. Okay, so we do get that it might conflict with some people's work schedules on Friday, but I think that overall, I think that moving it to Friday is fine.
Yeah. I think that I think more. I mean, I just simply speaking, more people have Friday nights off than Thursday nights off. That's just what it is, right? That's the Monday to Friday night.
If the 10-time OSAS player 8 says so, I mean, it has to be true.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wait, is it really 10 times?
Not as much as Malachi though. Don't worry.
Yeah. We got our delinquents here. They don't graduate, you know. Okay. Anyway, so I think that's that. That's essentially wrapping it up for OSAS. Okay, we have, from what I understand, we've got like an 80-90% positive response to OSAS ISS swapping to Friday. There's going to be a large, as a forewarning, there's going to be a larger than normal break specifically for OSAS because we're going to have to wait the 2 weeks for ISS to wrap up before simultaneously starting OSAS and ISS. So that'll happen, but once that happens, they're going to happen concurrently. Week 1 of OSAS will be week 1 of ISS, and the finales will happen simultaneously as well. So
yeah, and we'll also definitely explore ideas for people who have a team where all 3 members can't feasibly stream. We'll definitely talk about that a little bit, but not as high of a priority right now. We should talk about the NASA and NAST future now, I think. Yep.
So moving on. I talked about this pretty extensively throughout the regular season. This NASA NAST system is kind of my baby in terms of like, I did a vast majority of the planning. I did a vast majority of making this work. I set up the kind of systems that allow people to kind of figure out their times and stuff like that. I put a lot of thought into it, and there are some things that I really liked that worked, and there are some things that very clearly I did not like, and it did not work. And we learned about that as we got through the systems. So first and foremost, just want to say like the week 6 through 9 streams, it's just a lot of work, and we just don't have that much time in our day. So that kind of fell through, and to me that was really indicative that the system, as I envision it, doesn't work, and it's just too much. It's too much effort. What I do think did work a lot is I appreciate all the players. You guys were proactive for the most part, for figuring out times that worked for you guys and then working within the constraints of the referees. So I really appreciate that you guys did that. You guys, that was one point of failure I was suspecting, but no, it ended up working. I feel like I only had a poke and prod. I could count the number of times on my hand that I had actually poke and prod a team to figure out a time. So that worked really well. I think that players, if given a time frame, can schedule and figure out all the details of their match within that time frame pretty successfully. And I think that with NASA NAST moving to the semi-fixed schedule that is on the weekend, I suspect that more teams will have an easier time finding availability. So one thing with that, again, I mentioned it briefly earlier, but I'm going to be kind of assigning time slots to referees come the next season. So for example, Patat, awesome referee. He's been here for a lot. He has a really funny statistic where you don't want to lose a game 1 if Patat is reffing your game. I'll tell you guys more about that later or something like that. But he got dragged around a lot on the schedule because he had a lot of availability, which means that some weeks he was casting 2 games on Tuesday and a game on Thursday. Sometimes he was casting, he was reffing on NASL and reffing on NASA on Wednesday, right? Like there's no consistency in the schedule, and because of that, a lot of referees became hesitant to like offer large swaths of their time. Where like the day before, if they made plans, that could be messed up if I signed them to a game. So what I'd really like to do is assign fixed times for the referees to be available. Some 4-hour slot on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, where they just say, okay, I show up, I volunteer my time for these 4 hours every single week. And because of that, I don't have to worry or check pings or do anything like that every single week to figure it out. So so how that's going to look for players is I'm going to be like, hey, I have referee availables to take 2 slots from noon to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 12, right? And I hopefully will have 2 or 3 refs available at that specific time. So if, for example, you say, hey, I want to play a Sunday at 6 p.m., we'll probably have availabilities for like 2 or 3 matches to happen at that time. And you go and sign up for those and play. So for those of you who, the way that it worked initially is that I initially put out slots and you'd fill the slots, but I realized that system ended up being kind of redundant because teams really wouldn't look at the slots. They would just talk to each other, figure out the time that worked, and then just tell me. And then I would cross-reference there. So the slots, I feel like were a waste of time for me to put up. This time, though, I think that if I just don't bother with slots, you just tell me the time that works for you, and I just give general guidelines of, hey, like games have to run on Monday or Friday through Sunday from noon to like 10 p.m. It has to be in those time frames. We can just make it work. So.
Okay, Brooke, I'm gonna interrupt you. OSS discussion real quick. Jackie Chance, you're so right. OSS are probably gonna stay staggered. Damn. But that kind of sucks, actually. Is there a way that we can?
Well, it's Fridays. You could stagger timing a little bit too, right?
The only way you could have both at the same time.
We would have to
change.
We have to change things up a lot. I would prefer that. Okay, P Flare. We have to pare down live streams. The game has 200 average players. Okay, we are doing way too much. But yeah. The ISS stuff. We'll explore format changes. And we may have a second channel. We may figure out format changes to make it less time on each day. If it's less time on each day, I know that players will be happy because I know that the finale days run pretty long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Soren, I'm surprised too. And what should surprise people more is that Omega Strikers has never found a second producer. Ever. Jules, no, don't self-report yourself. No, it's funny. It's funny.
It's funny. It's chill. It's an open submission. You submit anything, we honor that. That's okay.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay. Okay. So back to NASA Nasty. Okay. Yeah. So generally speaking, TLDR, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you're gonna probably be given a time frame between noon and like 10 p.m., 8 p.m. maybe, depending on availability of refs. I don't know how many refs are going to leave. A lot of this current idea that I have is dependent on how many refs stay, and a lot of them worked really, really hard this season, and I'm really worried that they're going to check out. So we'll see how many stay. Please treat your refs very kindly. Please do not flame them in solo queue. Know that they make this league possible and stuff like that. They're very valuable. So we will see how many refs stick around. All of them are awesome. Please give your thanks to them. They're super duper cool. But hopefully I want to make things easier for them, especially because with recording, with the kind of janky schedules that could happen, they worked very hard. They worked very, very hard to get through it. So yeah. Okay. Rather than wanting to join the time in this awkward participant referring to a screenshot.
Yeah, so the issue, Hook, is that would require more people to be looking at the weeklies, and I think instead of having the weeklies be low maintenance and low quality and lower entrance every single week, I think it might be a good time to just kill weeklies and explore a monthly instead, because I think the reception to a monthly has been good, and I think that there will be a lot more excitement around a monthly, and it'll feel a lot more legitimate than a weekly. Yeah, I think weeklies are cooked.
Cardsmith, when is next season?
We don't know yet.
Briefly, we don't know, but I know we talked about it before. We were thinking end of October, beginning of November for qualifications. That was that. Not confirming that whatsoever. But if you want a vague and nebulous idea of when the season is going to start, when qualifications is going to start, it's going to be around. We plan on it being around that time. If it doesn't happen around that time, it might be later and in December or even the new year. But we're shooting for late October.
We don't want to start quals before the LAN.
Yeah. 100%.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yep.
So
yeah.
These two things are just things that have to be done. For color coding on plans, by the way, it's green is it's gonna happen, yellow is we're reconsidering, and red is okay, we're canceling the plan. Okay.
What if you made a legend so you didn't have to explain it every time?
Hachi, you can make the legend.
It's fucked up. Fucked up delegation.
Is it just not happening? Maybe happening.
Yeah, move not happening over. Yeah, and maybe. I think more relevant, Soren and Vaughn and Jackie. The more relevant thing is that there are around 200 current players that are even like paying a tiny bit of attention to competitive. You know, that's the main issue. Because let's be clear, those console players, most of them at least, do not know what competitive Omega Strikers is at all. A Brickbat hot tub stream when? Submit it in the submitted topic list and we'll talk about it. Okay?
That's fucked up.
We have a form.
That's
We have a form. Check the announcements channel.
That's fucked up.
Okay. Next.
So late November start time for NASL? No. It'll probably we'll figure that one out. Quals is the thing that we're
okay, well,
right
next thing to talk about is quals.
Yeah, sorry. Yes. So qualifications, we received a lot of feedback. And in hindsight, I think we did something stupid. We changed quals after we were told multiple times that quals were golden. We tried, admittedly, we had really good ideas. They were really, really good ideas. They would make quals a lot more competitively viable. Teams that were higher seeded that we expect would make for a quality addition to a league sorry, let me rephrase that. Teams that we think would make a quality addition to NASA, NAST, or NASL, we feel like ended up in that league. We've had the most competitive season of NASL ever, by far. The difference between first and last place was like 5 wins. That has never happened before. Similarly, NASA, a little bit of a sweep, but still at least competitive. No perfect scores. And NAST, for those who are following, has had a similar playoffs race. Not as claustrophobic, like 10% less claustrophobic, but still like pretty crazy of a race. So as far as we're concerned, up and down from the bottom league to the top league, we have had the most competitive leagues yet. So in our opinion, the qualifications in terms of actually finding quality entrants for the league works. The actual experience of playing through qualifications, though, we understand is really bad. It's too long. It is too burdensome. Losing both your days of the weekend sucks, and it's incredibly stressful. That final part, we're not sure what to do with because it's always been stressful, regardless of the format, since Season 2. We think that even if we were to revert to the golden, the system that we were told was golden, it'd still be stressful. It's just qualifications. It's an incredibly high stakes tournament that determines the next 6 months of your Omega Striker's career. So it's just built in. Like the stress is built in. Regardless, things like the length is something that we're more open to hearing. So going forward, we're thinking of reverting back to the qualification systems that we primarily used, Season 3, 4, 5. Launchpad, open qualification launchpad into the 16-team liftoff with a roughly 4 to 8 team landing, I believe. And maybe so we'll make some minor adjustments. Some things that we liked, we might keep, so it won't be a perfect 1-to-1 replica. But yeah, so that's kind of what we're thinking of trade-offs. and between what we had before the season and what we had this season in season 6. So, open to hearing any thoughts from that, from admins or from
Yeah,
Twitch
Archie,
chat.
you should talk a little bit more about this, I think.
Yeah, this one, I think one way of doing it is to basically just reduce the amount of series that teams have to play. It will place more emphasis on the series that you do play, and strictly speaking, you can't reduce the number of series you play without swapping off of double elimination for the whole thing. There's alternatives that you can do, like group stage into knockouts, into landing. I think the landing, as it was before, was short enough to stay similar to as it was before. But there's also the option of, merging liftoff and landing a bit. Yeah. We're kind of early on in terms of figuring what can work and what we want to go with for season 7.
Yeah, can you explain real quick what the format? Actually, I'll just do it. So the big thing was that it was an expanded liftoff and an expanded landing for season 6 qualification. It basically had a triple elimination liftoff that fed into landing and also fed into like NAST. And the big thing is that it created like a pseudo gauntlet format in the lower bracket of landing that was extremely long. And it also led to the teams coming from NASL, especially the 7th, 8th teams, being able to qualify back into NASL with with just a series win, pretty much.
Yeah. So I mean, they were able to qualify with essentially like a light stroll versus the friggin' death run that we put a lot of teams through. So obviously, stamina is a big influence in the qualifications, more so than it is in basically every other competition that we run. So, yeah. Any chance we still have the 3 weeks of Launchpad? Coin flip.
Yeah.
I think we will. I
well,
think we will. I think we will.
Okay.
I'm
I
down to
think
say
we
it's
can
happening.
and should, because the fewer teams that qualify per launchpad means the shorter our stream has to be and the less tiring it is for us. It just means that we have to have another stream another Saturday.
Yeah, it's also a lot nicer because instead of just having one extra life, you have 2 extra lives. Especially if scheduling issues happen, right? And with real life stuff, having that leeway is nice. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and keep in mind, right? Like, we've had the closest season ever. Pretty much across the leagues, like as a whole across the leagues, like in terms of actually finding good competitors and having, good quality games. This is the best system that we've ever had. Obviously, we're gonna have to lose some of that to revert back to the previous system, but like we just want to make sure that you guys know about that. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's just the gist of it. If we go through this and we see that there's a 1-9 and an 0-10 team in the leagues come at the end of the next season, then but we'll see. So season 6 liftoff format was amazing. I mean, you played max 5 seasons. Yeah,
new liftoff and old landing isn't really possible because with new liftoff you're sending 8 teams. We would have to change landing significantly. I think the only way you have that is you have landing be single elimination.
Eek. I don't know if that's something we'd
Um,
want. Yeah,
That is
eek.
eek. That's
Yep.
eek.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. Also, yeah. Well, okay. I'm more amenable to the 3 launch pads and stuff like that. We'll look for that. That makes the November-October thing a little bit crammed. So we might that might guarantee that we're not going to be starting NAS 7 until the new year. So that's something to keep in mind as well, because even if we start the first weekend of November, we literally just would not have enough weeks until the holiday season to kind of comfortably run everyone. So, yeah. So yeah. Generally speaking, though, it is a little bit scary. With it feels like we're at kind of a pivotal moment in the scene. We'll talk more about this later, but we are in kind of a pivotal moment in the scene, and we're afraid that too long of a break week might kill the game. But we're if we do schedule things out and people do have things to look forward to, we'll hopefully try to figure things out. So, yeah, that is all that I believe we wanted to say on qualifications for the most part. Like I said, we believe that we were told that what we had between season 3 and 5 was more or less golden. So we're going to be looking to adhere to that even more. And even though we try to introduce some of the things that
let's be clear. Yeah. People like a lot of the changes. It's just that some of the changes were not good. Like don't worry about it too much. I already dropped all the stuff in plans.
Yahoo! Okay, so moving on. Big thing, Denver LAN reached the summit. We do not get the link summit. So we are RT Summit. Yeah, so start.gg/RT Summit. That is your sign up things. We're looking at signups for the most part, just so you guys are aware. The first 48 players to sign up will get a discount. Otherwise, you're going to be sticking that full price with a late registration fee going to be added if you register after. Ooh, I think.
No, don't do that, Archie. Move it back. Move it back.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. So yeah. So the LAN, local host Denver. It is a local host, something that we've had positive experiences with in the past. Shout out to Weston for putting us in connection with those guys. We have gotten a tour of the venue. It is significantly more spacious than any other venue we've had. So those of you who've gone to a lot of LANs, Phoenix was crowded, pretty crowded. NYC was very crowded, infamously. Things like Berkeley, even though Berkeley was a little bit better, still a little bit crowded.
It's bigger
right?
than Philly. I'm pretty sure it's way bigger than Philly.
Yeah.
It's bigger than Philly.
So I was not at Philly, I can't say, but for the most part, this is spacious. We've got a stage, we've got areas to chill out, we've got tables, we've got everything. So we are really, really excited about this venue. We think it's going to be really good. Obviously, nothing survives day one, but I have really high hopes personally for this. Another thing as well, holy shit, this venue is priced very nicely. So for those of you who did not know, Berkeley broke our bank. Holy alliteration. But yeah, Berkeley broke our bank. We had to basically burn through all of our reserves to make that LAN happen economically and to provide a prize pool that matched the other LANs. We do not have that problem this time. So please still support us. Obviously, if you take this as an excuse to not support us, then and no one signs up or gets merch, then we'll run into prize pool issues. But from what I understand, this is if we have average signups, average merch sales, average everything, we will be able to run this very, very, very well and be able to get a few extras. So
guys, you gotta go. The flights are so cheap. I got a cheaper flight than Brickbat. My flight was $70, and then Brickbat's dropped to $60.
Their flights combined are their combined costs half as much as my flight.
Yeah. So yeah, Weston mentioned it. Denver is a Frontier Airlines hub. It is incredibly easy to find a cheap flight with Frontier to go to Denver. So
and currently Frontier has a free carry-on promo. You don't have to pay for your bag. Not an ad, but you guys better. This is the one land that you need to go to. Unless you're Soren, who's in Japan at the time. L Soren.
Yeah. So like I'm saying, I recommend checking through Frontier. Obviously, it's not going to be the same for everyone. But like I said, I got a flight for $60. Sai got a flight for $70. I'm imagining that at least some of you guys who might find land to be a bit too expensive might suddenly find it to be pretty affordable. So, yeah, I really, really, really suggest that you guys check that out for cheaper prices. So,
round trip. We're only talking about round trip.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, I mean, unless you got some crazy plans for land, I'd recommend you purchase round trip. But yeah, 60. It was 60 for me for round trip.
Wait, Eighth, you live in the same area as me. There is no way it's $250 round trip. It was $70 for me. Ain't no way. Anyway.
But yeah, so we plan, like every single other LAN, we plan to have a merch line that comes out. Please purchase those and support us. That's the main way. We don't like accepting donations. We like when people actually get something back from when they donate money. So please be on the lookout for that. So shout out to our art team and stuff like that. But yeah, so state of the LAN, looking really good. I'm very excited about the venue. As long as we get kind of all of our standard signups and everything, we should be able to afford this. And if it goes super duper well, it might be our forever venue. I'd be really excited if that was, because it'd be something that's affordable, that is a good spacious venue in a place that is, you know, admittedly not as exciting as New York or San Francisco, but like, yeah, like it would make things really, really easy for us. So
Forever, but I would still like to have a LAN at a.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Sorry. We are still gonna have stretch goals. One of the stretch goals is the Canada LAN. We are thinking about the Canada LAN.
We're thinking about it. It gets less realistic as time goes on, but we're still thinking about it. We promise.
We're trying to make Canada work. We are trying. It just did not work this time. There was nothing within kind of the time frame that we were aiming for that was realistically affordable. A lot of the times we were looking either at people who were very unprofessional in contact, or people that were asking around what Berkeley was asking, and that's eek. So but we'll try to make things happen. But right now Denver's looking very, very good for us. Please try to attend and show your support if you can. From what I understand, it is a lot cheaper. Also, for those of you who are not getting an Airbnb, who are not planning on doing a group Airbnb, me and JT, mainly JT, are working on getting you guys a $15 discount code for the nearby hotel for the venue. So there's a hotel nearby that local host Denver is partnering up with. If you guys are associated with the event, I think you get 15% off. 15% off of your hotel stay. Sorry. It'll be 15% off your hotel stay for the 2 nights of the LAN, I think. So, sorry, 15%. PERCENT. Just gonna reiterate that. When is Denver again? That is September 20th through 21st. It's gonna be that date. Okay. Yeah. If anyone has questions about the LAN, I'm more than happy to answer them. Right now, our finances are looking pretty good. At least relative to what we had for Berkeley. Berkeley was a monumental effort. This is something that we think is much more achievable. So,
Saya, do you want to bring up the final discussion of LAN for now?
Oh yeah, okay.
This one?
The most important discussion.
I can't be here. I can't be
the
here.
The most important discussion, guys. Everyone listen up. We will be making the winning team, the 3 members of the winning team of the LAN, go up on the massive stage and do a concert. That will be a precondition for the payout for first place. With a song of your choice, you can sing Ghost Strike, you can dance to Ghost Strike, you can awkwardly lip sync to Ghost Strike, or you can pick an UMAMUSUME song.
Okay, I'm back. I had to get water.
Has to be safe for work. The song has to be like.
Well, we have a very limited song pool. Actually, let's be clear. We're not getting DMCA'd.
Yeah, no. Oh, I also meant like. No,
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Okay.
Guys, I mean, there are like 60% of people who are incredibly like, yeah, I'm on board for that, and then there are 40%. I'm with a 40. I can't do this. I think this is gonna be, but you know, hey, you know, whatever. If the community wants it, I'll
actually.
Hey, that's why I'm a TO. I am fucking that. Yo, save us, Brickbat. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. But I'm surrounded by 2 freaks. That's what's happening right now.
We'll never get this moment in time again. I'll be clear.
Yeah, I think we were the only FGC adjacent one that could even think about doing this.
Actually, no. Someone's gonna beat us to the punch. The LAN is so far away. Anyway, next topic.
Okay. That's it for admin topics. We'll move on to submitted topics. I saw that some of them, there was some stuff submitted. We'll go over them. First and foremost, I just want to get this one out of the way. Guys, please stop with hashtag Goot Doobie Strikers or fucking just stop saying the word gooning or all that shit. It started when people started saying, yo, get milked. But like, okay, it's funny. But like, let's tone it down a little bit, guys. Like a little bit. It's happening a lot. I've had some complaints about that. Please stop saying hashtag Goot Doobie Strikers in Twitch chat.
Okay, break that. To be fair, get milked when the milkman gaps a NASA player is fine. I'm down.
Yeah. But let's keep it at that. Let's keep it at that. Like, hey, let's just keep it appropriate. You know, that's it. That's all I'm asking. We're gonna start moderating that stuff because we've got a few complaints about this. Okay,
Vaughn?
That's it.
You know what, Vaughn? Maybe we need to ban milking too. My bad.
All right. That's it. I had to get it out there. That's just something I want to formally request the community on. It is really funny, but we've done a lot of work to cultivate the community that we have. We would like to continue our PSYOP to make sure that we have a very positive, inclusive, and comfortable community. And that's just part of that. So
yeah, just remember, Dropletto's mom is always watching. She's probably watching right now. Yeah, I do hate Sundubu. Actually, no, I don't. Actually, I'm Korean and I enjoy Sundubu, like the food, quite a lot. Like, it's pretty good. It's like top 3 Korean foods all time.
Okay, so that's that. I want to get out of the way. I think it was funny. We can all have a good laugh. There we go. But there we go. That's out there. That's something that we're gonna pick up on moderation on in the future. If we start seeing it. So, all right. Anyways, thank you for understanding. All right. So the future of OS. This is a big one, especially with the announcement. I kind of want to talk about that. This one's a little bit more serious topic now that we've had our laugh. The future of Bestie and Slot, team organization. Okay, so big cut down. There's a big cut down in the amount of streams that we're probably going to be running, which means that obviously not as many. We're not going to be looking at. Well, we probably still will be looking a little bit, but there are going to be less opportunities for newer casters who are interested to start coming on and learning kind of the ways that we do things. So, so that's just an unfortunate reality. Obviously, we're gonna try to keep a lot of people who are into casting, really love doing that. We want to provide that time for them. I've been casting a lot this season, and I'm okay with taking a step back and allowing other casters to get that shining. We've had shout out to a lot of the players who have had their NASL debut casting. A lot of NASL debut casters, P-Flare, one of them, right? P-Flare, Jay, Cecily now, and Weston. Shout out to you guys. You guys have done phenomenally, and I think they are absolutely amazing additions to the NASL casting lineup that we have.
If you are not currently a caster and have thoughts of maybe casting in the future, please DM me, like right now. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
we have a pretty good caster development program. I think like we made Dropletto a functional caster. That's crazy, no?
That is pretty crazy. I do want to give some shout outs too to the NASA NAST casters. Pato Means Wave, huge, so pivotal. If you guys were watching that, you probably heard his voice a lot. Thank you for stepping up. Patat as well, on top of being an amazing ref, was also a very good caster. P-Flare there as well. Cat Kupo, especially early on in the season. Cloco, Yoshi, Katone, Killmonk. Shout out to all you guys for stepping up. Lego Mage too, obviously. Lego Mage, yeah. Thank you guys so much for being mainstays with casting. It was incredibly helpful. Even though it ended up not working out, the streams 1 through 5, which we thought were awesome. We especially thought streams like 2 through 4 were like honestly like fucking magical. Thank you for being a part of that and letting us do that. So shout out to all you guys. So Yeah. Oh yeah, Liari did too. Yeah. Shout out to you, Liari. Thank you. Appreciate it.
hate
Like if
Liari.
you showed up, if you showed up at all, I'm thinking of like people kind of mainstays throughout the season. But
you
like
forgot
even if-
Appa Bug.
Appa, how many?
He did like at least 3.
He did 3. Yeah, I think he did exactly 3. Okay, shout out Appa Bug. Okay, but yeah, I do have it. If you're in staff, you have Brickbat's crazy awesome staffing spreadsheet.
Shout
so
out!
you can
Wait, you
use the
forgot
credit.
Gret. It's cooked.
Yo, Greg
forgot
has one
water.
game, bro.
You forgot water.
Okay, you know what? Yo, I mean, let's be fucking clear. Those guys ditched me in the
You
time
forgot
of need. I ain't
Tony.
gonna
You
give-
forgot Tony.
I said Tony. I said
Okay,
Tony.
my
except...
bad. My bad.
Hey. But okay.
You forgot Fresh.
but-
You forgot Fresh.
Okay, shout out. Yeah, okay. I'm putting it.
Hey.
He casted one game and then he pinged them for like 3 weeks and didn't get a response. So I don't know. I was, that's what it is. But
Should I pin
hey.
the should I pin
drop
the
Leto,
submission
drop
form,
Leto and
Wait, what?
Sloth, you guys too. A lot of
I pin the
teams.
submission form or
No, no,
in the
no,
Twitch
no,
chat
no,
or
no, no,
Nah,
no?
we're fine. We're
Okay.
fine. We got a pretty good list.
Okay.
So but yeah, drop Leto and Sloth, them two. Sloth was debuting this season. Did Sloth debut this season or last season? I forgot. But those
Yeah, that guy's
Sloth
too good,
especially. Sloth is fucking awesome. That guy is super good. Shout out to that guy too. But yeah, so a lot of effort went into this season. I appreciate all of you guys. Hopefully there will still be opportunities for those of you guys who actually do want to continue casting. And we will try to slot you in as many times as possible, even if it means like splitting up NASA blocks even more. But we'll see. So yeah. Want to get that out. Okay. Now that I'm on getting shoutouts, let's talk about a little bit of the sadder stuff. OSS ISS. We'll talk about that. So we have a lot of we've seen a little bit of a decline in engagement with ISS and OSAS. Participation has mostly stayed the same if you compare it to.
But participation has mostly stayed the same, but another concern is that a lot of them are like legacy teams and not like really fresh teams, right? It's kind of like an engagement, right? Engagement's a big one. A lot less talk around OSAS ISS, a lot less stream viewership. This is also mirrored in Nasty NASA as well. When we were first doing the recording streams for NASA and Nasty, our viewership was incredibly good. Like, it was way more than NASA would usually get when we did the 2 series on Sunday streams. And then I think it fell back to earth. Like, right now, the truth is that there are not many Omega Strikers watchers. And we've been holding off on that for a lot. Like, we've been kind of like ignoring that, and it's been okay. And well, I guess it's kind of catching up now. It took a while though. Everyone else saw their viewership like completely plummet like an entire year ago, maybe 2.
Yeah. Liari, I could definitely see that as well. But yeah, generally speaking, like, we saw engagement around the leagues and that stuff kind of waning. And that's a little bit worrisome. So we have said this announcement. I'm going to reiterate it here. OSAS has been our pulse check on the health of the scene. It is what gives us our new blood, right? Typically, OSAS and ISS are kind of the base that creates new volunteers. It creates new casters. It creates people who watch streams. It creates people who hang around the community and know people and participate, right? We have a lot of sub-communities that have formed strictly from bonding over OSAS and ISS participation. Between higher elo players, which really new players, if there was some way to make coaching.
So I'm actually interested in that idea. I kind of agree. I think that we will actually plan. I'll put it on the list even. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We could definitely try to get players excited. We can even consider doing like very like minor pricing for players that like are able to coach an OSAS team to victory. We would be interested in that kind of thing. Yeah, sounds fun.
Yeah, and just generally speaking, right, a huge part of OSAS is that community introduction. Getting, like I said, getting to know people, getting connections, finding people that you consistently scrim, finding people to play other games with. Like, that's a huge part of it. I've said this a lot to my staff, a lot of people that I've worked with in OS and stuff like that. I've said it a lot to refs. But the people that have stayed around and helped us the most are people who have just made friends in the scene, right? Like, people who have made some like genuine hangout, those are the people that stick around and actually help and allow the league to continue going. So anything that would promote the social aspect of ISS OSAS, that would be something that's really awesome to us. So yeah, really open to that.
Kind of on that note though, we also can't really do too much, right? So like keep your expectations kind of tempered on that topic.
Yeah.
And also on knowledge gap as well. Knowledge gap is something that we could consider doing again, but the issue is that it requires a lot of commitment from a lot of players. And I think that trying to expand coaching incentives for OSAS ISS will have a very similar and even arguably better effect in terms of actually like improving how people are playing with their team instead of just their knowledge gap team that falls apart most of the time right afterwards.
Yep, like mine.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Audrey. Did you want to say something?
No. I was saying like my KG team. That one.
Okay, cool. We'll look to push some of that in the future. Then coaching incentives. Maybe we could talk with Audi. We have made for like an in-game title or something like that. We'll see. No promises because it's been a bit rough, but we'll see with that. Yeah. But that being said, this is also, I'm gonna use this as a call to action. Obviously, we can't do any of this if no one is actually interested in coaching. So I would recommend that if you think you're very good at the game and you think that you could teach down, please start making efforts to do so, because we cannot do that on our own. This is something that will require a larger buy-in from the community, and if we don't get that buy-in, then it's just not going to happen.
Yeah,
right?
and if you have any like thoughts on it, or if you have any like further volunteer whatever, so we'll be opening up a thread about this probably pretty soon. So definitely we'll try to follow up relatively soon about it, because we would like to have this and like incentivize the winning team's coach with like some small prize. Like I think it's just a good idea overall. Thanks for the idea, W.
Yeah. I saw someone say, Ashen, do you sign up for OSS and find a team? You find a team first and then sign up. We have a million billion ways. We have the LFT, LF player channels. You could use those. You could please just talk with some players that are invested in ISS. They will absolutely find it. And I guarantee you, like, you will be so much better off if you get over social anxiety and just start DMing people that you like from solo queue. I mean, the Vaughn clip where he's like, I can't find it. I can't find a team. No one wants to play with me. And he goes, be better. And that's it. That's the clip.
You summarized it too much. It's literally just reach out to everyone, and some people will say yes.
No. I have to add urgency to it. Like, please do that. The teams that stick around, the teams that actually do something with their OS stuff, are people who are not afraid to actually just ping people. And stuff
back
like
in the
that.
day, the main cord meta chat was really funny. Now it's just boring.
Yeah. So anyways, so please reach out. Making any effort for coaching and generally increasing the game quality across the community. That has to be a community-wide effort. We could provide frameworks for that. We could point people in directions, but we cannot be the people on the ground actually doing it. I mean, me and Achi, we are so incredibly washed. Hell, Sai is pretty washed these days.
Yo, I'm not washed. I'm not washed compared to you two.
Okay, yeah.
Hey,
I'm not washed compared to the two diamond the diamond and the plat TO. All right, but you get what I'm saying, okay, guys. So please, it is a community effort. Please, yeah. I think there is a free agent list. There's so much. There's so much that you have to go out and actively participate in. But you have to make that first step and participate. So we are. I would like to say that now that I've had some experience with other esports,
our community is actually pretty good. Our community is actually pretty awesome, actually. Yeah. There's a certain other sports game that has made us appreciate Omega Strikers a lot more.
Not naming any esports. We're not naming. No. We're moving on from this.
Okay, but moving on. Yeah, I'm actually kind of shaking in my boots against Brickbat's Arrow Brawler. I'll say it. Low-key.
Okay, but yeah, we have an incredibly supportive community. I think we have a lot of people who are willing to go out of their way. Infamously, like the guys over at Weasel Little Bees, they love that shit. Right? But we have a lot of people that are willing to support you guys, please make that effort. And if you are on the up, on the higher leagues looking down, please be. If you really do want to see the quality of play go up across the game, you're gonna have to make some of that effort. So yeah. Again, if you are interested, if you have any ideas for frameworks like, hey, LFT signups or coaching signups, or some scheduling related to like informational, educational streams, like if you have any of those, right? You could reach out to me. I will be more than happy to see if anyone else is interested. I can connect you with people.
We can go next topic.
Yes, let's go to the next topic.
Actually,
okay,
no. Next topic inside this topic, because whoever suggested this suggested like the most like chatting of all time. Like, what is this? The future of OS, the future of Biz team organization. Like, this is like everything. You want us to talk about everything, so let's talk about more of everything.
Okay.
The future of Biz. I don't think we can ever say that we'll be with Omega Strikers till the server shut off. I know a lot of people have made that promise, and they're all gone now. I don't think we'll ever say it, right, Brickbat? Like, I don't think we'll ever commit to it because we're realistic, We're here to like actually do what we can in the moment, and that's got us here. It's that kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah. So, I'm gonna just be blunt. Yeah, I'm not gonna make that promise till we're gonna be there for the servers off. Hell, I realistically, I don't know what I want to say publicly, but I am a little bit doubtful that we'll make it to past 2 season 10. I don't know how the game's gonna look like. I don't know if we have another year, if we have another 2 years, or anything like that. But yeah, I don't want to make that promise. Obviously, I think the promise that we can make is that we're gonna stick with the game until the community or we are no longer interested in in Omega Strikers. So as long as if engagement's high, that is a huge thing that motivates us. We love seeing our community flourish. We love seeing a lot of people talking about the game, playing the game, having making friends and stuff like that. We love supporting that, and that's something that we'd look to continue. But yeah, I do want to say with the way that ISS is looking, with that decline in viewership, the decline in new faces, the decline in new blood, I do think we are at or a little bit past the halfway point. If not past the.
We're definitely way past the halfway point of Omega Strikers. Let's be clear.
I just wanted to be happy, smile, but realistically, I think we're past the 2/3 point of the scene's life. I don't think I don't know how much we've gotten to us, but it's certainly not another 6 seasons. It is definitely not another 6 seasons.
It would be a miracle if we make it to season 10. Like, I don't think that's happening, but we'll see.
Yeah. So I do want to confirm here, season 7 is going to happen. We think that we got another season in us at the very least. But beyond that, that's when things get dicey. Season 8 is a coin flip, and we think season 9 is the first season that is very likely not going to happen.
Also, to remind everyone, like Soren said, we've said all this during season 3 as well. So you never know what's going to happen, but this time we're feeling it for real. But you never know. But we're feeling it for real this time.
Yeah, it's starting to. We're starting to feel it. I've started to notice it with myself. But yeah, so that's just something that if we were the biggest thing that I'm personally worried about, and I was really worried about with that announcement, is I didn't want to make an announcement that would kill the scene when we're not killing the scene. You know what I mean? I did not want a repeat of what Audi did. I think that'd be incredibly sad and ironic to do when we criticized Audi so much for that announcement. I don't want to do that. So OSS, like, I want to confirm here that as of right now, the pipeline is still chugging along with a little bit less stream participation, but outside of that, it's still chugging. We still got it. We think the system that we have works very well, and we're looking to continue that. But yeah, but just where we're at right now, what we're thinking, we're past that 2/3 line. Like I said, OSS in the announcement, OSS and ISS declining is the first stop towards the end of the line. It's the first stop. We're on that pathway. We still got a while though. But I wanted to make that very clear. I want to make that very clear to the community that that's where we're at, and I want that to be kind of in the back of everyone's minds, because I don't want it to be a surprise or a shock when we finally do make that announcement. I wanna ease us into it. So yeah, that's where we're at. I just wanted to be honest and get that out there. But yeah, that's our current thoughts on the situation.
Yeah, and people are talking about post OS BIS. No clue what it's gonna be. But currently, that UMAMUSUME game is pretty fun, I gotta say. But no, that's definitely not something that we're gonna do as like a main thing. Although no one does it as a main thing like us, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, we've been experimenting with a lot of different games. A lot of it, we'll see what sticks, what doesn't stick. We've done things like Supervive. We've done things like UMAMUSUME. We've done things like web fishing. We want to do a lot of weird, fun games. The slam.
Yeah, we did the
flag.
Grand Blue Slam. That was pretty good, actually.
That was awesome, and I'm struggling to make it happen again, but at least I'm trying. But hey, if you guys know any Rivals of 8-2 connections, please let me know. Please let me know. If you know any Rivals of 2
Yeah, worst case scenario, we could do the UMAMUSUME Slam. Where we get the 90% win rate PvP or YouTuber as a coach. Thoughts?
Yeah, that's fucked out. Yeah, I mean, can we get the guy that's the UMAMUSUME is a Wits game guy?
Yeah, we gotta get that guy too, and they gotta fight.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways. But yeah. So yeah, we've been pivoting a lot. Not pivoting because we're still here in OS, but we've been really experimenting with a lot of the smaller FGs. We have probably just no plans for 2xKO. I just want to get that out there. I'm not touching it. I don't think we should be touching a Riot IP. But we do want to pivot into some of the fighting game stuff. Want to run some of that. We are having a lot of fun with UMAMUSUME. Achi is still plugging away at rematch. And what I'm saying is that we do want to expand. And at least for me, the ideal is that there is some crossover. That rematch players will try OS. That OS players will try FGs. That FG players will try OS. Right? All of that stuff. And we saw that. We saw a lot of that happen, especially with things like the Slam. A lot of FG players, some FG players formed teams in OSAS, and I think that was really awesome.
Yeah.
So ideally, that's what our community looks like, where we host a lot of like these niche or really fun or really weird esports that people will kind of cross into and experience. And that's what we want to do.
Yeah. Currently, I have very low hopes for the next Audi game. I'm just gonna be honest. Because it's radio silence, Byte Breakers is probably completely gone. And I think a lot of people share that idea, but if it comes out, if it's competitive, then we will of course be interested. And the main thing really is that we're just open to a lot of things, right? Like Duelists of Eden, right? I did that for a while. We're not doing that anymore, but we're very flexible. As long as we're interested in something, we'll probably do something, and if it goes well, it'll go well. It's that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Miyachi and Sai were all very confident that we could run events or learn to run events for most esports and run them very, very effectively. So we are very open to try out. If you've got a fucking 400 concurrent player game that has no esports but has a lot of potential, hey, worst that we could say is no. We won't say ew. Worst we could say is no.
I might say ew.
I say
Okay, well, okay. The worst we can say is that you're stupid, and why would you ever come to us? So, and we're just a bunch of fucking weirdos on the internet, so it's not that bad. You know what I mean? None of us are. I mean, we're not. What are we? The freaking. We ain't superheroes. Okay. Anyways.
Yeah. We are also thinking about some of the games we mentioned. Anyway, we should probably go next. Ether stuff. Did we already talk about that?
Sort of. Some of it, yes. Some of it, no. I'm gonna give a rehash. He sent me a DM that I'm just gonna read his notes out. Yeah, we'll just go for it. Some of it we already know. ISS, OSS on Fridays. Some restructuring. We're probably gonna have a break, the stream, a longer break than we're used to having. Less stream support, stuff like that. We talked about the offset, blah blah blah. Okay, the thing that Tier wants to talk about that we didn't talk about. What are our thoughts on the 7 best of 1 finale? If there are any OSS or ISS players from the finale, we would like to hear your thoughts on it. Some alternative formats for the finale that we've heard is 2 groups of 4 teams.
Well, okay, let's be clear. There's a reason we moved away from 2 groups of 4 teams. By the way.
Yeah. A GSL style with some BO3s.
Oh, but no, GSL was so fake.
Okay.
Swiss. Elam
And
Swiss.
double elimination BO1 top 4 qual like Launchpad. Yeah. Also, Ether just wanted me to let us know that we are probably going to have the next season of OSS ISS in early September. So that is
We'll
about
see.
that time. Yeah. Ether is not here. He's not going to be participating in the town hall. That's the news that we wanted to read. But if you have any suggestions and anything you want me to relay to him, he said he'd be available on text chat. And I'll be able to send that over to him. So
I will.
Yeah.
I will relay that Trifecta Swiss is the decent format, and I can show Ether how to run that. It's not too tricky.
Yeah.
Archie, the bigger problem is that Ether's availability on the day itself is very spotty. So it needs to be a format that runs itself.
Fair enough.
Okay, that's that. If anything you want me to send to Ether, let me know.
All right,
also,
next topic.
Format suggestions, let me know too. Okay, I'm gonna
understanding where and when to use abilities and the difference between a good player and a great player. So actually, I have a bit to talk about really quickly on this. So Flowers recently made her Nassel debut and she performed pretty well, right? She won a game, which is very impressive for a Nasty player to do in Nassel. Didn't end up winning the series. And I think the main difference that really showed up in that series is that survivability is a very simple thing that a lot of players don't really tangibly learn until they get to a Nassel level. The way Flowers was moving, not just the evades, but the way Flowers was playing around damage was really, really exploited by PPL in that series. So if anyone wants to really improve their gameplay to the next level, just think about how you're moving in terms of surviving. I think a very good example is actually Dropletto when he was playing X in one of those series, when he was dying, when he was staggered, the way that he used his abilities to buy space with no meter, etc. And also just how he moved in general. There's so many different things. But yeah, this also kind of goes down to OSS ISS as well, where in OSS and ISS, the main concern is not being able to counterplay damage. And well, at OSS ISS, the main thing to focus on is just pressing the evade button. But other than that, it's a lot of it's just not running into abilities really, because a lot of people will just fire their abilities at you on kickoff, and if you step back instead of running forward, it'll help you a lot in terms of anyway. This topic's fake. Go next. Wait, the topic right afterwards is fake too. The best scene saw Twitch chat. Gotcha. Okay, that one's number 5 on the priority list. We're going next.
Okay. Okay. Wait. We should talk about what the idea is at least, right?
It's not fake. It will happen, but it's number 5 on the priority list because it's behind the UMAMUSUME Salty Bed, and it's also behind the second website, and it's also behind the first website, and it's also there it is.
That's it.
Well, it's number 5.
Well, surely you got something more to say.
Well, I think people already have an idea of what it is. Go next.
Okay.
I think we also discussed it last time.
Guys, save your channel points. Don't pay your taxes. That's it.
Predict to gain more channel points to spend on the gacha.
Actually, wait. Yeah, gamble. You could win big. You could.
You know what? Speaking of.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I'm gonna prep this real quick. 30 minutes.
Oh boy.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
I'm going all
next
in.
up. Spicing up the NAS format.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've had 2 big things that have come to our attention for people who want to spice up. So the last 2 seasons, I think, were seasons where the competitive format has been pretty standard. People like it. We introduced Fearless Awakenings midway through the season. We think that was incredibly popular and people like that. So we plan on keeping Fearless Awakenings. For those of you who don't know what Fearless Awakenings is, essentially if the Awakenings showed up in your game 1, they could no longer show up as starting Awakenings. They can no longer show up as Awakenings for the rest of the series. So, for example, if you get a team player start on your first game, you're not going to get team players for game 2 or 3. We think that worked really well. That players really, really liked that, and it prevented a lot of the, oh my god, they rolled team player twice in a row bullshit that I know a lot of team players, a lot of players didn't like. Same thing with like Cast the Last Chrono Boost and Octavia when Octavia was kind of big. We think that should Octavia return into the Live Knight in the meta, that it won't be as bad because of this. So we're planning on keeping that. We're planning on keeping Fearless Awakenings. We've had a proposal from some players about Fearless Draft. Currently, we have Snake Draft. We are never going to change. We are not even considering moving away from Snake Draft. But some people wanted to have even more restrictions onto the character Select Awakening. However, we feel like the roster just is not big enough for traditional Fearless. For a traditional Fearless draft, we just think the roster is not big enough. We are absolutely willing to be told wrong about that. But there is something else that we could have, and we've had 2 proposals. The first one is Fearless bans, right? Basically saying you get an extra ban, but you could only ban out what the opponents picked in the last series, or a character that was picked in the last series. So, for example, if you ban Dubu in your first game and the team composition is Aimi, Zentaro, Kazan, next game you'll be able to ban. You could ban any character you want, so you could continue to do Dubu, but on top of that, you are allowed to ban Aimi, Kazan, or Zentaro. Right? So that's essentially what we're going to do. So essentially, teams in between games will get an additional ban based off of what was played in the previous game.
Oh, that's kind of
That's what I heard.
I would prefer bans from game 1 carrying over to game 2 and game 3.
That's another thing that we continue doing. But generally speaking, what we're looking to do is constrict the character pool a little bit, but not as much as a traditional Fearless draft pool. So we're going to be looking into that. I wanted to hear you guys talk about it, but that's what we were considering. We were considering that a format change for the next season would be to have some way to restrict the character pool a little bit more. I feel like that doesn't work as well. Sometimes you ban based on Starting Awakenings. That's true.
That's part of the discussion, you know?
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly, right. I think someone, Ian Kirby, mentioned it. This is exactly what Westy Wednesday did. Back when Westy Wednesday was a big thing.
But we will not be doing full Fearless character draft. The roster is just tiny.
Yeah, if we had like another 5 or 6 characters, we could have, but not with what we have. We think it's far too restrictive otherwise. That was something we're considering. So far, I'm seeing some people who say they like it, but other people saying that they like how it is right now. I would definitely, once we have open mic 2, I'd definitely really like that. Really like more discussion about that. That's something that we want to toss out, and I want to have a serious community discussion for. Please let us know if you think this is something that we want to do to spice up the competitive format.
All right.
Okay.
Next.
Unbanning skins. Yeah, unbanning skins. That's just not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Unless, have we tried? Shout out to Retry. Shout out to Spartan. I know y'all have tried Elenator. I know these guys have tried. It is not possible unless we learn a lot about how OS works really quick.
So it's not just that, right? The fact that unbanning skins is just, man, if only Odyssey were better at making skins not completely pay to win, you know?
Yeah, Leroy, we could do that. What you asked, but yeah, going back to what we guys.
Yeah, and also, it is true that our ban skin list is pretty awkward because, I'm gonna be honest. If base Fanny was a skin, she would be banned.
Yeah.
But there's pretty good reasons for banning the Vice skins. I'm willing to reconsider eras. But the Vice skins are 100% staying banned because of lack of visual clarity.
Yeah. I know that, like, infamously, Dream Vice on, like, blue colored like was like Atlab on Gates of Obscura, fucking impossible sometimes. Additionally, fuck, I'm losing my train of
Okay,
thought.
and now that I mentioned
yes.
that, like, now we're getting people talking about please don't unban. Yeah, the banned skin list is there for a reason. I think. I don't think we'll be
Yep.
unbanning anything.
Yep. Just generally speaking, I think that the chance of that is quite low. We'd rather be over banning than under banning. And recently this season we added Yokai Rune because of clarity issues. And we expect that as more bugs come up, as more bugs come in the spotlight, and people are aware of that list is just gonna grow. But God, I want you guys to know we have fucking tried. We really did. I think we really did give a good effort to unbanning, to getting some skins unbanned or making a competitive texture pack.
Well, let's be clear. It's not a texture pack. It's a VFX rework, which is
Yeah. Harder.
I mean,
Yeah.
Odyssey Interactive. Man.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what that is. That's that. I think that's that for that topic. We've tried fixing the VFX on our end to make a mod pack for you guys. Unfortunately, it just did not work, and we're not really going to consider unbanning skins. Yeah. So it's our current policy. I think what's best is just what's best. It's what we're gonna have. So yeah. Okay. Next topic. Lanida. We've talked about Lanida. We're trying to make. I'm just gonna rehash it. We wanted to be. I think we wanted to run what in Montreal in
Toronto, like Montreal would be a candidate if there were venues in Montreal, but there are none that can support us.
Okay, cool. So
yeah, it's most likely next year Toronto or Waterloo.
Again, no guarantees. No guarantees for Lanida. It is not looking easy.
Yep.
I think we just go next topic because we've already discussed it a lot during LAN.
Yeah, for the most part, if any Canadians know any esports guys that have a venue that could maybe accommodate us, we're open to hear it. That's how we figured it out for Denver. Weston just like reached out, said, "Hey, do you want to talk with them?" And
so for fearless bans only making the losing team's ban carries over, we would like to reduce complexity. That is a complex rule set thing that I would prefer not to do. Suplex, the OSS ISS stuff is all in the right with bright colors. Not bright, but with color coding. You'll get it. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Making a B stream where quality is not a focus. So I've talked about this in length and why this doesn't work, and it's because there's only been one individual in the history of Omega Strikers that has ever consistently streamed tournaments. Ever. Yeah? There's not been a single second person that has been consistent.
Psykeen, sort of, but that's for ESL.
That's so recent.
Yeah, that is.
And also
recent,
Psykeen has network issues too.
Mm.
Yeah, but okay, so the main thing is the point of making a B stream where quality not is focus. The issue with that is then why not just have people stream their POVs? There's no appeal. There's no appeal to a B stream with lower quality compared to people's POVs. And also, there's no one who will consistently do it. And if there was someone who could consistently do it, we would prefer that they make it so that I don't have to stream every single hour of North American Omega Strikers. You know? Like, it is such a low priority thing.
Yep.
And when you say Twitch chat is the appeal, the issue with Twitch chat being the appeal is that people just don't watch. Like people would just not watch. It'll be like 2 people in the chat. That's it.
Another thing as well is that from what I understand, people don't want low quality streams of their games. That it is actually having the quality that we've been able to provide through streams is part of the appeal of being streamed in the first place. You know, having casters that we've vetted in our training, having the UI, having the nice like transitions, having all of that stuff, having the appeal, right? It's more than that, right? And so and part of that is like when we threw up, you know, in weeks 4, 5, or sorry, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, where we had a lot of quality issues because we were learning how to do things. A lot of people complained. A lot of people were just like, I don't want to watch games that have audio issues. I don't want to watch games that where, you know, that are uncasted or whatever, right? Like we had people talk about that. So to us, just getting as many games up on stream as possible is no longer a priority because we're fairly certain that that's not actually what players want.
Okay, Expo. So the reason why we don't want to share the BIS stream key for others is because no one is willing to do production at all. But let's be clear, there's just no one that would reasonably be yeah. It's not that we don't want to, it's that there's no one that we would even remotely trust that is willing to take a load off my shoulders, because I don't blame them. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work and time, and anyone sane obviously says no, also known as everyone.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the gist of that. We just think that that's where it is. That's where it is. It's just how it is, you know?
Yeah, like Fresh is saying, you just have to give up all your hobbies and your job, and then you can help. W.
Yeah. So yeah, that's our thoughts on that. We're going coming in next season, especially since we're going to have a lot less streamed. We are going to focus on quality over quantity, which I think we could provide.
Yeah,
so,
and speaking to Weston, most likely, we're not gonna say like a hard no to no streams, but most likely there will be no NASA Nasty official streams. Just like what happened today, if the schedules line up and it sounds fun and everything goes well, we might do it. Like we streamed 2 series today. It was pretty cool. They had playoff implications. But it will not be remotely regular in the future because that's just how it is now.
Yeah. That being said, I want to reiterate because I said this, but I'm gonna repeat it. If we don't plan on streaming your game, you are more than happy to stream, or we are more than happy for you to stream your POVs over on Twitch. If we have no plans on recording your game or no plans on streaming it, you can just do it. You can just do it. So please go ahead and do it if you want to stream. We in fact we encourage it. We encourage you to stream your POVs so that people have something to watch, right? So yeah, again, just because I get asked that question a lot, I want to reiterate that. If we don't stream the game, it's your content entirely, right?
All right, final. Achi, this is your topic.
Yeah, okay, I just turned on my other headphones. Yeah, so in 2 weekends, me and Jet are organizing a viewing party of national finals. We're still contacting venues to find an actual place we can all meet up. It's looking like downtown Toronto is the best spot for us because it's the easiest place for everyone to get to. Yeah, if you are interested and you aren't already in East Court, then shoot me a DM and I can send you the invite.
Yeah, and also on what Ashyburb's saying, we will be definitely exploring ways to get more visibility on POV streams. So I'll just write that down.
Yeah, I will probably be heading that. I could probably think of something. What initially comes into mind, we do have a content and streams channel. I'm more than happy to create a new channel that is strictly focused on higher level players, streaming their POVs. So, like having a channel dedicated to NASA Nasty players streaming it, and then so that means you'd get a little bit more visibility on people's putting that stuff out. So, yeah. Dropletto, if you
not you Dropletto, not you.
Yeah,
not
I'm
you.
sorry.
Don't worry about it. Just say no. Just say no. Just say no. Just say no.
If you
No, don't do it. Don't do it. He's gonna intentional. He's gonna no, don't do it. Don't do it. You know what?
Okay.
Yeah. Next.
Man, it's fucked up. Does he just not have the talent for it? It's fucked up. All right. Okay.
What?
Sorry, Achi, go back to your thing. If you have anything else to say about it, actually.
Well, there's not much else to say. We kind of just want to be there to watch in person. There's already a bunch of people who are can no longer compete in that final. I know some of Ball and Ballers is gonna fly over from Quebec or take a train. I know some people from Vancouver are coming, so it should be a good time.
All right.
Again, if you are interested and not already in East Court, just send me a DM.
All right. Well, I think we're done. We gotta better list of plans than last time, I think.
Yeah. You know what's actually crazy? That our viewership is competitive with national viewership for the town halls.
Yeah,
I think
like
that's
we were
fucking
getting
awesome.
we're getting triple NASA nasty viewership for town hall.
That's so fucking funny. But okay, obviously that's like a good symbol that people really like these. I really like these. I think it's a great way to stay connected with what you guys want. So that I don't like lose touch or whatever. Whatever that means. I think it's really fun. It's a really fun community event. It's fun to run for me at least. But yeah. Okay, cool. That is all of the admin topics. That is all the submitted topics. We are now in the open chat, open mic part. So please rapid fire your questions. We will get through as many as we could possibly can. And in about 20 minutes, we'll probably start shutting things down so that so I can focus on the UMAMUSUME stream. So yeah, please, if you have anything, how am I doing today? I'm doing awesome. The school I started at, or I teach at, started up again. Jesus Christ. Is going good. Brookbat, when this is over and Fresh is home for groceries, can we play Abiotic? I actually don't know, because I have to help the other UMAMUSUME tournament, so Brookbat, am I
Wait,
Sigma?
Loki, you might be able to do so, because the Junior Jam said he's helping out.
I guess that's fair, huh? W Junior Jam. Am I Sigma? No, not quite. Can we do a Wordle tournament? I don't know how that would work. When is Sheb 2? Let's see. Can you DM me that one Google Doc? You know the one? What? I don't know the one. Would Twitch reruns on the channel be better or worse for the viewership channel? We think
Way
it would be worse.
It would be horrible. It would be awful, and unfortunately, it would be really bad. And like really bad.
We also have a VOD's YouTube channel that that thing is an abomination. In terms of
YouTube.
Actual...
Every single thing we stream is instantly up there in a VOD form on the live tab. How convenient is that?
Yep. So and that ain't doing well. So we know reruns probably ain't gonna work. But yeah,
any current future plans for another online S tier? That's kind of linked with the monthlies. We might make one of the monthlies like a bigger one or whatever. Definitely, we're gonna explore that.
Yeah. Are the qualifying games for Launchpad going to be streamed? We'd like to, and we'd like to change the format such that you don't have to wait 13 hours to get to it. Obviously, that might not be possible, but yeah, we'd like to get everything streamed today. So. Even if maybe we could split it up into 2 days or something like that, that'd be cool. But just tossing it out there, we are going to try to address the sheer length of qualifiers. That is our number one priority for the quals format next season. Yeah. If we went to monthlies over weeklies, would pricing for that enrich signups be squarely on the fans' donations?
We'll see. We could probably fund it, but it depends. It depends on a lot of things.
It depends on a lot of things. I'm gonna just so you have an answer, I'm leaning towards no, because I don't know where our money's coming from.
Yeah, but if we do have pricing for monthlies, and which we probably will, it will not be like a direct donation model. It will not be like a paid entry model.
Yeah, we absolutely don't want to do paid entries.
It will not be paid entry. It will not be like it will not like directly depend on donations either.
Yeah. What's a memorable set in Nassel to you? I got a memorable game.
The most watched video on the Best Scene Slot channel. Subscribe to the YouTube right now and go to videos and sort by most views.
EKC last call, baby.
Does Saya still consider you hook resets? You know, I really appreciate you.
Okay, let's see. If someone were to find a potential venue, you should just DM. Yeah. Achi also responded, yes, just DM one of us. We'll see if we can work with it. I'm just gonna be saying, people did do that, and like a lot of venues don't work. OS has a lot of specific requirements. We have a lot of specific requirements, and sometimes it doesn't work, but sometimes it will. And that means you get a land in your home state. So low risk, high reward. You know. Okay. Let's see. Does Saya Kill consider you a top brawler? It depends on the day. I mean, yeah. How's playoffs going? Let's see.
What the hell?
My bad. Was it too soon? It's too soon. 3-day rule. My fault. How does someone
shout out too soon to caster? Well, how does someone become a caster? You DM me, and then I put you through the caster grind, and we see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Essentially, yeah. Reach out to Saya. A lot of people have reached out to us. Even if you don't end up casting a lot, just getting you on for an OSAS or an ISS stream is still helpful. Saves us a block for a day, right? Yeah, but generally speaking, if you're interested in casting or anything stream related, reach out to Saya. If you're interested in things back-endy, or being on staff in general, that doesn't have to do specifically with streams. So think stats or think being a TO, you can also reach out to me as well. I can at the very least point you in the right direction, if not be the one to help.
Let's be clear, if we do a Brickbat Saya match, it would not be a best of 1. It would be a best of 3.
Best of 3. Yeah, that's why I asked best of 3 for the timeline in chat.
I mean, my ass is gonna be picking fucking Aaron Brawler and fucking standing in front of Saya. But the thing is, he doesn't play Luna anymore, so that doesn't work. So I probably get rolled. But
yeah, I pick characters that are easier.
Yeah.
That are not Paladin's Luna. Long-term goals. Long-term goals is to just not have to worry about funds. You know, like that's a super long-term goal. You know, like just not having to like stress about funds for every big thing.
Yeah.
And also finding a game that we enjoy, that we can do stuff for, that isn't dead. But you know, those are pretty long-term. So, I mean, you could probably have guessed those as well. So.
Yeah, I think for me, personally, I really want to have besting slot be a really like diverse in terms of like games that we run. I really like the idea of a bunch of different community, like us being the center of a Venn diagram of a lot of different communities. I really like that idea. I'd like to do that. Obviously, we'd have to find a few games that stick, but like, and if that doesn't happen, that doesn't happen, right? That's my own personal thing. Like I said, too, funds is always a big part of that. But like ideally for me, like one day we'd run a LAN that has like 3 different esports running in it. You know what I mean? And 3 different like actual.
Let's be clear, Denver LAN will have 2 different competitive games.
Yeah. So like that's the goal. That's the goal for me. If we have overlap between Rivals 2 and OS and UMAMUSUME, and we have just a fucking like con, essentially, more for the lack of a better word.
What's
I
the
think
other
that would
game
be
at
fucking
Denver?
Awesome.
I'm not gonna say it, but.
But yeah, but that would be my personal long-term goal that I'd work towards. I think that would be really cool. Funding is another big one as well. So and finding a home game. So I think all of us are kind of on the same for that. I can't read the fucking. Yeah, thank you.
You know, so Ashen, that is only Achi. Do not get your hopes up about that game because there's zero interest other than Achi about that game here. Unfortunately.
Wait, are we talking about rematch?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They just asked what games we're looking at.
So I guess wait a second, Brickbat, you need to repeat yourself completely. Because I'll just repeat for you. If you're interested in helping out at all, reach out to Brickbat. If you're interested in helping out stream related, reach out to me. Our DMs are very open. Yep.
Feel free to poke me. I try to have a 24-hour return policy for responding to DMs. If I don't get to you in 24 hours, you're more than happy to blow up my DMs. I've had a couple times where I've had to be reminded to schedule games from players. Thank you for doing that. So like I said, DMs are open. Feel free to remind me. Feel free to poke me. I'm not gonna bite. The worst we could say is ew, that sort of thing. So yeah. So yeah, that answers. Going back to some long-term plans. Something that I think that we're gonna talk about. We are pretty motivated by actually liking the game. If we don't like the game, I think our actual motivation to run the game plummets. I think we saw that with like rematch. We saw that with Uma a little bit. We saw that with Super
that did not happen with Uma.
Okay.
The whole point, the whole reason why Uma works right now is because it's something that I could run alone. The whole reason why other stuff doesn't work out as well is if it's not something that someone could run alone and there's no interest, then it kind of falls apart.
Yeah. But like things like Super Vive, another one. I don't want to fucking do shit with that. Because of that, I didn't give any effort. I didn't put any effort into Super Vive, and so luckily, I guess, lucky for us now with some of the news about that game. But regardless, right? Generally speaking, we do have to like the game if we want to run it. Like we can't run something soullessly. If we don't like the game, we can't really run it. So hopefully, if we are at the Venn diagram of a lot of different communities, and we're in that center point, then yeah.
Just to give a heads up, we currently have our eyes on Deadlock a little bit, just a little bit, only a tiny bit. That's like the best preview we can give you. That's it.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll find something fucking stupid, bro. Maybe another web fiction will come out.
You know the guess the game cover thing where you got all of the random.
Yeah.
Maybe it's one of those.
Holy shit! I should run. Yo, Rats Instagive. Oh, Rats Instagive might go crazy.
Anyway, are we done? I think we're so done.
I think that's it. I'll say just for the sake of giving that 50 minutes that I said we would, we'll do another 3 minutes. 3 minutes for rapid fire questions. Like I said, rapid fire. Please post them. I'll try to answer them as fast as we can, and then we're gonna wrap things up at about X45, wherever.
Wow,
wherever
we filled like almost 2 hours.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying we
How are you? I'm fine. I'm about to run an over 100 person UMAMUSUME tourney in like 15 minutes. That I should probably be prepping for, but you know, I can answer questions. What's the second horse you should bring today? You haven't decided? You're so cooked, Drop.
My horses suck ass for that tournament. I'm getting knocked out round 1, bro. My horses suck.
Any favorites for the UMA tournament? Anyone. Sprint is like RNG. High key. Like, Sprint is so scary.
Yeah, it's you click one of your front runners and hope that they stay first the entire time, or you hope that they all crash out and somehow you're able to get past the Bakushin wall.
I would coach. I coached Mudflap in UMAMUSUME, and he immediately saw great results. So I'm like top 10 UMAMUSUME coach world. Think about it.
What's the biggest surprise in NASL or NASA or Nasty this season in terms of teams and players? I don't know if this is what the answer is. Biggest one ever. No forfeits. Not a single scheduling forfeit this entire season. I am so insanely proud of that. That with scheduling and having that shit up in the air and having to put fucking casters on call it that not a single FF happened this entire season. I think that is crazy. I think that is insane that happened. So W mandatory sub rule, W scheduling, W communicate. I mean that I'm so fucking happy.
It's not over yet because of tiebreakers, but
yeah, that is true. That is true.
We went through 9 tiebreakers doesn't count.
Yeah. But yeah, that was something I was really excited. I was really happy about. And then, but actually, surprise in terms of like results.
Weez Little Bees.
Weasel Bees not going O10. Yeah. That's a.
I do actually legit have something to add about the 5th place tiebreaker for NASL. I don't think it's actually, required. Because like if you win, then your reward is a tougher opponent. So it might just be better to
wait a second.
have it work differently than it works currently. Is what I'm gonna say.
Maybe. I feel like we always like revise tiebreakers every season. It's like a tradition. I feel like we always have a tiebreaker discussion every single. So whatever. We'll just figure it out. Rise of Milkman. Yeah, W. That's true. Weasel Bees. I think big surprise with their performance. Really, honestly, like I think a lot of people were doubting them, and I think they showed up this season. I think they were a valuable addition to have this season. They gave us some good games. Okay. Okay, we're at 3:45. Last minute. Deadlock has a comp community. Would this be a collab crossover type thing or organizing an independent community? Collab. We always try to collab stuff unless we really don't like the community stares at a game. But like for the most part, we really want to run things within the server. Again, being a part of that is being the Venn diagram. We want this to be a hub of a bunch of stuff.
Also keep in mind that some of the people we know are in that comp community. So yeah, we're never going to be weird about it. That's the one thing we can promise you, Like, we've been on the receiving end of people trying to enter OS and being weird, so we're definitely not going to do that to other people.
Yeah.
Coin flip. prediction ended. So
Okay, I guess I'll flip.
Okay. While they're doing that flip, though,
It's
I'm going to
heads.
say that we're going to be... Oh, W heads. I called it. Okay. We're going to be wrapping up here. Thank you guys so much for attending. I think that it's super, super awesome that we have the base of what I understand, 140-something people show up at one point to talk about the future of OS, talking about the future of Best in Slot, to talk about it. So I really, really appreciate that you guys are communicating with us and talking about this, and this is really awesome. Obviously, we're gonna try to. I'm gonna hopefully try to run one more in after playoffs in between to the new season. I don't know if I will, but thank you guys for showing up to this town hall. It really does mean a lot that we had NASL numbers for this. So again, more than happy to always talk about the future of OS with people. I love talking about this stuff. It's really interesting to me of how things work, and it's something that I've come to appreciate. So again, thank you guys all for attending, giving your input, just showing up and having fun. And yeah, we're gonna obviously publish the VOD. The VOD's gonna be up on YouTube.
The VOD is already published.
Yeah. So if you're missing anything, please let us know. But for those of you who want a quick rundown, right there in the highlights in the green, orange, and red, those are our TLDRs of this. But yeah, cool. Oh, POV stuff, that'd be awesome if we had someone to edit.
And also, let's be clear, we would not ping for it. Like, people have ping fatigue already.
Yeah. Okay, but thank you a lot. We got a UMAMUSUME tournament to prep for. We'll catch you guys around. Again, thank you so much for attending. It means a lot. It especially means a lot that you OS ISS players, people who don't have that much investment, who just came and showed up too, and talked about that. So thank you so much. We appreciate you guys. We're looking forward to an awesome new season. But for now, we'll catch you guys around. You guys have a good rest of your Sunday.
Yep. And before we go, I spoke in error about the 5th place tiebreaker. It is important, as Camilla reminded me. I just forgot about how winners drops worked.
All right, goodbye everyone, and
Bye.
stick around for 100%. Wow.
What's good, what's poppin', gamers? Welcome back. It's time for another CARAT clash, but this time, no medium distance to be seen. It's time to head to the sprints, and who better to bring you that fast-paced action than myself, Jatsu, and the homie Shino. What's good, brother?
Yo, what is good is the sprint racing coming up today. I know everyone's got their Sakura Bakushinos ready, but I'm curious to what second UMA people are going to be bringing here. Should be a very from what I've seen, I've been looking at the in-houses lurking a little bit, like, oh, like, you know, we're running the sprint in-houses, trying to get our UMA all ready and prepped, and seems like a bit of RNG with how these races are structured, but we'll see.
Yeah, ultimately, you know, UMA is a game where you can kind of build your favorite horse to do anything. But, you know, obviously, the earlier on we are in the game's lifespan, the harder that is to do in practice.
Yeah.
You know, inheritances are very powerful, but you need quite a bit of time investment to make sure that you're actually set up if you want particular Oshi who's not, too well suited to a sprint to do her best on 1,200 meters. But, you know, we were talking a little bit before the stream, so you guys probably saw, I'm assuming your game's updated if you're running it right now, that Karan-chan and a couple other new supports have just dropped. So we were curious if anybody was crazy enough, one, to roll for her right now, two, to put her into a career mode, three, to be able to train up and finish her career before they are knocked out of the bracket. So I'm curious if you guys think we're going to be seeing any Karens on stream, or even like in the pools matches, or if you think like, nah, Jatsu, like we're going in with the Bakshins, we're going in with who else? We got Marzensky, who I think has like a B aptitude in it. You know, maybe Air Groove, Bourbon, if you have the right sparks for it. You know, there are a few folks I'm thinking on the top of my head. Oh, King Halo, if you can, you know, stomach her curious career races. So we'll see.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. So I already am knocked out. I was in one of the groups, and
NT?
you know, I'm not built for sprint like everyone else is. I'm a long racer myself as a rice shower enjoyer, but I did notice a lot of Sakura Bakushinos, as expected. But there were some Taiki shuttles as well. I don't remember if you mentioned Taiki shuttle.
There you go. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm curious to what the gamers are gonna bring today.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, of course, you can make any horse run any distance, but it takes quite a bit of work. Rice Shower Enjoyer muting stream. Someone ban this guy. Anyway, get that guy out of here as we head into our next match. So we're going to be streaming you guys Group E, if I'm not mistaken. So unfortunately, a couple folks, you know, maybe not able to make it today. Prior obligations. I know Impurist Club is in this pod, but is also running a tournament over on the side for the fighting gamers. So did not make time to show up today. But otherwise, we got Omniscythe, Resitiz, Scython, Anime, and Punyo in our first group. So we got Group E coming up.
Yeah, so we're seeing a couple of King Halos. There's the Bakushino as expected. But yeah, I guess, you know, the thing about King Halo, I feel like, is even though her career is a little bit weird with how they start you off, if you can make her work, like this one oh man, that's a hater King Halo right there.
That's like 5 debuffs, guys! So, as a reminder, guys, this is also a 2v2, so if you happen to, you know, want to bring around a debuffer slot, that is an option too.
And yeah, I feel like that's also going to come into play with the 2v2, right? Like, you have the late surge King Halo trying to just debuff these pesky front runners, but the debuffing might be a little bit difficult, right? Especially if you can hit a good amount of stamina in these short races and some recovery, like this Marzensky here, right? So we'll see if the debuffs really come into play, because that is a strong-looking Marzensky as well. But we're about to find out once we finally are off to the starting gate.
Let's see it. Once again, we're standardized on all of the, you know, random conditions that you guys are familiar with. Of course, it's going to be spring, firm turf, normal moods for everybody, and that A rank cap. But we are heading on into it. Our first match here for Group E, once again on Sapporo turf with a solid 1,200 meter sprint.
Alrighty. I think there's going to be, again, it is an RNG game, obviously, but I feel like the late starts in sprint will really affect sprint much more compared to the longer distance races.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, when you only have 1,200 meters to go, right? Like a late
Yeah.
start or even being rushed where,
Yeah.
maybe things can't even out with one of your skills not proccing, especially if it's position dependent. Like, I don't know, man. This sprint stuff gets serious. Yeah, late starts
there-
equals doom. Yeah.
yeah. There's so little room for error with such little space to run.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Oh, and we have
Right.
a lone wolf. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, solid starts all around. Nobody else taking that lone wolf. Again, it's a really cheap skill to, get a little bit more speed, so might as well, and already starting off the debuffs early.
Yeah. And I believe that is a 40 speed, plus 40 speed from Lone Wolf, so it's not
Yeah, it's pretty
insignificant
good.
for how cheap it is. But, there's the Marzen. It's actually the lone Sakura Bakshino in this race.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got the NPC kind of front running right now. That front runner pack is looking quite dense, and we got Mars and
Yeah.
Unique, of course, activating as
Yep.
well. So many Professor of
Yep.
Curvatures we had around that corner, and we're coming up on our final corner as well here in the final bend.
Here we go. Final spurt.
Yep.
We'll see how well you see those debuffs going off right there from those King Halos, and there's a King Halo pulling up right now. Hold on.
There we go. King Halo on the outside. Sakura Bakshino just trying to hold on to the second place. Maruzetsu coming up behind. Can barely tell. I think that second Sakura Bakshino ended up securing that spot. But let's check these leaderboards to see who made it out in that top 2.
Wow, that was quite the gap from that King Halo there.
Yeah.
That is
So
gonna
not the
be-
debuff for King Halo that we saw earlier, but it is
Yeah.
Anime's King Halo and Scython's Bakshino who are going to be making it onto round number 2.
by a head.
Oh, no.
And there's no Marzensky moving on from this
Yeah.
group at least.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker, right? We were seeing Marzensky just barely start accelerating towards the latter half of that last spurt. They're kind of going neck and neck. It was off screen.
Yeah.
We weren't quite able to tell, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, that's the end of Omniscythe's run. Same for Resetees and Punyo as well. But like you mentioned, Anime and Scython are going to be moving on.
Yep, and if I'm not mistaken, we're following the same schedule as last week, where we stream every race from round 2.
I
Correct me if I'm wrong.
believe so. So let me just double check. It looks like we have 113 attendees today, which means I'm trying to do like the mental math in my head. How many letters into the alphabet is S, Shino, off the top of your head? Well, okay, so we got 4, 8, 12, 16, 19 groups of gamers, 19 groups of, what is that, 6 each? So quite a few groups here in round number 1. So I'm assuming we're just going to jump in between, maybe 2 or 3, see how those round 1s are going. And then like you said, I'm guessing we're going to be streaming everything from round 2 onwards.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. No, it looks like round 1 is pretty much all done from what I'm seeing. I'm seeing all the
Okay.
scores have been reported. So I guess we're gonna be going into the round 2 shortly.
Yeah, so round 2, so we took the top 2 of 6 players. So going into round number 2 means we should have 7 groups. So cutting that down to, what is it? 7 times 6, we're kind of in like top 42 right now, if I'm not mistaken on the math.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I guess we'll see who we're heading into next group-wise. I'm looking alphabetically at least. So Group T, which I would assume is our next one, has Xeno, Axios, Shaw Esther, who I think we saw in the previous Carry Clash, Sharkira, Miso-chan, and Vanilla. So we'll see who we got going on there.
Yep. I expect again to. Oh, you count 6 groups of 6. Okay.
There's one more on
But-
page 2 at the top. It's a little tricky, but Group Z I think is the last round 2.
Oh right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will say, thankfully, Star.gg has functionality for these pools. Like,
Yeah.
we don't have to go out of our way to make our own spreadsheet or things like
Yeah.
that. But it is a little confusing because it is also like the +3 more. So if you want to find a certain gamer, you kind of got to click into every single match. But speaking of,
Yeah.
hopefully you guys are enjoying the UMA matches so far. I know a lot of them have
Yeah.
happened off stream, but this round 2 action should be all on broadcast for the rest of it.
Yeah. It'll be a long set of races here. Well, I mean, they're sprints, but plenty of race to go for these.
Exactly,
gamers.
yeah. There we go. I'm trying to see who these gamers are repping as well. I'm like scrolling through to see the team tags. I see someone whose start.gg tag is literally just Rice Shower,
Yeah.
which is pretty sick. I can't hate for folks that are using start.gg tags that are literal horses. Throwing stones in glass houses is not my deal, right? But I see someone representing the Dodo links as well. When I click in, I can't see the rest of the sponsor tags, unfortunately. So you guys are gonna have to let us know who you're cheering on going into CARAT Clash number 2.
Yeah, of course. I remember seeing. Oh, I feel like I've seen Blackjet previously, and Soara in the previous tournaments as well. So those are some familiar names to me here.
Yeah, Blackjet, I think a finalist in both CARAT Clash 1 and Live Horse Reaction. Soara being that Live Horse Reaction #1 champion as well. So we got a couple folks who have definitely trained up their Umas with all their heart and soul. But do they have the sprinters ready is the real question, right? Because, those were long races, those were medium races. Obviously, we've had a lot of time coming up until now, so decent amount of prep time available. But let's see if the Sakura Bakushinos, the King Halos are going to be enough.
Yeah, one thing that's tricky too, and I actually had a conversation about this yesterday, where the Champions Meet has like 2 different formats: an unlimited format and a B+ cap format.
Okay.
And so here, obviously, we have the limit to A rank. So if your account is a little bit too good, you have to specifically aim for your A rank Uma. To actually enter this tournament here. So that's something interesting to think about, where the rank limitation forces you to make different choices throughout your run. Like, it can't be too good, but it has to be pretty good. Enough to, maybe just below that, was it 12,100 threshold, I think?
It's something like that, right? I remember you were talking about it a little bit with Imp, where it was like, it's definitely stats is a big part of it. I forget if fan count was actually like proven or like tested to be part of that consideration. But there is a lot that goes into the ranking. So you already know there are some min-maxers that are like, okay, how can I get like 11,999 points just to make sure I'm like right below that threshold?
Yeah. I know, maybe not for this format, but at least for longer distances where you can run gold chip, like they'll purposefully get the debuff that makes her late start or whatever.
Yeah.
Just to lower her points.
Does that like having the debuff like ends up being like a negative modifier for her points? That's kind of sick, I'm not gonna lie. So it gives you more room to have either better stats or different skills on the side of it. That's pretty sick.
Yeah. And on someone like Gold Chip who runs End Closer anyways,
she's fine being in the back.
Yeah, in a long or medium race, not too bad.
Yeah. Brickbat, should I bring my air groove that is functional, or should I bring my air groove that carries and an arsenal of poisons to my round 2? Now look, if I were in your bracket, I would be like, don't be a coward, just send 2 of your best in. But because I'm sitting here pretty on the commentary chair and I want to see the chaos for myself, like I'm telling you, gotta bring the poison in. I want to see 9 Fate Unlimited debuffs.
It's like the You've seen maybe a couple of like the memes around where it's like the Pokemon one, where it's like 20,000 like different
speed,
debuffs,
0.25 attack,
yeah.
It's like stunned, poison, debuff. Yeah, exactly. Poisons and evil tonics.
Evil.
Checking over on the start.gg. What else we got? I'm like looking through some of these other groups as well. So if you guys have any folks that you're cheering on, make sure to let us know in the chat. I see Group U, which is our second round 2 group. Kaizener, June. Is that Jumpy? I can't tell. No, that's a different June. Okay. So Kaizener, June, Hyde in goal, Cure Dynamic, Scorpio, and John Paul. Cure Dynamic sounds like, I was gonna say NPC horse. That's saying too much. It sounds like a horse name, I will say. I was only thinking NPC because it's not a real horse name, but Cure Dynamic's pretty good.
Did you just call one of our entrants an NPC? Like,
If
come
they end
on,
up winning,
man.
I don't know what I'm gonna do, man. They're gonna make it to the finals, and they're gonna be like, this commentator called me an NPC. Like, I'm never gonna let him live it down. They're gonna like quote tweet the bracket announcement in first place and be like, NPC, by the way. I'm gonna be like, no, stop. I'm sorry I said that.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I was just making conversation.
But you know, words can carry a lot of weight, whether or not there was malice behind it.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what King Halo route taught me. Okay, I don't know why I'm saying that. I haven't played the route yet, but I've seen enough screenshots to be like, you know, we are hate King Halo's mom gang from what I'm hearing. But it's okay. That's why we have the trainer, and that's why why we have the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Did you see
Amazing.
that Indonesia like G1 it was the Indonesia Triple Crown.
Okay.
And then it was like being streamed on like different platforms. And then chat was just amazing.
No, dog, there's no way. Late start and rush. Wait, why does that render on the stream like that? That's insane.
Oh, wait, that's sick.
Wait, that's so sick, actually. Oh, I broke the amazing chain. Yeah, you guys just gotta kill me at this point. I ruined the vibe, sorry. Amazing.
Yeah, this is just the Indonesia G1 race.
Yeah, actually, they're showing me, like, in real time what it looked like as that G1 was going on.
Yeah.
Her mom is apparently just really awkward from a hidden event after winning the Ari Makinen. She still sucks though. I don't know, for the screenshots that I've seen, there's a lot of malice in this awkwardness, but I believe you. I need to go through the route myself.
I won the Ari Makinen with King Halo, and then it was still just like I still don't know how to feel about her mom.
Is that the one where she wins and she's like, yeah, Special Week was so great out there. She's like,
No.
wait, I literally just okay, it's a different race. Okay.
Yeah, that's the Special Week one. I believe is the Japan Derby.
That hurts me. She is a Derby UMAMUSUME after all, but like, well, mom, I won. You don't understand.
You just got lucky. That wasn't anything special.
Just got lucky. Had MLB Kita-san. It doesn't really count. Your support deck is cracked. You swiped. You know, L plus ratio.
Yeah. Yeah, you were still just rich family daughter, like carried, etc.
Yeah. I've raised like 24 Halos and I have no opinion about her mother. Hashtag skip unread scenes gang. You are a trainer that is impure of heart and you will get a late start every match in this tournament. So help me God. Astagfirullah. That's how it goes though. You know what? You're a stronger trainer than me, to be fair. You're the one in the trenches making sure that you can get the strongest King Halo, and I still haven't read her out. Who am I to throw stones, right?
I always, if I'm running for the first time, I will not skip. I'll only skip scenario, obviously. But I will look at the trainee events because I like to see the lore.
Yeah, I'm the same way, which is also why, despite having 15 UMAMUSUME, I do not have a full team trials team because I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna read her route eventually, so I shouldn't train her until I'm ready to sit down and like actually read through the dialogue. And I have said that about quite a few horses, so I got a lot of empty slots.
Look, it's despite the current format being sprint, it's not a sprint. Playing this game,
it's true.
It is a marathon. You take your time, play the way you want to.
Your ass is not sprinting to a 2% chance off of 1100 on a given stat. Is what I'm gonna say. You are not sprinting 50 runs in a day for average chances of getting a good spark, but. On average, these gamers in round number 2 are going to be giving you even greater sprint action as we see quite a bit of Sakura Bakushin some Marzensky, some Taiki Shuttle like Shino was mentioning earlier. The first Ogre cap that we've seen, and then I'm seeing Marzensky's otherwise all the way down.
Yeah, pretty interesting lineup here so far. But I think it's about I think the only weird thing, I guess, is the Ogre cap. Where, again, you would need to have the sparks to get that sprint, right? Because I don't think she is very high sprint.
If I remember correctly, I don't think it's like one of her best
Yeah.
aptitudes. But if they got the sparks for it, they got the sparks for
Yeah.
it. Let's see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, Empress Esther. What do we have? We have an A in sprint. All right. Wait, I kind of want to check the inspiration real quick if we have a second to look through.
Yeah.
Okay. Sprint. Okay. So we got
Okay.
3 stars in sprint here. So maybe she starts out at like B. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
That's pretty good. Okay. All right. So Ogre Cap with the maxed out speed, also very good on the power, right? That 1K. So this is gonna be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. Yeah, especially
Empress Esther.
because I don't imagine that. Oh, yeah, this Taiki.
She
shuttle
starts in
here-
E. How that? Wait, I'm so confused. How did you get? If it's 3, is it golden?
You would have to.
Inheritance?
You would have to get it at first, and then I think from the inspirations in April.
Okay, yeah,
Afterwards,
from like
yeah.
the 3 goddesses. Okay.
Yeah.
What the hell? Okay, I was wondering why no one had brought up Ogre Cap as like a potential, like, oh, we'll probably see her in the sprint. And then I saw there was only the 3 stars. I was like, oh, it's probably not that bad. Okay, I understand the arduous process you probably had to go through to get her as in
Yeah.
a sprint. But she is here in round number 2 for the Trainers Cup. Once again on the Sapporo Tow for 1,200 meters. We are pulling up here with Group T, which once again has Zeno, Axios, Shaw, Esther, Sharkira, Miso-chan, and Vanilla as we head into our first round 2 match.
All right. So how many soccer Bakshinos is that in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's about half.
Oh my god. She's like almost 50% of the bracket, and look!
Yeah.
And it's 3 Taiki shuttles. This is insane.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
No late starts coming out here. Pretty good as the pack makes its way to the frontier. Lots of front runner Marzenskis.
Mm-hmm. So many. I can't tell
I
the
know, I'm
difference
like-
between the pace chasers and the front runners, but it's starting to.
I know.
Kind of. I feel like those Bakshinos in the back there are pace chasers, right? Surely.
That's what I'm assuming, right? Because it's probably just like front runners and pace chasers. So the pack
Yeah,
is like
yeah.
fairly condensed from beginning to end. And look, you
Yeah.
can just see it in the top of the HUD, right? It's just a big jumble of all of these gamers. Sharkira's Marzensky has been staying strong as far as his front runner goes, but
Yeah.
of course all of these uniques and ultimates popping as we head around the final corner. It's the last straightaway, Shino.
Oh man, and I'm curious about this Ogre Cap too. That 1000 power is not gonna matter if you're blocked off like this. It looks like it's going to be the Taiki shuttle pulling up here, going to take the first place, most likely. Maybe 2 Taiki shuttles.
Oh, it was hard to say. I think that Marzensky ended up securing that second place spot by a nose, but I saw that insane acceleration from the second Taiki shuttle. Okay. So it was that second Taiki shuttle coming in number 8. So Zen. Oh, wait. So the Taiki shuttle actually did end up overtake. I'm wrong. I saw it incorrectly. It's Axios and Zeno making it out to round number 2, just barely taking it over Sharkira and the rest of the folks in that round 2 block.
Damn, these Taiki shuttles pulled up here, and unfortunate for that lone Ogre Cap, but it is what it is. With so many front runners too, it's just this big ball of how do I, even with all the power, how do I maneuver through this?
As a wise YouTuber once said, I have not watched this video, but I've been passed down this ancient wisdom that power does not matter. If you are blocked, you are blocked. Okay, power doesn't matter for breaking out of being blocked, right? It's very important to make sure that you're reaching your top accelerator, accelerating as quick as you can in the last spurt to have the most time at top speed. But when your Uma is surrounded by 5 other horses, 1200 power is not going to save her.
Yeah. Like, okay, sure, I can turn left and right and accelerate really fast, but where do I go? UMAMUSUME is a wit game.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta position yourself in like the right spot so you're not getting blocked. UMAMUSUME truly is a wit game, bro. The wittiest horses simply don't get. I just simply wouldn't put myself in the position. There's a lot of. So I know a lot of you folks, here for Carrot Clash number 2 are not fighting gamers, right? But me and Shino are obviously on, fighting game streams from time to time at the very least. So we're used to talking to the fighting game crowd. There is a common piece of wisdom or advice when you're in a rough situation against a strong character, right? It's like, oh, what do I do here? I do X, they do Y. I do A, they do B. and a lot of times the answer is to not be in the situation. So
Yeah.
the equivalent is like, oh, how much more power am I supposed to have to make sure that I can get out when I'm blocked? It's like, you are not going to escape the situation of getting blocked outside of like a legitimate miracle or some other horse ending. Like you gotta not be in the situation in the first place,
Yeah.
bros.
Yeah. And I think that's something to consider for strategy in a sprint like this, where we only have so many available UMAMUSUME, and there are many front runners to be expected in the current state of the game.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
Increase your lane change speed, bro. You'll break out of the pack. Yeah.
I didn't pay $60 to block versus I paid $60. Why am I blocked is crazy. That one's gonna stick in the back of my brain as like a vocal stim for the next 2 weeks. Thank you, Raibuka. Much appreciated. all right. So we're waiting for our next gamers to head in.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Tazuna for all the helpful advice that she gives.
Yeah, it seemed my UMAMUSUME did not know enough skills going into the race. So, you're right. I should have just had 400 more skill points. My deepest apologies, Tazuna. Your infinite wisdom is incredibly helpful.
Yep. And then when you have like 6 skills, it's like, well, now I have like 400 speed, 200 stamina. Yeah, you didn't have enough stamina. Thanks, Tazuna.
With the right aptitudes, I don't know. Maybe your UMAMUSUME could make it out into the next race on another try. I'm like, thanks. Thank you. I'll think about that next run.
Yeah.
Much appreciated, Tazuna, for the helpful advice as always.
All right. We do have Group U coming next. If we are going alphabetical here.
So who do we have in Group U, Shino?
Well, there's the Cure Dynamic. I'm just gonna make sure to point that name out to you.
Let's go.
And then Kaisener, June, Hide in Goal, Scorpio, and John Fall, or John Paul with an H after the P.
My brain is like mentally just assuming that the H is silent, but if it's actually John Fall, you guys let me know. I'm not trying to Americanize your name. I'm not trying to give you the, English romanization, but I'm trying to give you, of course, this Group U match for round number 2. So like we mentioned, of course, we got those 6 gamers pulling up here. Looks like June has the King Halo and the Taiki Shuttle. Oh, so we were actually asking about this earlier. I am impressed because Karen-chan actually only dropped like an hour 40 minutes ago, like literally 100 minutes ago. So the fact that you had time to do the run, get a decent veteran for her, and set up whatever inspirations and skills, she is here for round number 2. So we're going to be seeing our first look at Karen-chan on this short distance race. Let's see it.
And I did tell you earlier before we started, if anything, it's probably going to be a hater Karen-chan with all the debuffs.
Yeah.
And what did we get? Half these skills are debuffs. But,
that's insane work.
We will see if the Karen-chan is enough here, or if she's just here for the Umasta picks, here to hang out.
That is actually, it's really funny that she's the number 1 fave when seemingly her point of being in this race is not to win, but such that others will lose.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, the GOAT is gonna be someone to watch out for here with that Karen-chan, maybe helping out that Sakura Bakushin.
Wait, the Urara too? And a right shot? Dude, what? I was so shell-shocked by like Karen-chan. There were like 3 other, jump scares just waiting in the wings here. So John Paul got the Haru Urara, Scorpio with the right shower. Okay,
Wait,
anyone can run any race if you have enough love in your heart as a trainer.
Oh my god. Alright, full bias here. I hope the rice shower wins.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. Not many starting skills from these gamers here, but here comes the debuff from rice shower, not Karen-chan.
Oh, let's see. Rice Shower making her way up towards that front of the pack. So in the front, we have front runner Bakushin coming out from the GOAT, and just about everybody else, like highly compressed in the middle there. And Haru Urara, just make sure nobody else falls behind on the track. She's watching for the rest of the folks and making sure they stay safe.
And she's having a good time, win or lose. But we do have, I think it looks like the GOAT taking top 1 and 2 places right now with the Karen-chan. Oh, hang on, this
Oh my
Taiki
God, wait, you're
shuttle?
right.
Wait.
Wait,
Yo, this
Taiki shuttle just
pulled
bursting
up
to the
out of
front. June on
nowhere.
the Taiki shuttle, trying to make sure that we're not getting first and second place. The ults are finally popping. The blue rose closer trying to come in from the back, but there's barely any time on this last straightaway. It's so many home stretch H, so many velocities. We didn't even get to see who ends up in first. I saw that Taiki shuttle, but second place could be anyone's game. So we're waiting for the rankings here. That second place going to Scorpio's Rice Shower.
Oh. Okay, the front, I mean the sprint rice shower doing work here.
Are you dead? Are you dead ass, Ed boy? I can't believe it. So with 1 3/4 lengths on the previous as well, but you know, just barely a nose from the GOAT Sakura Bakshin. Oh, we saw the entire ult animation and it hid that like final 100 meters of the race. I really thought this rice shower was gonna be in 3rd or 4th place, but the acceleration in that final spurt ended up being what they needed.
Yeah, I think, you know, again, there's so little room for mistakes from these UMAMUSUME. Every little bit counts. Every extra step, that extra bit of distance you can get out of that one skill activation could mean the difference between an entire position. Sakura has been
dude, even
blue
Sakura's
rose
not. Yeah, even she's not safe from Rice Shower, bro. But Rice Shower is going to be making it into round number 3. June and Scorpio moving on as that top 2. So 0-7 in the chat to Kaisener, Hayden Goal, Cure Dynamic, and John Paul as we head into our next group.
Yep, we're going to get Group V all set up. And that's the group with the self-named Rice Shower in Start GG. But also going to be joined by Verity, Dabbage, Alicred, Simon Star 789, and Mudflap.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with a ton of these gamers. I will say Dabbage the GOAT, again, one of the TOs and, you know, hosts of the Urara Kinen, so hopefully you guys got a chance to tune into that just about a week ago. Was that last week? That was last week, right? My like concept of time has like... It was 2 weeks ago? Guys, time goes by.
Wait,
so
was it
fast.
1 week?
Okay, 1 week? Okay. But, you know, that was a very fun time. So if you guys haven't seen that, I believe the VOD is up on YouTube. You guys can let me know if that is available or not. I forget. Oh, there we go. It's already in chat if you guys want to check out the Urara Kinen. So that was one of the hosts over there. Let's see if David is going to be able to hold on strong and make it again into this round number 3. It seems like, I mean, we already have 1 Rice Shower in round 3. Let's see if we can make it 2.
Yeah, I'd be excited to see this sprint Rice Shower as well. And you know, I've told you this before, but I would like to have a Rice Shower for every occasion.
Yeah, I think you know, it is cool that we are getting a lot of English UMAMUSUME like gacha content now. It's like folks doing a lot of like beginner guides, support card guides, like doing deep dives into where is this more efficient? Which skills are actually good for certain distances, etc.
Yeah.
But I think it's also interesting seeing, you know, more content and discussion about like, okay, UMAMUSUME as a gacha game, right? And as a PvP game, you kind of have to determine what your own goals with the game are. Because as I'm sure you guys already know, you know, with Kira-san Banner having been very recent, I think coming to a close pretty soon, sparking is quite expensive in the video game, right? So outside of the, how should I put it, excess of disposable funds, you know, you're ultimately going to be, you know, gated in a few ways as far as support cards go, but there are still a lot of goals that you can kind of define for yourself. Like, I want to have a solid PvP team. I want to be in a certain class in team trials, or I just want to clear a bunch of content and like see the actual stories of the UMAMUSUME for myself. Or, you know, one that they also mentioned that Chino brought up just now is, I have a favorite horse. I think at one point, you know, sometime later on into the game's lifespan, I want to have a veteran UMAMUSUME of my favorite horse in every aptitude and every, you know, track style, right? So that would be pretty sick as well. So I'm curious what you guys in the chat are thinking as far as, you know, we've had, oh my god, we're actually just about 1 month into UMAMUSUME on global servers. So how's it been going for you guys? Like, what are your kind of like short, medium term goals with the game, and like what have you been enjoying so far as we're heading into our next match?
Yeah, I think you bring up a lot of good points there, right? Where I see someone in there saying Kita-san banner killed my PvP drive for this game, and that's bound to happen, especially with some people's luck too, right? I think I saw
That's many
like on
such
Twitter.
cases, bro. Yeah.
I saw on Twitter like someone spent like 1,000 or something, and they couldn't
Oh my
hit MLB or whatever.
Yep.
I don't know. It's rough out there sometimes, but if you can set healthy expectations for yourself, then it's chill. And also, Jatsu and myself, we've been long time fans, so regardless
Yeah.
of how the game is in terms of gameplay or pulls, we still love our UMAMUSUME, which are pulling up right now to the starting gate.
Hell yeah. So up next, we got Verity, Rice Shower, Dabbage, Alecred, Simon Star, and Mudflap. So we're actually seeing Nice Nature. First time we're seeing her. Air Groove, I'm sure she's been in other matches, but first time we're seeing her on stream. And of course, these classics, the Marzenskis, the Taiki Shuttles, and the Bakshinos.
Yeah, and there's the hater. There's the hater, Evil Nature right there.
It is actually all debuffs, bro.
Yep,
That is
she's
insane.
not
And
even-
2 golds, 2 gold debuffs.
Look
This
at
is
that.
unkind nature, bro.
G Sprint, by the way.
This
She
is
is-
not nice natured. This is malintended. I'll think of a better name later, but yeah, we'll be seeing a little bit of her in the back of the pack.
Yeah, but again, I am curious how hard the debuffs are gonna hit, because a lot of I think all of the skills in this game are a percentage and not a flat
that's true.
amount. Well, other than
Yeah.
like the green skills, right? So like the heals are like 5.5% or whatever.
Yeah.
But with sprint being such a short distance, how much is I guess 2% or whatever. Oh my god! I mean, this is a little bit more than 2%. But
This is crazy. I will say, Chad is reminding us that some of these skills, of course, are distance dependent, so we're not going to be seeing Murmur on this. We're seeing it on the meme, but we're not going to be seeing it in the actual race. But still, that's like 5-6 other debuffs that maybe these gamers are going to have to worry about.
Yeah. But yeah, like 5% of 500 in a sprint versus 5% of 1,000 in a long is a pretty big difference in terms of how effective they are.
Yeah. Oh, Nice Nature and Malevolent Machine. So true, so true. All right, let's see what this machine is going to be able to do. Keeping back these other 11 racers. As once again, we head into another round 2 Group V match.
Oh, and that Evil Nature is coming from Rice Shower.
Oh my god.
The actual assassin there.
Wait, Rice Shower not running Rice Shower is a little heartbreaking, but I understand. Her attitudes are definitely not naturally there, so we'll let the Sakura Bakshino do the talking.
You're keeping her dreams alive here, alright. Do you believe in your UMAMUSUME enough? There's the Marzensky pulling up, as we have seen before. Oh, the rush from the Sakura Bakshino.
Simon Star pretty early up. I can't even say who the lead running front runner is. They've traded places like 5 times, so pretty condensed at the forward of the pack. Verity pretty far in the back here as far as the pace chasers go, and number 10, this Nice Nature just holding on to try and cause some chaos.
Right, we are rounding the final corner here. You see all these skills, all these unique skills popping off. We could see another surprise comeback out of nowhere like we saw before, or will it be... It looks like it might be this Marzensky and Sakura Bakshino taking the top 2 spot, and...
It's Dabbage, it's Rice, it's Simon at the front, and nobody can catch up. The lead is too much. We can't take first, but we can secure that round 3 spot. There we go. Our qualifiers, Sakura Bakshino shaking her head, but at least there's one Bakshin making her way into round number 3.
Yeah. It is what it is. And it is going to be the Rice Shower Sakura Bakshino making it through. It was the Evil Nature making everyone a little bit flustered, a little bit tilted, and this Bakshino is like, thanks. Let me take this what was it, like a 2-length lead?
Yeah, right. It was pretty far ahead, especially at the end there. Where's the nice nature abilities? Nothing popped. I don't know if we saw the same race because I'm pretty sure for half of that like last sprint, I saw them all just like glow purple. Like maybe I'm
Yeah.
just tripping and my monitor is fucking out. But...
Yeah, because I'm not sure if the skills actually pop up on the side there, because you can see all the purple like
Yeah.
debuffs going on, but I don't
Mhm.
think I saw the actual skill pop up on the side.
Oh, you're right. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Your trainee knows fewer skills than the competition. Your trainee knows fewer debuffs than the competition. But you know the bar is quite high as far as that's concerned. With Malevolent Machine just holding on to the 12th place spot.
Yeah. Alrighty though, we are going to be moving on into our fourth group. There are 4 more groups to go, including the one coming up next, and this one is including Blackjet, who we saw in previous tournaments, like you mentioned earlier. So Blackjet, Aner can Castafiore, Kale, Black Aches.
go.
So it is only 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's only 5 gamers in this one.
Yeah, so maybe the cuts ended up
Yeah.
a little bit strangely. I'm trying to think on the other side here. Okay, so it looks like our last few groups only have 5 in them as well. So I'm assuming that's just a way with how the pools ended up cutting into round number 2. So
Yeah.
we're gonna have one less competitor, but it is still top 2 progressing to the next round. So things should even out pretty quick.
It's been pretty fun. It's from a viewer perspective, it's like, y'all got that. Sprint is fun to watch, but man, I am not built for sprint.
Yeah, it's hard out here, man. I'm like, oh, I just boot up Bucksheen. I just train speed. It's so easy. But no, the real sprinters are like showing me what's good, man.
Yeah.
If you want to make it to the top, if you even want to survive to round number 2, man, like you gotta lock in.
Yeah. Ooh, the long carrot clash is going to be wild because we had the medium one the first
Yes.
time, right?
Yeah.
Now we're on the sprint, and I imagine we're gonna get mile or long next.
Yeah, we shall see. I imagine we kind of bounce back and forth between the long distance and the shorter side. So,
Yeah.
long carrot clash is not a bad assumption. But again, if you guys are enjoying the action as well, we're just about halfway through this round 2 side, and of course, there's only less and less sets as we get later and later on into these rounds. If you guys have been enjoying the UMAMUSUME PvP action, of course, hosted by Saya over at Bestie and Slot, make sure to show them a ton of love. They have Bestie and Slot over on Twitter, and you guys can let us know in the Twitch chat if you're enjoying what you're seeing. So that we have a little bit more motivation to host the next ones. But going into our next match, of course, it's Group W. So we're seeing a few NPCs take up some of these, potential front runner spots. We'll see if we're able to avoid the blocking. But otherwise, some pretty standard picks here, aside from another Karan-chan coming out from Blackjet.
Yeah. So we get 2 Karan-chans here. Very
Mhm.
interesting. This one less of a hater than the other one,
Yes.
but looking quite solid with the skill lineup there and the stat line.
Yeah, 1K on speed, 1K on power. The aptitudes are looking all good as they so naturally are. She's blessed to not have to worry about sparks as far as these short distances go. But yeah, generally Taiki shuttles, the Marzenskis, as we're quite used to heading into this next match.
I wonder, it's not likely to happen, but it'd be kind of funny if any of these races with 5 players will just have an NPC win one of these races.
That was a legitimate concern also for the Urarakinen. Like, if you guys tuned in last week, we were like, wait, what if the NPCs have better stats? Like, I don't know, man. They were front running pretty far ahead, and we shall see if the blocking actually ends up making a difference here from a couple of these NPCs going into the back half of these round 2s. But Taiki, Karan-chan cheering each other on as they head into the paddocks.
Please, Torch and Book, I need this. Ooh, we'll see. We'll see if the NPC pulls up for you. But right now, we are about to get started. Go.
Straight out of the gates.
Right, looking pretty standard so far. Not seeing any late starts or rushed.
Early lead here from Einar Ken, just taking that lead on the front running position. Of course, we got Castafiore fighting for that first place position as well. But otherwise, the pack very tightly condensed. I see those front runners or those pace chasers right in the back there, but I don't know. They're so close together. They're just trading places as far as, you know, this halfway mark goes.
Yeah, and I feel like having an inside line here for that Karenchan might be a little bit hard to break through the wall. But if she can find, oh wait, she might have an outside line here.
Wait, let's go. Hashtag look at Karen, but I don't know. It's going to be difficult to break into that first place spot. We're seeing so many ults pop as we head around the bend. It's so condensed towards the front of the pack. So many ults popping as Taiki Shuttle tries to take that first.
Oh, she's blocked. Oh!
You're blocked, you can't do it! It's not enough time, it's not enough acceleration. Taiki's Shuttle not able to pass Air Groove for that second place.
That Air Groove block was so huge, and that is going to end up with that Air Groove taking the second place. And actually, wait, that is Einar taking the first and second place, so...
Which means, what you know?
Oh, wait. Well, okay. The top two took all 4 spots anyways, but if let's say Einar took the top 2 spots, they would still be counted as just being first, and then the person third would be making it out. But the top 2 got all 4 spots up there anyways.
That's actually insane, bro. You blocked for your second place to make it onto that podium, and then you're like, wait. By default, they end up winning anyway because they still got to find a second person to advance into round number 3. So congrats, Einar Ken. Congrats, Blackjet. Showing some fun picks as we head into round number 3. That's another Karenchan for the books.
That does mean you advance, yes.
Yes. He said LMAO. He said wait. Because we saw the ending screen. I think we were spectating Blackjet. I saw 3rd and 4th, and I was like, sorry to Blackjet. You know, you were so close on both of your Umas. And then I was like, wait a minute. That second place is looking a little empty. I guess I'll see you for another round.
Ooh, yeah. If it was like any other air group by another player in that second place, Blackjet would not have made it.
Yeah. But thankfully, that's the luck of the draw, or the unluck of the draw if you happen to be the folks who weren't quite able to make it up. So, 07 to Castafiore, Keel, and Bloodaches, but that's going to be the end of your run. But even making it to round number 2, right? Again, we have 113 entrants. I think, I want to say like just last night, or maybe, you know, yesterday afternoon, we were like, oh, we're so close to breaking that triple digits. And we made it over there and, you know, 100 and some change. So again, thank you guys for pulling up once again.
Yeah. Yeah, I think even making it to round 2, from what I've seen, well, so I entered the Plus Frames tournament. That was a long, I think, and then the Carrot Clash number 1. Even if you make it past, so I made it past my first race, but getting into the second race, you're you're in the trenches. These are some gamers in here. So I would be happy with making it to you know, the second stage here.
Yeah, it is you know, you make it past that first round, you're like, damn, my UMAMUSUME kind of nice. And then you realize like the later and later you go on, the more heart or the more love there is in these trainers' hearts, and or maybe a little bit more disposable income in it. Well, mostly the love. Mostly the love is what is most important in your UMAMUSUME's performance. Everything else is a bonus. But you know, heading on into it, I think we have a few more qualifiers for that round 3. So we have Group X, Group Y, and on that second page of the start.gg, which again, if you guys are following along in, there's 3 more groups. So that Group Z is on the top of page number 2 to find our last few entrants into round number 3.
So we saw Anime earlier, who I think we saw Anime earlier, who is gonna be in the current Group X, going to be joined by Dodoling's Lem Yakishio, Shadowka, Scython. Oh, we saw Scython earlier, I believe, as well, and Juan Vivo.
Oh, okay. So we got some fun names here as we head into that next group. Just waiting for them to load up into the lobby. Group Z gang, we out here. Yeah, so Sunny's waiting a couple matches before we head on into their match.
Yeah. And I forget what anime was running when we saw them earlier.
I know we just saw them, but like there's so many Uma in every round that it's just it all passes by me. Unless
Yeah.
it's Karenchan, like it just goes in one ear out the other.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like anime was one of the not Sakura Bakushin runs. I could be wrong. I feel like everyone has like a Sakura Bakushino at least, right?
Everyone has a pocket Bakushin. That's what you're saying.
That's true. Yeah.
She's like she's the Shoto of sprinting. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone can click the speed and whip button.
And anyone can cook on Sakura Bakushin. Oh, prove me wrong.
Yeah. I think that's what makes this all the more hectic and chaotic with the everyone running the same stuff. It just comes down to maybe you hit that one extra rainbow training that one time instead of the other player.
Exactly. It's not enough to be a good trainer with a solid deck. You also have to be dedicated enough to get these tiny margins of difference of like, oh, okay, I need to do a bunch of runs and get her, 1%, 2% better because the other trainers in round number 2 are going to be doing the exact same.
Yo, that Bakushin trainer that gets her to run 3600, that is some real stamina training right there. How is she not on the floor gasping for air?
Bro, she can barely do the mile until like pretty late on into her career, man. Like 3600. I mean, maybe you can be the trainer that she deserves, not the one that that gaslights her into doing 3 1200 meter races in a row.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you definitely ran the Ari Makinen. Yeah.
She's like, yippee! You just gotta train a little bit more. Gotta get your stamina up. Gotta get your speed up. Gotta get your money up. She's like, true, so true. And then she's like, wait, it's the end of my senior year. What happened?
Yeah. She'll run the Spring Tenno show, the Armakinen, eventually. Yeah.
He's like, but what's on the way to the Spring Tenno show? Unrelated G3 1200 meter race.
The trainer's such a gaslighter. I hate the trainer in that career. Oh,
there are many good trainers in UMAMUSUME, especially coming up, but some of them are a little bit more creative, but creating another race for you guys to watch over here in Group X. Of course, once again, Anime, Lem Yakshio Shadoka, and Scython Juan Vivo. So 5 gamers, 2 NPCs, pulling up here the double King Halo, and a good amount of Bakshins, unsurprised.
Yep. No surprise here.
Looking pretty standard as we head into our next match. Wait, do Scython and Anime have the same layout? No, okay. No. They both have King Halo, but
yeah. It's because you saw them.
Marzensky.
Yeah, because you saw the King Halos beside each other, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Wait, this is basically half King Halo, half Bakushin.
Wait, that's so sick, actually. I was wondering if there was going to be a lot of King Halos, because again, I think her career is a little bit tricky to get used to, but I forgot how much love there was in all of these trainers' hearts.
Yeah. Oh, actually,
nothing is insurmountable.
Number 1 favorite. The number 2 as well.
Oh.
And then the Taiki Shuttle. Yeah, and this one should be quite interesting with all the King Halos, which means if a lot of people are running her late, that's gonna thin out the front runners a little bit more than the previous races. It's still gonna be a lot. I mean, look at this, right? Is it only late and front?
Bro, there's actually no way. There are no pace chasers. They're like, I've disregarded this strategy entirely. It's, when you make a tier list and it's like, oh, okay, A tier, power gap, F tier. That's how it feels. Okay.
Yeah.
One of the Bakushinos just trying to make up in the middle. She's like, no, I can be a pace chaser too. Don't worry.
All right, that King Halo looking a little bit scary from the rear there, but we have the ult activations coming through from everyone. Oh, that NPC has been front running the entire time.
Yeah, she's been in first place. She's waiting for the skills to kick in. She has no
Wait.
ultimate skill, but she might not even need it. Wait, she's still
Wait,
kind of keeping
wait,
that first and second place.
wait.
Sakura Bakshino finally
Oh.
coming up here from Len Yakishio. And so it's three.
Oh.
It's three Bakshins, three King Halos crossing the finish line almost at the same time. But let's see whose Bakshins were fast enough for the crowd. It's number 11 in Yakishio and number 1 from Franhua, making it into round number 3.
Oh, and it's gonna be Lemon Yakishio and Franjois making it through this. I mean, it's always gonna be a rough group by this point, but man, these have been close.
3-star Bakshin wins, hashtag spend money. I guess so. Hashtag roll for, you know, shoot for the stars. Worst case scenario, you land among the 3-star Sakura Bakshinos, right? I think that's how the phrase goes.
Yeah. Or, you know, they could have also, like, you know, rolled a bunch initially and then spent all the statues on the Bakshin.
They were like, this CARAT clash stuff means something to me, man. I'm trying to lock in for that first place. We can have champion meetings every day. We can have legend races all the time, but I gotta lock in. We never know when it could be the last CARAT clash, so I gotta be a champion before you know, I lose my opportunity.
Yeah. Europe has been knocked out. GG. No more Europe in this tournament.
Nice try, gamers. You had a decent amount of representatives from what I remember in round number 2, so
Yeah.
you gave it your best shot.
Yeah. What if we get the Europe TO running the L'Arc Triomphe tournament?
That would be sick.
Ooh, that'd be pretty cool. But for now, we do have CARAT Clash. I don't know what else is out there. I know I mentioned it earlier. There's Plus Frames, Crack Connections
Yes.
over there who ran the long distance, and I know he plans to run some more events as well. And it's been great that you know, these events popped up. Not something I expected really out of this game, but yeah, I'm excited for more stuff to pop up as well. You know, big shout out to everyone that's kind of picked up on this and started running events.
Yeah, exactly. I've been seeing a bunch of like fun in-houses. The funniest thing is when like Saturdays and Sundays come around, or like Fridays, and I see fighting game locals. It's like pictures of folks just like hunched over their phones, but it's not because they're not talking to each other. They are all in the same room match, like racing their UMAMUSUME against each other, like at dinner after locals are done. I'm like, this is so peak, man. It's like the same energy of like, oh, okay, we're all gonna meet up, like bring your DS or like your DSi, and we're gonna I don't know, run like Mario Kart DS or something. It feels so similar, even though we're not drifting. We're leaving it all to the horses, but like you know, the heart that goes into the training beforehand, it's like, you know, you're waiting all week for this. You're like, all right, Friday, I lock in. My rice shower is gonna cook, bro. My special week is gonna take first place, and then the devious, malevolent nature pulls up behind you, and you're like, bro, you brought this to locals. What's going on? But as far as you know, other UMAMUSUME PvP events, which hopefully you guys have been enjoying this one as well. I know, like you mentioned, Live Horse Reaction, the Plus Frames GG crew, I think wants to host something again after EVO. So for those of you in the fighting game space, there's a, you know, there's a somewhat large fighting game tournament happening this weekend. So that's probably where a lot of folks are all hands on deck. But some point after that, I'm sure the Plus Frames GG folks would love to host again. CARAT Clash, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but we're already at number 2. 2 implies the existence of number 3, you know what I'm saying? But we'll see. And if you guys want to see a third one as well, again, make sure to show love in the chat and the Twitter replies as well, so that Saya and the rest of the Bestie and Slot team know that you guys are enjoying all of the action. But as far as other ones, I can't remember any off the top of my head, but this is a great opportunity to ask you guys in the chat if you have run into any other PvP tournaments for UMA stuff.
If you guys are aware of other events, feel free to share that. I'm sure more people are willing to put their UMAMUSUME out there in these events, but right now we are about to get started in a... there's the NPC UMA. Imagine Success.
Imagine Success is crazy, bro. Me with my horse SF aptitude. Yeah, Imagine Success, buddy. Yeah, keep dreaming. What the hell?
Very fitting name. When you're surrounded by all these star UMAMUSUME right here, it's like the the nice nature. You're sitting there at the third place. You feel
Yeah,
like,
imagine gold.
True. Alrighty then.
Let's see it. So this is Group Y. Of course, we're going to be coming in with yellow, Ko Toltuen. You guys got to tell me how to pronounce this one. Sawara, previous champion, of course. Fong Elena and Sir Derpy Knight. So we got a couple veritable competitors heading into Group number Y's round number 2.
Oh, and we noticed there's a Mihono Bourbon in there as well. I'm not sure if she's built for sprint.
She has a starting C aptitude, I believe. So it's not too hard to bring her up with some sparks, and I'm excited to see it. I wonder what she's going to be running strategy-wise as we head into our next match.
I imagine she would still be a front runner here, joining up with the Bakshians up front, and that is a very tightly packed front runner group.
Yep.
But yeah, it is going to be the front runner, Mihono Bourbon.
Yeah, there we go. Our pack kind of separating here. Number 11, the Taiki Shuttle, just taking that lone mantle, the pace chaser. She's like, do I want to be a pace chaser? Do I want to be up at the front? I'll decide as we make our way halfway through the race.
Well, look at all those debuffs going on. I just see purple non-stop on those front runners, but let's see how well those debuffs hold up once we get into this final stretch here. All these unique skills popping off. We see the 2 Bakshin O's leading the pack, but the Taiki Shuttle pulling up from the outside.
Yeah, Taiki on that outside corner, a couple Bakshins on the inside. Everybody else just looking so blocked by that Mihono Bourbon and the Marzensky. It's hard to make your way around, but King Halo coming up for the outside steals the second spot. So Taiki Shuttle and King Halo securing a round number 3, but which King Halo was it? 11 and 4, which means we got KO and Sawara heading into round number 3.
Wow, and that is the 3-star King Halo, I think, right? She had the racing outfit? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A very nice King Halo right there. Oh man, double 12,000 speed, almost 12,000 power, just 25 shy. That is a very scary Taiki Shuttle.
Junior Gem said, my money spending kings. That is crazy. KO Tulen? Okay. Perfect. I wasn't sure if it was like L2N. Okay, now that I know, much appreciated. I'm going to need to know because we're going to be seeing them in round number 3. So with this knowledge, we can move on to our next qualifier. Amazing.
Oh, right. And you mentioned it earlier. There is Sunny in the last group of our round 2 races. Going to be joined by Locke, Bowser, Cakes, and Denjanzi.
Yeah, I left this one to you because I looked at it and I was like, nah, man, I got to put you on the chopping block for pronunciations here. I need a little bit more time to cook on this one. But yeah, we got a couple more gamers fighting it out here for our last 2 qualifiers in that round number 3, so there's 3 groups in round number 3. So these are our final 2 slots in top 18.
Everyone out here fighting for their lives. And we've seen Sunny a little bit in the chat there, and I think if I'm not mistaken, is a Strive player.
I believe so. If I'm thinking of the same Sunny, is that Sin? Is that Sin Kisuke? Imagine they're just like, no, that has nothing to do with me. That's an entirely different dude. I'm gonna be like, sorry. Yeah. But taking their talents over from Strive to the racing scene now, and we got technically. Oh, okay. You're thinking Sunny D. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. I was like, there's no D.
Yeah, there's no D, so it has to be.
I'm probably thinking the different person. Yeah. But I also play a little bit of Strive. Okay. Yeah, Sunny, Locke, Bowser, Cakes, and Denjanzi. So our final 5 here fighting it out for number 2. And dude, these NPCs like blocking, especially like it's not even like late surgers, right? It's pace chasers that end up being the back of the pack because there are no end closers, there are no late surgers. Like it's a scary position to be in, especially in these pools that only happen to have 5 gamers.
You know what it is? Like imagine you're blocked, and in front of you is Imagine Success.
No! Like, you
That's-
see her tag, like, you know how certain UMAMUSUME, like, have their name
Yeah, on like
somewhere on their design, right?
Yeah.
Like, you just see on the back of, like, her shirt, it says Imagine Success, and you're like, oh, no. This is, like, the
it's
nail
the-
in my coffin.
It's the opposite of having like those motivational posters.
It's like the hang in there, and then you're like, oh, brother, I'm not gonna live to see the next round. Top 18, I'm not making it to URA semifinals, bro.
Oh man.
First rage baiting NPC? That's actually surreal. I'm not gonna lie. King Halo in 6th place behind Imagine Success. Oh man.
Yeah, keep imagining there.
Keep imagining. Keep dreaming.
As her mom would probably say.
That's so painful, man. Some of the
It is so-
dialogue that I see in this game, it really has me in the "It's So Over, We're So Back"
Yeah.
sine wave. You know, I see Grass Wonder after winning her either URA finals or like Ari Makinen, where she's like, there is no path before me, only in my wake. I'm like, flames, heat, peak,
Yep.
hold up, her writing is this fire. And then I see King Halo like win another G1, and her mom's like, yeah, you should keep up the momentum before they all forget about you. I'm like, what are you talking about? But I would never forget about our last 5 gamers. We got Sunny, Locke, Bozer, Cakes, and Denjanzi as we head on into things. So lots of Taiki Shuttle, lots of Sakura, Bakshin, Owen, a few King Halos, and an Air Groove as well to fill out the middle of the pack.
All right. Oh, we do see a number of pace chasers here. That is interesting to see. Wow, the S
Okay.
pace as well, and that is a hater Air Groove right there with all those debuffs. And I mean, you don't really need the healing, right? When you have that 600 stamina for the sprint.
Yeah.
9 pace chasers. Wow.
Damn, bro, this whole race is pace chasers. What's going on? Okay, once again, our final qualifier for this round number 3. 1,200 meters, same as always. The season, spring, the ground, firm.
The weather, cloudy.
Mm.
I did
When
notice
everyone
a few
chases
people.
pace, no one will. Yeah.
I did notice a few people had the green skill for cloudy.
Oh, you're right. I mean, the green skills obviously in career are like pretty inconsistent, but
Yeah.
in things like champion meetings or of course
Yeah.
brackets where you have these predetermined conditions, they can be a nice little boost if it's something that's a little bit more difficult to train for your support deck or your UMA.
Yeah, or even getting like right-handed or left-handed. Yeah, look at that there.
Oh my god.
Or the standard distance, because we know it's
Yes.
gonna be 1,200 meters.
Mm-hmm. All right, early acceleration
Oh,
kicking in
man.
here from
Look
Mark.
at that pace chaser pack, man.
Oh my god, it's like so condensed. Everyone is blocked, and when everyone's blocked, no one's blocked.
I feel like you never want to be running on the inside in this situation, right? Because how
Yeah,
are you
it's
gonna
terrifying.
overtake when there's just this wall of UMAMUSUME to your left? Okay, we get all the unique skills popping off now.
Yeah, it's so blocked on this inside lane, like you're mentioning, right? So who has the wherewithal? Who has the wit to stay on the outside? I see a King Halo. I see 3 Sakura, Bakshi, and O's just trying to fight for this first place, blocking the inside as Taiki Shuttle, the swarm of Taiki Shuttles just locked in the back here behind the NPCs, behind Maruzen, which Sakura, Bakshi, and O is going to be able to secure the first and second place. It can't be for the same trainer, so we have to watch that end result scorecard.
Oh man.
All right, number 12 and number 11. So that's Locke and Cakes making it in our final 2 spots in top 18.
It is a Bakshin world out there.
Bakshin, Bakshin.
Bakshin. You know, I was unaware of what her song was until Global came out.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it was a jump scare for a lot of folks. Like, I had seen this horse quite a few times. I'd seen
Yeah.
her in season 3, like, saying it as she ran down the halls. But hearing it, like, jump scaring me through the club jukebox, as I open up my game, I'm like, what the hell is this song? I'm like, oh my god, it's her. Oh good god, it's her.
Yeah, yeah. I'm excited to see more songs come out when we get more updates and all the concert stuff. I just want to see my rice shower doing all the concerts as possible.
Dude, some of these concerts are mad good. They also,
Ah,
Shino, I don't know if you've seen, I don't know if a lot of folks, especially playing global, have seen, but the JP side has recently dropped the final chapter of Main Story 2, and that winning live that drops at the end of it, without spoiling anything, it's a very good chapter. Only has a few voices, but if you guys have the opportunity to watch it somehow, either like through VC with a friend or finding it in other ways, it is one of my favorite, I think, performances in the UMAMUSUME, like winning live kind of like repertoire. So I highly encourage you guys to check it out when you get the chance. For global, it's gonna be I was gushing about it on Twitter recently, and then someone was like, oh wow, I can't wait for this to pull up on global in 3 to 4 business years. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm just giving you more to look forward to, but if you guys see Fusaichi Pandora and you're like, I don't know if she's like an UMAMUSUME I'd be interested in, like, trust me, Main Story 2, Chapter 3, it's so peak. I fell to my knees, man. If any of you guys in the chat have seen it, like, let me know. Like, back me up here.
yeah, I mean, that's part of why I got into this series in the first place. Their writing is this fire? Hold up.
It's peak. Hold up.
Like yeah, no, I believe it. Like I've been not just from you, but I've seen it on Twitter here and there. Because I mean, also for a while now, my Twitter feed has basically just been JP UMAMUSUME, and I've seen some well, I've been seeing quite a bit of Fusaichi Pandora in the past couple days, so I'm excited for that.
I'm not gonna lie, half of the Fusaichi Pandora you see on your timeline is probably through my likes and retweets, so I would apologize, but I think more accurately, you're welcome. But yeah, she's pretty sick, and I think, especially as someone who kind of started with the anime and like had no expectations of UMAMUSUME, like kind of as a multimedia franchise, like I've told Shino this story before. I started UMAMUSUME because I was like, okay, it's very busy at work right now. I need a song that I can just like lock into for the next 8 hours, like bonus points if it's like an insane song to lock into. And I'm just scrolling my YouTube recommendeds, and I see the famous or infamous video of Tokai, like Horse Girl walks down the street while singing Ballin', 8-hour loop, and I'm like, all right, perfect. This is exactly what I need for today. Like it's an insane OST to one of my busiest work days. And then I finished the day. I'm like, all right, I'm finally caught up on everything. I owe it to this video to start the series. And then I posted about it on Twitter, and then some FGC adjacent friends had seen it, and they were like, wait, you need to like tell us about your reactions as you're watching the anime. I'm like, all right, cool. So I finished season 1. I'm letting them know how I, like a race or like a certain song. And they're like, all right, here's the lowdown on all of the references to the real life races. Here is, how things actually went down in real life. I was like, wait, this UMA stuff gets serious. I might have to lock in.
And then yeah, it's kind of the same thing for me, right? Like we watch season 1, it's like, yeah, this is pretty cool. Like I hear about the references from my friends, like, oh wow, like all the special week stuff. That's pretty cool. Then season 2 happens, and it's like,
mashallah,
this is peak.
Yeah, it's some of the best UMAMUSUME writing as far as the animated series goes. But like, even some of like the side stories, like some of these like, or character stories that I think only get covered in maybe like 1 to 3 episodes, right, and don't take up the entirety of like that episode's runtime.
Yeah,
like it's just so fun to see now that it's been exposed to like a global audience, right?
Yeah.
And translated, that everyone can be like, oh, I didn't understand what they meant before when people were like, oh, there is a horse girl for you. Because like, just seeing that from the outside, it's easy to be like, oh, this is something that other people are saying to just like get me into their favorite media. Sure, whatever. They already like it. It's like, this is their tagline. But you play it, you play someone's route, and you're like, oh, maybe, this horse is cool or whatever. You see someone on the side, you're like, wait, their personality is sick. Or like this like one thing that they've been through the experience of competition, you're like, wait, she's literally me. You lock in, you see her story, and you're like, all right, I understand now. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, there really is a horse for everyone out there. Like they're all, I would say they're all written pretty well, based on what I have seen so far, which is a fair amount, but I don't think as much as Jatsu, because I know he's more exposed to the JP stuff.
Yeah.
But at least in my experience, yeah, I think pretty much every UMAMUSUME is well written, and I enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah. It's also, I think, fun to compare the trainers as well, because it's very easy to be like, oh, okay, the trainers are just like self-insert, like, you know, whatever. They don't really have like, they're like blank slate kind of personality. But if you like, you know, if you're watching some of these scenes, we talked about Bakshin's trainer earlier on as kind of like this, oh, okay, I need to convince this horse that is obsessed with long distance to run sprints. Like, I gotta do whatever means necessary to make this like ultimate sprinter horse. But, you know, especially some of the trainers that come later on, whether it's for example, Cowstone Lido, like, if you guys think Gold Chip is funny, like when Cowstone Lido ends up dropping like in a year or two, however long it takes, her trainer is like kind of equally insane. So in a very fun way, I think she's one of the funniest routes that they have in like UMAMUSUME. Who else is like a good trainer in particular? I don't know. You guys in the chat, I'm sure can fill in the blanks here and tell me about some of your favorite routes as well. But it's very fun to see how different these personalities end up being.
I do think it's kind of funny for season 2 specifically that we have the voice actor for Kiryu Kazuma as the trainer for Mihono Bourbon.
His trainer or her trainer looks exactly like him, basically. Like even the getup, like the color scheme, like it's like the, you know how Clark Kent puts on the glasses and he's like, oh, I'm not Superman, I'm Clark Kent. He puts on like the trainer puts on like the hat and he's like, oh, I'm not Kiryu Kazuma, I'm Mihono Bourbon's trainer. It's like, oh, okay, oh, cool, got it.
And speaking of self-inserts, I think that one is quite literally a self-insert.
Yeah, that one is insane, but it's also sick. It's like, hey, can I have my OC in the anime, but the OC is me? It's like, sir, that's not a character. That's just like you. Like, I guess you're an original character, but you know, no one wrote your backstory. Like, that is just what it is. But it is time for our first round 3. Thank you everyone for your patience as we head into some more action. So this next group that we got going on here, if I'm not mistaken, so this is Axios's group. So we have Axios, KO2 Len, Cakes, Juan Vivo, and Soara.
Alrighty. Now, again, I mentioned Soara earlier, and you know, the consistency seems to be there with these results. You know, doing pretty well in the previous CARAT Clash and in the Plus Frames GG long bracket as well. So I guess no surprise to see them here, but we'll see if you can stand up to these other trainers here.
Yeah, once again, lots of King Halo, lots of Sakura Bucks, you know, it's same old as far as the character choices go. Definitely, I think those are actually the only 3. Taiki Shuttle. Oh, never mind. We got a single Marzen holding on strong for character variety, but otherwise it's Bakshin, King Halo, and Taiki Shuttle all the way down.
Yeah, we got the he is they are you know, a strong believer in their UMAMUSUME, the Taiki Shuttle right there.
See, she's waving at the camera. She's like, my trainer believes in me, and that's why I'm pulling up.
Yeah.
All right, ready at the races here as we head into our first round 4 qualifier.
Right. Yep. Only one green skill here. But I imagine if there's only one green skill, there's going to be plenty of mid or... Yeah, there we go. There are going to be plenty of skill activations later on.
All right, pretty condensed pack in the back here, but pretty relatively open at the front, right? 12 kind of falling back. I didn't realize there was a third horse there. All right, I said condensed, and I just didn't realize the NPC was like hidden in the back. I thought it was a drop shadow on the HUD. But as far as the front running goes, Soara in the front here, but just barely a single length ahead as Taiki Shuttle shoots the rest of the competitors to shoot further and further forward on this final straight.
Alright. Looking quite close here. Pretty packed up front. Gonna be between the Taiki shuttles. The one Taiki shuttle really pulling up there. Maybe we'll get some last second activations. There's the King Halo. Where did you come from?
Dude, she
Oh my
actually just busted
God.
out of the pack. She was moving in
Yeah.
silence.
She had more guts.
Holy. It's true. She had more guts. She had more power. She had more skills than the rest of the competition. She didn't run the same strategy as the rest of her competitors either. So one Taiki shuttle left in the dust. But there we go. Oh, the top two actually.
Oh.
Both the King Halo and the Taiki shuttle belonging to KO2 Len. So Axios' Taiki shuttle with the belief that they had in their trainee surviving into round number 4.
I see the reaction from Akios there in the Twitch chat, just like,
Yeah,
no, we didn't make
wait."
it. Wait. Oh man,
There we go.
what a King Halo though. Look at those stats. She definitely had the power to break out of the pack.
Many are saying this. Yeah, YouTuber advice be damned. That power kept her alive and definitely kept her
Yeah.
accelerated going into that final spurt.
Yeah. Oh man, Akios sweating a little bit.
You can feel it. Axios was like, no, damn it. I was so close. My Taiki shuttle was 1 away from the lead. And then realizing that first and second, taking that, first qualifying spot, you're like, wait, maybe there's one more spot for me.
Yeah, actually, yeah, someone mentioned power is really important for sprints, and I think that's especially important for any late surgers and even pace chasers to a certain extent, because you need to reach that max speed very quickly.
Yeah.
All that speed won't matter especially as a late surger, right? Sure, you could have 12,000 speed, but if you take a while to reach that 12,000, with that short distance, it may not matter.
Yeah, exactly. And the stamina thresholds just being so much lower, like those stats need to go into, oh, okay, I need to get to my top speed as fast as possible because the amount of time on that last spurt is just so much shorter, like you're saying.
Yeah. But that is going to be the conclusion of our first race in the round 3, and we are going to get our second group all set up as well. And
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so it's gonna be June, Lemon, Yakishio with the Dodolings tag as well, Xeno, Blackjet, and Lock.
Yeah, there we go. And I'm so boring. I'm calling it round number 4. I'm really, these are grand finals qualifiers, guys. This is your semi-finals of CARAT Clash number 2. So they're fighting for that final spot here.
Yeah.
So once again, Black Chat pulling up with the Karenchan. Lots of Taiki, lots of Sakura Bakshino, and lots of King Halo as we head into our next match.
Yeah. And I just want to make a quick mention, because we mentioned Swara in the last race, and Swara is not one of the top 2s in the last race.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I mean, it's like we've been saying all day, like even just making it to round number 2, making it to round number 3 is so difficult when, we got a lot of trainers with a lot of time on their hands to make these, optimal UMAMUSUME. So seeing Sawara, out, relatively early, I say, as they fought for their life in the semifinals, right?
Yeah.
Like it just goes to show you how much time these gamers have put into making the best UMAMUSUME there ever was.
Yeah. I'm kind of happy to see the Karen-chan in here. Even if it's a little bit like, bro, like you really trained this Karen-chan in like an hour just in time for this. Shoutouts to them for being dedicated trainers.
I thought there was no way someone would bring Karen-chan to round 2, so I had to edit my overlay script on the fly. I have seen like the workflow of setting up that script, so it is mad funny, I'm not gonna lie. All right. But of course, Saya holding it down on production once again as we head into another semi-finals match.
Alrighty, and these are all, at this point, round 3, right? These are going to be very strong UMAMUSUME. It's gonna be very hard fought, and maybe down to quite a bit of luck to win these races.
Let's see, with only 1,200 meters. There's really
we
not
got
a
the
lot of
lucky
margin for
7!
error, as we've been saying. Oh my god, I can't believe it. We had the few extra skill points at the end there, and we're like, all right, I'm betting it on that bracket 7.
Oh man, is that gonna be a potential difference maker for this Karan-chan?
I mean, because what is that? That's like a 1 in 6 chance, right? Because it ends up being, 1 out of 12, and that bracket number 7 is that orange you guys can see in the bottom left. Speaking of orange, we're seeing quite a few skill procs here as we make our way halfway through the race.
Gonna be rounding the final corner here soon, and this is where everything breaks loose. It looks like that lucky 7 might be really coming into play here. That Karan-chan in a really good spot to take this race, but again, there's all these activations coming through. Let's see who actually comes out on top, and oh my god, it's gonna be Taiki Shuttle pulling up. Can Karan-chan make it ahead? And she barely does in front of those Bakushin O's.
There we go. It was looking scary there, but number 10 and number 7 qualifying for grand finals. Blackjet on that Karan-chan staying alive and taking that first place with the Taiki Shuttle as well. So your next 2 qualifiers into grand finals for CARAT Clash number 2. We got Yakishio and Blackjet. Moving on.
Wow. And, not that it would have mattered with the lucky 7, with the Taiki Shuttle getting first anyways. But that lucky 7 really made the difference, it seems, for the Karan-chan.
Yeah, exactly. She was able to secure that second place. I don't know if that ended up, because we've talked about it a lot, right? With, sprint being so short and blocking being even more of a factor. Maybe that extra speed and those extra stats ended up putting her in a better position to lock other racers out. It's hard to say unless we ran the exact same conditions, but without the lucky 7. But hey, having 2 folks in your top 2 heading into that final race is a nice little pat on the shoulders as you make your way and into the waiting room for grand finals.
Yeah. And Blackjet, I feel like one of those has Blackjet made it to the last round in every tournament?
I swear I think so, if I'm not mistaken, but you guys can correct me as well. I know Blackjet's in the chat as well if we want to get a little, tournament history.
Yeah, I mean, Blackjet has been quite the strong trainer here.
Nope, but I got the semifinals in both. Okay, so this is the best placing, so far in CARAT Clash number 2. Above and beyond here as you're now in that Grand's waiting room.
All right, our next group is only going to have 4 people. It's going to be Dabbage, Ainercan, Scorpio, and Rice Shower. So, a little bit of bias, maybe a lot. I hope, Rice... I mean, I think, because the prize is that Rice Shower plush right there. I'm sure they are fiending for that win.
Yeah, Rice Shower getting the Rice Shower plush, even if the team doesn't happen to have a certain blue rose closer themselves, you're fighting for her honor, less so for her actual representation in the race. I understand. But because there's only 4 folks in this last pool, it does also mean that we have 4 more NPCs that could be potentially getting in the way here. So again, some pretty standard picks. Scorpio again coming up with the El Condor Pasa that we happen to see a little bit earlier on as well. Pretty solid on the stat line as far as speed and power goes, but we shall see who our last 2 competitors are moving into our grand finals.
Ooh, who is gonna be the stronger Rice Shower? The Rice Shower trainer or the one that's running on the field right now?
I don't know. Rice Shower Trainer's got Malevolent Machine in the back as well, so anything you gotta do to rep your Oshi. I understand how mean these streets are.
Yeah. Alrighty, getting started very soon here. And I did see, if I recall, there were a fair number of pace chasers as well, but man, having the sprinter stayer epithet on Rice Shower is that is something.
Crazy, actually.
Like, because you still have to win all your long distance races in her career.
and also do a bunch of optional sprinting, right? But not quite
Yeah.
sprinting right now. She's chilling back here with the rest of the pace chasers.
Lots of debuffs going off right there. There's the evil nature. She's off the screen.
Oh, goodbye forever. All right, there we go. Again, the pack pretty condensed towards the front here. Number 10, that Scorpio Rice Shower, just chilling in the middle, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Same could be said to the rest of these racers heading around the final corner.
Alrighty. Marzensky in a pretty good spot right now, but the El Condor Pasa from the outside line also in a good spot as well. That Bakshino is getting blocked by the Taiki Shuttle and the Marzensky. Can El Condor pass here? Oh, and it's gonna be the Taiki Shuttle taking that second. The Marzensky was very strong at holding that front number 1 position the entire time.
Wait, but I saw on that leaderboard, I was doing my cross-referencing. I'm seeing number 6 and number 8, but they both belong to Dabbage. So, El Condor Pasa, even though she wasn't able to break into that second placing, she is going to secure that second qualifier for Scorpio going into Grand Finals.
So, that's a little bit of sweat off your brow there for Scorpio.
Yeah.
Like, third place, but okay, we made it in. But now it's the big final group here, our final race coming up. Gonna be honestly a dice roll, I think, right? Like these UMAMUSUME have made it here because they are very strong. Like we've seen these stat lines, we've seen the skills, all very powerful. So I think it's gonna come down to quite a bit of luck for our winner to take this, whoever that may be. Maybe even the lucky 7 diff.
Okay, honestly, if it's lucky 7 diff for Karen-chan to win, if she dropped an hour before bracket and she wins for grand finals, I'm just looking. Hashtag looking is all I'm saying. As a nudiser, I don't know. Hold up, his unit is this broken? But we shall see, right? So KO and Blackjet, Davidge and Axios, Lemon Yakshio and Scorpio are going to be fighting it out here as your final 6 gamers in the CARAT Clash number 2 grand finals.
Yep. Oh man, I'm ready and waiting, but over here I'm chilling, no stress on my end. If I were a trainer though in this race, I'd be a little nervous.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, so I have the Twitch chat popped out, right? So I think I don't know if that affects how the 7 TV emotes end up rendering. So I see predicting from Bestie and Slot. I'm like, oh, okay, Saya is letting everybody know that you have one more opportunity to place your channel points on who you guys think is going to win. I look over at our little stream preview, and then I see this predicting emote, and is this mod check between the prediction symbols and he just turns different colors? This is what am I looking at, bro?
Because I'm pretty sure I do have better TTV enabled, but I don't see it on my end.
Well, I guess you got to look at that stream preview, Shino, because it is, I'm seeing blue, I'm seeing pink on my end, and it goes insane.
Points
points on Black Chat. Okay. Anyone got any love for? I know there are KO fans in the chat. I've been seeing some love being shown for them. Dabbage, of course, once again the host and commentator of the Urarakinen. So much love to them. Axios, that Taiki Shuttle lover, that Taiki Shuttle believer. Lemon Yakshio and Scorpio as well, tearing it up and making those last couple spots in our grand finals. So guys, show some love.
Yeah. Well, I can open the, what are the predictions right now? 58% on Blackjet. Oh, going down
you guys want Karen to win so bad. I mean,
everyone,
don't get me wrong.
That's the lucky 7 hero. Are we going to see it again?
Okay, 12% for KO, 52 for Blackjet, like you said, 4% for Davidge, 25% for Axios is a pretty strong second place, and then 4 each for Lemon Yakshio and Scorpio. Okay, I see where your guys' brains are at. Most of these are my points, I think. Okay, that would sway the vote quite a bit. I was gonna say. Alrighty. And I think for our final match here, we can just do one last look through the score lines. It will be quite a few UMAMUSUME. Let's just give one last check at these skills and stats before we head on into things.
Yep. We already know that these UMAMUSUME are quite powerful. These trainers are no slouches when it comes to their training here. Yeah, very solid. King Halo. Stuff that we would expect to see by this point, right? We get the 1,500, 1,000 stat line. Not too uncommon, I think, by this time. Very strong Kuren-chan. Again,
here we go, Sakura Bakshino doing her thing. Yeah, pretty even on a lot of the stat lines for the speed and power, right? We're looking even on them as well. So Davidge pulling up with the Taiki shuttle.
Yeah.
Let's see it. Yep. Lots of solid white skills here for increasing a little bit of that speed.
Yeah. So, even if the stat lines might be a little bit different here and there, you might see something like this who, on, stats alone, looks pretty good. But then the skills, not as much as the others, which can make the difference. But also, how the race actually folds, right? Could they get blocked by the... do they get blocked? Do they run a weird line? Do they get hit by a bunch of debuffs?
Yeah.
So anything can happen here.
And I know your goat is up there with the rice shower as well. Seeing some more Taiki shuttle action going on here.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of the same skills, of course, just looking for a lot of acceleration. We're not seeing swinging maestro like we see in a lot of other tournaments as well, because of course, we are on that 1,200 meter, right? You can build that up naturally in stamina thresholds, and then pump the rest of your stats pretty comfortably in the rest of speed and power. And of course, wit, because UMAMUSUME, as you know, is... you can finish the quote on your own. So we're heading on into it. It's grand finals of CARAT Clash number 2. Once again, one more match here on the Sapporo turf. 1,200 meters, sprinting, a right-handed course in the middle of the spring with firm turf. Everyone feeling pretty normal and I'm sure pretty stressed heading into our final match.
All right. A cloudy day for our racers here, but it is going to be a tough final race for everyone. Oh, she didn't get the... because that's gate 2, right? So she does not get the lucky 7.
Unfortunate, but she's going to have to win on her own merit here. The Umastagram model and star herself still trying to make it to the front of the pack here. And lots of turbo sprints to secure that early front runner pace for a couple of these Bakshinos.
Right, some early activations for these speed skills, which may not be what they're looking for necessarily, because I think the final spurt is really where... but of course, there's the Professor of Curvature from most of these UMAMUSUME as we go through this turn into the final corner, into the final spurt. Everyone is popping all their unique skills. And
here we go. Sakura Bakshin over at the front here. A couple of them fighting for that first place. I see Taiki Shuttle coming out from the inside. King Halo coming in from the outside. Maruzensky stuck in the middle. Taiki Shuttle trying to break her way through. Karan-chan cannot catch up. King Halo accelerating from the outside. Completely overcomes Sakura Bakshin. And that should be the win. But we have to check which King Halo it was taking that first place.
And that is
KO takes it home with number 9 King Halo. There we go. Your winner of CARAT Clash number 2.
And very well fought from everyone. And I'd like to note that is a 2-star King Halo. We did not see the racewear. But man, what a final race that was. Even in, on paper, in the in-game favorites, 12th favorite, right? But again, like we were saying, it could just be luck. It could be a number of factors coming into play with how even everyone else is in stat line, how are your skill activations lining up? How is the pathing looking for getting blocked? And it looks like this King Halo is going to be our winner here.
Yeah. And that is your number one sprinter, UMAMUSUME. 350 on the wit, which, if we're thinking about stabilizing skill usage, is, you know, on the lower end of what we usually call acceptable, but ended up being perfect for what we needed in that final race. So, GG's to all the competitors who pulled up today. Of course, the rest of the grand finalists had did an absolutely amazing job making it into that final race. But once again, give it up to KO2 Len as your champion of today's CARAT Clash. So, thank you everyone for pulling up, whether you were participating as one of the 113 attendees that we had for the second CARAT Clash, or if you were hanging out in the chat, making sure that everybody else was enjoying the rest of the CARAT Clash action as well. But it's been an absolute joy hanging out with you guys. I believe that should be it from us. Once again, it's been J2, it's been Shino, and of course, guys, before we head out, you guys got to show some love to Saya. Once again, handling the broadcast, handling the stream assets, and making sure you guys can keep up with all that Musume action. So show them a little bit of love, but Shino, any last words for the people at home?
Yeah, I hope to see some more UMAMUSUME from everyone. You know, even if maybe you were out in the first round, that you aren't a little bit, you know, disillusioned or unmotivated, because there's going to be more to come, and maybe even more rank limitations. Like, but this one was A rank, and as you know, time goes along, we'll start to fill out our accounts. So even if, you know, that big heavy spender today is getting everything, you know, their S ranks and whatever, maybe a month or a couple weeks from now, you can still join up with your humble little A rank with the rank limit. And yeah, a special thanks again to Saya for hosting us and having us here and bringing a wonderful event for the UMAMUSUME community.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. I see a bunch of you gamers already excited about CARAT Clash number 3. Can we get any download on what the next race is going to be? Any details on the distance? But with Champions meeting potentially around the corner, maybe we might just end up matching up that so you guys have, you know, one more chance on stream to test your mettle while we're, you know, figuring out Champions meeting for the first time on the global servers. So make sure to stay tuned if you guys want to make sure that you are getting notifications for when that announcement ends up dropping and knowing what to prep for. You guys, of course, can stop by Bestie in Slot on a good old Twitter.com or X.com, whatever you end up calling it. But I believe that's going to be it from us. Again, much love to everybody for pulling up for CARAT Clash number 2. And hopefully you guys have a damn good one. And hopefully we'll see you for the next one. Peace, peace.
Bye-bye.